Hello, Twitch and YouTube. Hello, how are we doing on this wonderful Tuesday? Hopefully, we're about to improve your day because we have got a long list of Age of Empires for competitive action. That's right, we're going to be kicking off with B versus Louie Mt in the lower bracket of King of Dry Arabia. We are then going to be switching over to a best of 7 show match between Kyo and Miyamika. And then finally, we are going to be dialing back, swinging back around to more King of Dry Arabia when a little bit later at about 4 p.m. UK time, 5 p.m. Central European time, we are going to have Marine Lord versus Anan. Insane. So much action in one day. And what is up? This is back. Thank you very much for the Prime sub. Welcome back to the Swarm. Welcome back to the channel. Hopefully all having a good time, whether you're on YouTube or Twitch. We're going to be probably live, I reckon, about 6 hours or so. And what is up? Is that Blondask? Blondask coming through with the Prime Gamer sub. Thank you very much. As well as XLab with the raid. Appreciate you, buddy. Much love. Always love to see it. Hopefully you had a good stream. And hopefully you guys are ready for some awesome action. We already, in fact, have a draft underway. That's right. So I'm going to switch over. We'll catch it live. And then we will import across because I'm too lazy to basically type in each of those one by one behind the scenes. So for those that have not seen King of Dry Arabia, it's very simple in its concept. It's exactly what it sounds like. Dry Arabia only, all the way through, baby. Potentially 5 games between 3D Clans B and Team Elephant's Louie Mt here. And 5 games as well, potential, between Anan of My Insanity and Marine Lord of Gentlemaids. Damn, that's kind of cool, right? In one day, we're basically just packing it full of all the people who are teamed. They're on teams. So, look at the draft, though. Nothing too out of the ordinary here, right? Like, I mean, that is a little bit interesting. Roos getting left that late in the draft. Not really what you're used to seeing here, but I think Malians can be kind of hit and miss. If they have the right matchup, they can be a really strong Dry Arabia, but I don't think you, like, pluck them in the first 2-3 games, right? They're later on. They're later phase. But I don't mind. English plus Malians here. I mean, people are mixed opinions. I've heard a few people say they think the Malians still favor there. I'm of the opinion that English are just favored there now, and I'm not really sure Malians have the easiest of times. Abbas's Chinese come through for B. Just kind of solid secondary pick phases, right? Like, Ayabids are going to be phenomenal here against a lot of the civs coming out. HRE kind of needs to be used there. You need to kind of sniff out when B's going to be utilizing that civ. I imagine for safety, B's probably going to be opening this series with a Byzantine pick, just because I think they're probably one of the most well-rounded options he has there. He could actually throw a curveball, though. Something like Delhi could be intriguing now that I think about it. I don't think Delhi has too many problems here other than, what, HRE? Yeah. I actually think B, like, there's still always a risk, right? There's always going to be a slight risk your opponent kind of predicts you and counts you out. But if I was in B's position here, I'd say Delhi is probably your safest bet. Byzantines is kind of awkward because the English matchup, you have to play fast, you get screwed. So if you're a little bit sleeper pick, then you get screwed over. HRE is an interesting one because HRE can kind of just send it in feudal. Rus versus Byzantines is not one I've seen too much of recently, but I feel like Rus can be decent there. Like overall, I'd say it's better to save Byzantines for game number 2. So let me start up the game because now the draft is done, they'll be getting underway shortly. Oh, we can probably try to figure out doing predictions as well, considering that it is live games. I'm reckoning we're probably going to be live for like 6 or 7 hours today, would be my anticipation. The dream is that everything smoothly slides through. So the show match between Kyo and Mio starts in 3 hours from now. Realistically, a best of 5 could easily be done between B and Louie. Then again, if Louie does drag it to those late games, we know he loves and thrives in. Could take a little bit longer. But yeah, best of 5, best of 7, then best of 5. Damn, did music to my ear. Big shout out to Clearman for organizing that show match between Kyo and Miyamika. Love the fact that they are really interested in midweek action. I think it's underrated. I'm trying to do my part to build towards a budget to do that as well. And we'll see how it goes. But I definitely want to be doing more midweek tournament fun time. So, just waiting for them to hop their asses on game now. Oh, there's a discussion on whether they're going to do USA East or US West. I think ping-wise, is USA East is fairer, right? Considering B's in Russia and... I think US East is the midpoint. And yes, Anatan. I mean, like I said, I still think it's a solid pick. I put it in the lower tiers of A. Oh my god, Louis asking for India. No. Why would anyone ever ask for the Indian servers? That is the worst experience imaginable. Jesus Christ. Have we really got no other option between Asia and Europe? I don't think we do, right? That is eternal sadness, man. For those who don't know, the Indian server is infamous for having really big latency issues. It just spikes. It can crash. It can anything, really. If there was one server that Age of Empires have set up that you should avoid, it's the Indian server. the amount of nodes. Dude, how many, like, what other servers are there? Remind me where you can check. You can check here, right? I mean, you're not going to let... So hold on a sec. I can show you what I'm looking at. So you're not going to let... Wait, is Game Capture drunk? Hello? You're not going to let Louis have Australia, Korea. That's just dumb. Or Asia. B's not going to be allowed Europe, obviously. Or UK. They're debating... Like, they both have differing opinions on USA. I mean, Brazil's just a nightmare for both, right? Like, is it an equal nightmare? Maybe? Are they legit just going to end up on the Brazilian servers? I've legit just asked them, is Brazil equally painful? Oh, God. He gets 359 ping to Brazil. What? Dude, I mean, if B's on 350-ish ping as well, that is basically the fairest choice, right? These rookies and their 350 ping, get on my program, mate. Only 200 ping. Wait, is there a flip coin built into Discord? That's a good question. Because we're probably going to have to flip coin. Alright, so we're just figuring this out because they have quite the negotiation going on between which server to use. Oh, man. Play all games on USA West? Let's have a look here. 186. Yeah, they're pretty close, actually. Alright, it looks like they have come to the agreement they're going to be playing in USA West. They've both got about, so I think it's going to be 180 ping for Louis and then 200 ping for B. So 20 MS ping, that's reasonable within an RTS standard. Like, if this was an FPS, you could call it a competitive advantage. I think it's close enough in an RTS setting that should be fine. So... they're just setting up now. I believe they've already drafted their first civs. Let's have a look. How are they opening this series? Chinese versus HRE. That's a little bit surprising from B. But I guess, like, he dodged the bullet, right? Like, I thought it'd be Delhi. Statistically, Louis had so many options. But I guess, no, it does make sense, right? I mean, you don't really want to risk throwing the Delhi away when they have so many good matchups here. You might as well just, like, potentially tank it on the first game, but try to read your opponent. China vs. HRE, I think, is waters you can navigate. It's not easy, though. And good choice there to Tortu. Click that link, folks. Love that Tortu's bringing that up. We are still being sponsored by AMD this week, so do me a golden solid and click that link when it pops up in chat, whether you are on YouTube or Twitch. It is a eyeballs on type campaign. If you buy something, of course, they'll be over the moon, but bare minimum, really what they're looking for is people checking out the awesome products that you can find in the AMD lineup. And right now, this week in particular, we're partnering with the PC Specialist site that have some awesome deals going on with the latest 9000 series Ryzen CPUs in there. By the way, patch just dropped recently for the CPU processors. I was checking out one of my good friends, JJ, who was looking into this, and he said he saw 30% increases in performances on the 7000 and 9000 series CPUs with the latest update. So 100% recommend grabbing some of these right now. And of course, the GPUs are pretty damn good. They will, of course, not be able to compete with the absolute top of the range coming in from the competitors over at NVIDIA, but then again, these are going to be a lot more reasonably priced than those aforementioned cards. So take advantage of that now. And right now, AMD is also giving you a little bit of a rebate in the form of games. I love that. I'm a gamer. You'll be able to get your hands on 2 games. You get the CPUs, 4 games if you get a GPU. So absolute banger of a deal. I think the lowest price AMD GPU comes out at like £400. You get £200 worth of games. It's ludicrous, the deals right now. So yeah, be sure to check them out. They'll be partnered with us throughout this stream. And in the meantime, I think we should be getting close to ready to rock and roll. So let me have a look here. Yeah, they're loading up now, so we should be ready to go in just a few minutes, folks. Is it a Microsoft issue or a local ISP issue? Oh, high pings? That'll be server locations, right? The problem is the India servers are terrible. They're meant to be the bridge between the Europeans and the Asians, but like it lags out all the time. All right, sorry, they're just having a little bit of a weird discussion. Nothing too important there. So the newest bind of Windows build rather has a 10% performance improvement on Ryzen. That's intriguing, yeah. Like, so JJ Pimpmuckle, he's a really phenomenal, talented guy in the Dota 2 scene, and he was saying he saw up to 30% increases in some cases, which is wild gains. His statement was, "I've never seen this type of performance hike from an update." So yeah. Music to my ears right there. Should be music to your guys' ears. If you haven't got your hands on Ryzen's, you most definitely should. They are the uncontestable kings right now. I think Intel knows now that they've got some catching up to do. They're going to have to figure it out because they're starting to fall behind. Okay, so we've got just under 4 minutes to go. What do you guys think? HRE versus Chinese. Chinese just kind of has to camp, right? It's performance jump on all Ryzen CPUs, so confirmed on the 9 series and the 7 series. And there was some speculation that the 5 series might see a slightly smaller bump. All the more reason to get your hands on the new 9 series. Ta-da! But yeah, I don't know. I think HRE should be able to kind of blitzkrieg this to an extent. What's interesting is actually a few Chinese players started to find these very intriguing builds around kind of like fast castling to mirror, where you wouldn't go Song, you just rush Castle Age, and then you use a Monastery and you supervise it, so that you can rush out for relics as quickly as the HRE. That's a really cool build, pretty effective one, and a good idea up against the HRE, because if they start pumping Knights, you can pump Lancers over 2 times quicker due to supervision. So it gives you an edge there as well. But I'm expecting this to be an HRE pressure game in Feudal, right? Just kind of mass archers, maybe get into men-at-arms eventually. Looking on the ladder right now, most recent patch, July 18th, there haven't been that many games played between HRE and China, but as it stands, HRE does have a positive win rate at 62%. In fact, pretty sure if we check the patch before that, it'll be the same as well. No, slightly worse, 48.7% win rate for HRE across 76 games from the March patch. Be a probably play for hyper late game. I think he has to. I don't think he's going to get there for free, though. Like, it's intriguing, actually, because Louie is the type of player that tends to kind of park himself for that late game, but I don't think you can really afford to here. And whoa! Look at that! That's what we wanted you to click on. Click on that right now. Dude, that system looks sexy. That's a PC specialist system right there. This guy's definitely shown the specialism with that particular one. Dude, I want to get one of those type of cases. Those more open ones, they look very right now. I know tempered glass designs have been on the rise in popularity as well. Okay. Don't mind me. Just drip dropping on myself. You know when you add like ice cubes to keep something cool, but then as you go to drink, the ice cubes just keep getting in the way? That's me right now. What's up, monkey legs? Yeah, we're doing all right. Hope you're doing well, bud. And hello, Zohaiba, across on the YouTube side. Hope you're doing well as well. So, I think I've got everything set up correctly. We have got score toggled on. Nicest thing about that little model is you don't have to worry about which side the scoring is on when it's game number 1. I'm weighing up, like, do we try to do something small for Age of Mist release? I don't know. I talked about this the other day. Now why am I now convincing myself into trying to make some small like show matches or whatever? Everyone and their mum is probably already going to be trying to do casted games there. I think the rough part that I've really been exposed to, and I realized this was like Stormgate, is like, it's rough when you're not one of the bigger people to go and make tournaments. Because when you go and make a tournament, like anyone can yoink the content, right? I know that's kind of what I'm doing here. But in fairness, Marika was like, yeah, you can cast. Like, that's the thing. I think, I don't want to call people out. I feel like I'm in a minority here where if someone says, please don't cast my games, I'm like, yeah, sure. Straight away, like, no, like, yeah, sure. In fact, I go further than that. Like, you know, we were going to cast the free-for-alls yesterday, but Corvinus decided to do it on his own channel. And I was like, oh, okay, well, I'm not going to cast it then because I don't like double cast. Like, I don't like double coverage. It divides viewership and it's negative for the entire scene. All right. Let's get ready, though. Ooh, whoops. We still had that little blocker on, didn't we? We do need to... Wait, are we on the wrong overlay? We are on the wrong overlay. Sorry, guys, because we were doing a team game one yesterday, so I just need to switch over to our normal one. Am I blind? There we go. Oh, let me get predictions ready for you guys as well. Marine Lord will be playing at 4 or 5 p.m. Central. So we will do this series, then we'll do a showdown, a show match between Kyo and Mio Maika, and then we will hop into the Anan vs Marine Lord series. All right, there you go, guys. Give your predictions. Of course, Crackety. Because as we know, Crackety will watch 4 different casters, and none of them will be speaking up enough about how OP HRE are. That's the thing about Crackety, right? Like, he can watch 15 different casters, all cast an HRE game. At the end, his criticism is simply going to be, did not moan enough that they are OP. Let's find out if they're going to be OP here in the King of Dry Arabia tournament. That's right, the Dry Arabia exclusive tournament. This is a lower bracket series we're checking in on, and we've got 2 familiar faces. Louie Mt of Team Elephant going up against 3D Clans B. And it looks like B is going to be trying to quash the HRE with the Chinese. In fact, this is this is mine and Crackety's favorite matchup. You see, because he wants HRE nerfed into the oblivion, and I want China nerfed into the oblivion. And the best part is, Crackety is so deeply desiring of those nerfs to HRE. He's willing to have China be collateral damage in this agreement. I remember last time I was like, well, are you okay with us just nerfing Chuganu? He's like, yeah, that's a necessary sacrifice. That's fine. But let's see what's going to be happening in this game. Because with Fury Crafting getting into this, like looking on the ladder, you know, H3 is about 62% favored in this matchup. Previous patch, 48%. But something that's kind of important really is the pacing and where you trend here, right? I think back when H3 had a negative win rate, that was the March patch. And I think around there, a lot of people were still trying to do these fast culture H3 builds where the Chinese actually had a pretty solid answer where they were going Imperial Academy into Castle Rush themselves, supervised for Monk production, and just rush to relics ahead of you. The thing about now, though, is H3 players are very cozy with the idea of playing a long feudal. And a long feudal is how you can make China pretty uncomfortable here. So don't be surprised if B's the one hunkering down. The curious part is whether Louie's going to be the one attacking. Because although, realistically, when you're playing H3, you're probably thinking, I need to send it. I am aware that Louie Mt, probably more often than he should, is looking for a way to get later into the game. This matchup should be a Barbican Rush. Yeah, but nobody does the Barbican Rushes anymore, right? Like, it doesn't come out at all. I don't remember the last time I saw someone commit to one of them. I'd have to go find a good old crackety replay from 2023, I think. And to be fair, you can blame the devs for that one, right? They did buff Imperial Academy to the point that it's just a non-negotiable now. I feel like any game where you can't go Imperial Academy first just feels depressing. So I can come in early farms as well. Just makes sense, right? He's going to hunker down. Probably have tried to like trend upwards on the men-at-arms count. Like getting enough men-at-arms isn't too bad. As long as you don't let your opponent get the dented counter Chuganu, which realistically, with your economy just being this much better right now, shouldn't happen. Also, kind of a rough game to gather for a second TC if that was the plan for B, right? Forward spawning stone here means that if this is an immediate archery range opening, you're going to be in a lot of pain. Yeah, of course it's a forward Archon. Why would you put it behind the base? What are you scared of? Are you a coward? We all remember that game in the Louie Dimu series where Dimu had to place the Archon right next to the stone and that confused the whole layout. I think it might be the same here with the distance. I wonder if we will see him deer shove. I don't know. I feel like when a game's this chill, it's worth doing. And by the way, B did go double scout here. It looks like he was trying to shove the deer in, but Louie finds it and blocks the play. Oh, this is turning into quite an annoying layout as well. Okay, there will be enough for him here if he wants to go 2TC. But then again, like, you never really want to have to do 2TC on the stone. I don't even know if you could do 2TC here. I feel like B is probably going for... What, is this going to be the Barbican or the Castle Rush? This feels like a Castle Rush, right? Which I'm okay with. I actually like the idea of that a lot. It makes a lot of sense here, right? Like, Louie is either going to rush Castle and you can block him on that play, or he's going to play long feudal and you can just try to get quality units out because you won't be able to match quantity. And the reason you won't be able to match quantity is at this stage, like economically, you're not mirroring, you're not matching up against the Archon, right? The Archon at this point is buffing 100% of Louie's economy by 40%. B right now is buffing about 80%, maybe 90% of his economy by 20%. Horseman getting added in, though, is kind of a little bit curious here. I guess he's worried about the archer raid coming in. That's true. I did forget the absurd tax that I moan about all the time. Which is an additional 20%. Hold on a sec. You're right. It's clearly an Thank you, Crackety. Crackety, the prolific Chinese spammer. I don't think it works out quite that good. No, it does. For the purpose of getting China nerfed, it most definitely does. OP Civ. Is it me, or does the Chinese scout look like the most intimidating scout in the game? Like, that is an absurdly over-the-top blade, right? Compared to the weird, kind of almost anemic-looking blades that the other civs get. Oof, this is going to be painful, though. Double Horseman means it's going to be a deny to the vision. We do have a movement out onto the deer in the meantime. Now, that is intriguing. Considering that he doesn't have additional prelates, he's finally producing them, though. Makes sense, right? To make it efficient. This also does layer you nicely. If this turns into a fast castle race, you can then just rush out to relics from this location and double drop in the outpost. So, not the worst of ideas here. However, B looks like he's baited Louie, right? The archer opening, now the spearman reaction. But in reality, B is getting the hell out of dodge. Castle Age now on the way for the 3D clan member. Okay, so to Crackety's point, the H3 got buffed and now buffed 9 villages, which is perfect for double outposts. I'm going to make you scream internally when you realize there's 10 villages out here. Just deep breaths. The efficiency plan ruined. Astronomical clocked out. On the way in the meantime, I imagine we're going to be looking at Lancer spam, right? And you can just supervise for that. That's what makes it so ridiculous. He even has the stables in range to generate that extra taxation. Louie. Going to be a little bit slow, his tech choice. It's obvious where he's going, right? This is Regnitz, but what I want to see out of B is a rush into that monastery. Like, get 2 Lancers out, then go monastery. Just so that you're in position to block. He probably is going to go, like, 3 Lancers here, right? So he has a blocker on the back sides and the front. Because 2 Horsemen alone shouldn't really be able to hold that down. Especially with the Spearman chasing. I believe both players do... What? No. You're kidding, right? Louie... Okay, this scouting is egregious. He only knows 3 relics locations. He doesn't see the 2 here. I can't believe that. I mean, he might suspect, but there's so much hidden area where the relics theoretically could be. I mean, you say he knows, but does he? Right, because, like, mathematically, realistically, I wouldn't be surprised there's one over here. That's possible. I think one of these relics is going to go unseen for Louie, is the problem. In the meantime, Regnitz almost completed. We do not have a monastery drop. Oh, there we go. It is in. I'm blind. And we do have the supervision. So this is why this build is so good for the Chinese. 12 seconds to get a monk out is quicker than even the HRE, right? HRE, usually going to take those 20 seconds and only 100 gold. Sure, you don't get the discount, but you know how you're able to afford all these monks at an extra 50 gold per? A little bit of taxation in your life. It's just too good. Lance in the meantime. Oh, nice blocker. Prelate will be able to hop inside at the very last second there. But now he's a liability, right? Unlikely he's ever going to be able to catch up and pick up. In the meantime, Louie, chasing that Lancer, has revealed the back relic. B made a little bit of a mistake there. Admittedly, he couldn't have known this, but it does now mean that there's a risk of that relic coming home. In fact, there's double monk coming in. The Lancer might arrive in time. He's finally rearing off to the east side. In the meantime, the dives are coming in. Guys, this is not looking good right now for Louie. Wait, I could have sworn that the H3 is OP. Right now, B is looking OP. This is a really strong timing. Louie's now trying to mirror into Knights, but remember what we said. This is a terrible move. It's very difficult to ramp Knight production against the Chinese due to the supervision. He's getting Knights out every 14 seconds. You have to wait 35. Meantime, one relic is at least going to find its way home, so Louie was able to snatch that one away. But I think the rest are just going to be going the way of B here. Yeah, third one now being picked up. The fourth one is now being guarded. Louie has to guard his base because there's already so many Lancers in here. And he's starting to lose villages for it. Low HP will be able to min-max there. So Louie dodging death so far. But this is problematic, man. I mean, it's just raids everywhere. He only has 4 spearmen to his name. He's trying to scale Knights at a very slow pace here. And meanwhile, he's losing the game where it really matters. On those relics. B. Oh, okay. I mean, when you've got too many monks, right? And they're all the way across the map, you might as well. That's smart. It's small things like this that are easily forgotten. It is going to be important for bringing those guys in for extra raids. In the meantime, the raids continue, and worker kills are now starting to be found. 2 down so far in the HRE economy. There's going to be a dive out here. It looks like the Prelate. A bit of a mistake there, B. He attacked the Spearman instead of the low HP Prelate. However, he does still have those 3 Knights nearby that could deal with this. That relic is important, guys. That relic would be the advantage for Louie, remember. Regnitz gives double the gold, so it would essentially be a 3-to-4 relic exchange. Still, those Knights should be able to snipe this out. It just doesn't seem like B's aware of where that relic is going. Behind this, do we potentially see him try to play TC? For the time being, he's actually just playing out onto the deer stack. Is going to drop the market for the exchange. Makes sense, right? He's going to have a lot of gold to work with. Food is going to be the bigger issue. And it looks like we actually have an Archer switch up now coming in from B. Yeah, I feel like B whiffed a little bit on this second wave of raids, right? Like, I don't feel like that relic should have ever reached the tower. And Louie now is still buffed up on his economy at the core of what matters, right? Meanwhile, for B, you're playing on limited resources. It's not like you have this granary transition that's happening. 2TC is really too expensive right now. Archers is an intriguing choice. I mean, it does work quite well against Spears. And remember, he can't go for Chiganu alternatively because he doesn't have that Song Dynasty. That's the raids just continue, though. Oh, looks like they're both interested in utilizing these monks for the heals after the fact. We have got the Undermesh. No level 2 yet for B, so these defenses still hurt a little bit. It will be a push away. So one Lancer goes down. It was overall a pretty damn good exchange, actually, for B, though. And we do now have crossbows being added in. Keep in mind the other issue is, like, Louie, we talk about this whole idea that when you have all your resources in one location, at first, you're like, oh, great, that's incredible, I'm so happy. But then you quickly realize that means your opponent knows exactly where to strike, right? All the pressure is going to come bearing down that one area. So if you're at a military disadvantage, this type of resource spawn can be a huge disadvantage. So where do we go from here? Because Louie's hunkering down now, right? He's getting outpost upgrades in with the sprint replacements. Breaking that position now doesn't seem as feasible now that we've got a mass range switch from B. He doesn't have any second layer of eco coming in. There's no TC. There's nothing else. B has indeed lost villages in the meantime. The raids did attack back at him from the spears and from the knights that continue to raid and continue to find targets here out in the ball location. Barbican finally coming in. Okay, so B is kind of admitting he needs to go back for it now. This is expensive, though, at this stage. And what it's expensive with is your momentum in this type of game, right? Because now you don't really have a timing to immediately attack with. And that's dangerous against the HRE. Because really what you can do here, if you're Louie, is just hunker down now and start to trend towards that imp. Walls are going up. He's definitely securing the backsides. He has got Berry gathering in the corner as well. And walls are going to be coming up quick. Funnily enough, B still has a little snitch back here. Unfortunately, he didn't move him quick enough, so he won't be able to block the wall. Could rotate, though. I think Louie maybe made a little bit of a blunder here, not walling between the wood and the stone. So his village is still not technically safe. How did you guys vote in the end as well, by the way? Okay, 44% Louie, 56% B. I mean, those B voters are probably feeling pretty good right now, but are they going to feel good for long? The other issue I'm seeing for B is we do have crossbows massing up against what is, yes, knights, but also spears. If Louie just dents this with mass spears now, you can't break him. And yes, it is possible for me to respond to bot commands. As we know, pigeons are secretly mechanical devices created by the government. My programming shouldn't allow me to tell you this. Oof, this is... Okay, B recovers it into a good trade at the end. The bite back is just back and forth right now, though. No one's getting a clear edge when it comes to economical situations here, right? Knights now raiding in. Be a little bit slow on the pull away there. Textiles will at least keep them all alive, though. Bar that one drunken villager who decided he wanted to brag that he could do a lap around the goal before dying. What? Oh my god, this is getting expensive. Other side of this, there's no big hit coming in because B, these crossbows can't break through the wall. We do have farms coming in, though. Just in time for the night raids. Oh, no. And not just that. Louie Mt, getting wise to what's happening here, is transitioning into Horseman. Ah, this is done. I don't think B has a quick way to recover this. I mean, the game isn't going to be over for another few minutes, but, like, you don't have walls coming up. You've probably jumped onto your granary transition a little bit too quick here. Louie Mt, in the meantime, has a decent number of farms. He still has the deer that he's about to exhaust soon. He's secured the berries in the backside. He's pretty much walled in. I feel like the problem here I'm seeing for B is like half of his army feels like dead weight. Right? Yes, the knights are dead, but Horseman Spearman is now just 10 times more efficient. And what worries me more is he hasn't revealed the Horseman Punch. So this is how you can turn it. Okay, pause that. That's big. B sees the Horsemans. So this isn't just going to be a grim big push at 22 minutes and wave of the white flag. He has time now to adapt. Knowing that he's up against... Oh, for God's sake. As I say, knowing he's up against Horsemen, we're going to see a transition, right? Right? Yeah, a transition into more villages. Because now there's no longer knights to kill them in 2 hits. It's only horsemen. Woohoo! Oh, what a funky fella. Well, Wolves are coming up. B's playing for late game. But Louie's going to beat him to it. Like, this is the awkward thing, I think, for China on this fast castle rush type build where you delay your 2TC. If you want to play it as a macro game, honey, you're in for bad times when it's up against a Palace Swabi rush. Right? Like, that is very difficult for you to eclipse. You can't eclipse it, in fact. Because right now, it's 1 TC versus 2.5 TC. The moment that Palace Swabi gets erected, it's going to be 5 TC. Oh, sorry, 4 TC. And he's now on the way up. Palace Swabi coming in the meantime. Louie getting raided on the front side. A little bit of chip damage going to be done. He has got the Spearman placements to try and help on the outposts. We should at least slow this down on the engagement. Spear in the meantime is going to be mischievous with those wolves trying to go up. And it looks like we have got a horseman raid with some knights into the main base of B. Just a distraction force right now that is going to force him to retreat while Louie is teching up. The balls on this guy right now. This is the thing, right? Like, realistically, I don't think B's going to try to dive in with the crossbows and knights, but this guarantees he can't now. He's completely out of position to block the archery tech. Meantime, these knights still finding targets on the farms. It will eventually go down, but this is really what's kept B's head down in the mud. Sacrifice might be locked in, but Louie's locked into that late game. We said he'd find a way. We said he'd look for it. And indeed he has. Imperial Age now in for Louie. And immediately we're seeing attempts at a decap here, right? Like, it's not really a position that B can easily defend. It's way too wide of a map for a man who only has 30 military right now. And we always know what the answer is to any threat when you rush Imperial Age's HRE. Mass spears. Elite tech already being queued up. Mass spears on the way. And realistically, if B starts building Nesta Bs, he has a defense against this. B has yet to queue up a single knob. Why, you might ask? Because of Louie's transition. What he done really well here was opening with the horseman as he's teching up. Because then B is worried about these horse raids. Nesta Bs are terrible against that. So if Louie hides the fact he's blobbing spears, he can take over the map when he reveals it. So he's going to be shifting out that decap. Lancers are going to force a more aggressive tone and reaction here. Important to strip these away as that is extra economy right now for B. In a game where currently the eco at least is neck and neck. Shoving does get 3 of the 4 Lancers. Double decap is also removal of resources, remember. These sacred sites are giving quite the pretty penny. 100 gold each per minute. Behind this, farm count is starting to extend, so we're going to be up to about 15 farms shortly. B on the other side of this is currently at 24, so he's starting to compete now with the HRE's food economy. Still, these raids, I mean, the problem here is, like, if you're competing with Louie's economy, you're kind of losing, and the reason you're losing is because the type of units, right? Louie spending 80 resources per unit. Meanwhile, your lowest is going to be 120. So that's already a 50% increase. If you add Lancers in, that's 240. It's double or triple the cost, rather, right? It doesn't really scale anywhere near as quickly as what Louie's doing. And the Spearmen have already broken into the base His farms are about to get idled up. Crossbows are now trying to react to this, but it's going to be hit on the wood line and a hit straight into the farms. Lance is coming in. Big mistake trying to take that fight. Never one they're going to win. And remember, crossbows do not handle spears well at all, especially when you're an age behind like this. They're just getting struck down. All of a sudden now Louie 10 eco ahead, but about to be more. And this is only wave number 1. There's more coming behind this. This is the most inspired by Fitzbro strategy I've seen in a comp game in a while. Most of the time, you see mass spearmen just to stay in your base. This is the opposite of that. Understanding what China really needs to thrive here, he's denying him an opportunity to reach that late game. And B is desperately trucking there as quickly as possible. This is going to have to be a Great Wall Gatehouse. There's no saying it anymore. If you don't Great Wall Gatehouse this farm area, you're going to die to these raids. Oh, sorry, Fitzy here, you're right. Yeah, Fitzy here is the one that done those strategies, didn't he? A little HRE mischievous main. Surprised he's not back playing when HRE is king right now. Oh, this is ugly though, B. A lot of idle time right now when you can't really afford any. Louie has stopped at the 40+ spear count. We've yet to see Unitex, which is a little bit surprising here, folks. This is a huge deal because if you don't have your unit timings locked in, if B does catch up into Imperial Age, he can race ahead of you into Elite Army Tactics. And he's now moving for that in play. In the meantime, his army's going to stand its ground, but I'm not sure that's the type of fight you want. Lances just getting eviscerated here. And with only crossbows left over, this doesn't feel like a good trade at all for B. Great Wall Gatehouse is at least going to be coming in. And I believe he has got it back up. Wait, what? I think he might be screwed. The problem with this, so this is the issue. B's thinking 3 steps ahead. He needs to be thinking about the next step. This Great Wall Gatehouse secures the gold for the late game, but what's securing your food right now? If Louie dives in and realizes what's happened here, you won't be able to get the castles up quick enough. You're going to take way too much damage from this. I think Louie's a bit paranoid, though. He doesn't see the nest of bees. He's about to find out about it soon. He has got an outpost planned. He needs to find out about it quick, because if he doesn't, then B will get away with this with a keep drop on the granaries. He's running out of time, though. Louie, already looking to break in. B starts to queue up the hand cannoneers, and Elite Army Tactics just got queued up. You know, outpost just to see what's going to be coming next, and the keep drop is coming in. This looks like it is going to be quick enough now for B. The problem here is there's a little bit of hesitation from Louie. It starts to make you wonder, would he have benefited from maybe getting one scout out just to see what's happening? He's going to dive in anyway. Villagers are, funnily enough, going to shift away, even though they could probably just build through it. B looks like he is going to dodge death in a miraculous way. Villagers are going to get cut down a little bit, but with the hand cannon is already in position, Louie has missed his timing here. He will have to transition. Yeah, I mean, it's still some eco damage done, right? You're still chipping away at the villager situation, but with hand cannoneers now here, Louie has to start thinking about a new unit type. Or... No, I'm not even going to say it. I was about to say, let's ironically play Spear Mass Siege against Chinese. But no, we have got Men-at-Arms being queued up. Actually, funnily enough, the Fitzy here strategy, folks. For those that don't know who Fitzy here is, he's a well-known Overwatch content creator who loved doing Spearman-only builds, but it wasn't just Spearman-only builds at HRE. After a while, he would quite often switch over to Men-at-Arms after he saw his counted, or vice versa, right? He's very good at this 1-2 step type approach. I think that's what we're seeing here. Louie now queuing up the Men-at-Arms. We have got the heavy maces on the way, kind of not necessarily required right now, but it will be, because when B's at full format, he's going to be looking to spam hand cannoneers and PG. B, I mean, dude, he's in this game now. This is the thing. securing the goal, getting it unlocked like this means that he's not going to starve. It means he can afford to do mass hand cannoneers and palace guard afterwards in a game that otherwise he would have been fairly screwed. Like 4K would not have been good enough to get your elite techs, your uni techs, and scale hand cannoneers. So yeah, the Great Wall Gatehouse that almost cost him the game is now making his game all that much better. And it looks like I think he did do that little trick with the Great Wall Gatehouse, guys. There's a really cool trick right now where if you only build the central piece of the blueprint, your villagers can surround it to build the entire thing up quicker. Because normally you can only get about, I think it's 8 villagers on each side of a Great Wall Gatehouse. But if you only build one tile of a wall, you can surround it on 4 sides. Bombard's now come from Louie. Looks like he's trying to address that Great Wall Gatehouse. Makes a lot of sense right now. In the meantime, B does not have Yuan Dynasty, so these hand cannoneers are a little bit vulnerable when they get caught out of position. Got a break in the meantime. The rat. Oh, no. Louie? The auto-pathing. I don't think that was intentional. Yep, and he just realized that if he started hitting that wall as it was being built, it would have taken substantial damage. Remember, Rams get double damage against walls anyway, and incomplete structures take even more damage. He will continue to knock in the meantime, though. Men-at-arms amassing. Louie, he was looking for a keep drop here. We don't even have cannon emplacements either, so this gets a little bit precarious. He needs to start getting some mangoes out to play with. Bombards are going to try to snipe out some of the units. In the meantime, the keep drop now on the way from Louie. He's got the eco lead to risk this right now. 40 villages ahead of the Chinese. Can he keep bulking? Can he mass enough, though? The men-at-arms are starting to hit that backline of hand cannoneers. The palace guard count, not really good enough to stop the villages. And the first mango is about to come out. So B getting drained a bit in this fight, and hand cannoneers are not a quick unit to reinforce this far across the map. Yeah, a little bit shaky from B here. I think he needed to just wait. After he pushed Louie away, he needed to back up and just reset. He's got Ford Raxus here, but he doesn't have Ford Archery Rangers. So these hand cannoneers are a little bit more exposed than you'd like, right? And when they die like this, their reinforcement rate is abhorrent. They take so long to arrive. And you 100% go on Yuan Dynasty here as Chinese. The only reason he hasn't yet, and we actually saw this in the B Demu series yesterday, is your economy isn't there yet, right? When you're about like 125, that's when you can just make the transition. But for the time being, you need more villagers. You've got to catch up. You know the 8-year economy is no joke, and you know they're already inflated to maximum villager count that they want, which is usually about 140. Bombards still not attacking. It's getting a little bit weird to look at. I think that Stealth Forest is kind of griefing him a little bit. Then again, no, he should be able to see everything. So some weird decisions being made, but Louie creeping the proxy rack setup on the western flank here. He also has rams being built up in the northern corner by a small group of spears. These boys are on a mission. Dude, that is wild. That is actually incredible. I love the craftiness of Louie right now. He understands that fighting this army direct is not easy, especially when the nest of bees gets rid of your one siege hope. So what does he do instead? He creeps in from the flanks. Mango, in the meantime, is going to start walking on the hand cannoneers. Bombard as well. Men-at-arms line is not holding here, folks. Louie needs to start doing some economical damage ASAP before this becomes a real problem. And wait. B? What happened? Huh? B? The relics haven't been garrisoned. They somehow got ejected here. Meantime, Ray's coming on the east and the west. Rams now hitting the keep in the meantime. Rewall is coming in, but that's going to be enough to distract B and force him to back away and think again. Elite Army Tactics is now on the way, mind you. And if Louie can't find more damage with these backstabs, there's a growing risk that he loses the main engagement. Because remember, so far, there hasn't been Yuan Dynasty. There hasn't been Elite Army Tactics. That is going to change very soon. Cannon placement fortification is coming in. So that will be a little bit of a nuisance for B to clear. Men-at-arms are going to distract him enough to force him to react. We still have more rams being built in this corner, by the way. really the true MVPs of the game at this point. And this is getting expensive as well to kind of hold these keeps and rebuild these walls, right? Like, stone access is not looking great. A lot of it is kind of forward-facing. And a lot of it is now going to be blocked out by this Louie Mt with the forward keep drop to take away the stone. And also with the dive-in. The Bombards, they're able to find this. Great Wall Gatehouse being brought low. The Flurry Through's not good enough, not against the Siege Works. And that means the forward defensive landmark is going to fall. Won't even get the Bombard kills in return either. So it's brought down. Mango Wallop comes through. Villagers also being sacrificed here. And the hand cannoneers are forced to front line in this area. This is not looking good for B. I mean, despite what the military count might say, this is looking a bit grim right now. Gold is the big boon he needs. And he's griefed himself over here as well. I don't think he's even realized it. That gold mine is not going to look great. He's going to have to remember to delete a farm here because he needs to fall back and utilize this resource ASAP. Meantime, Bombards are at least going to start mopping up this base, but still a few men-at-arms around. The villagers are still exposed. Remember, this is not a game where B has boomed to what he wants to be at, right? Like, villager count, close to 100. You want to be up at about 120 here. Meanwhile, Louie has sacrificed a few eco units to get the mass. And it is just going to be consistently mass men-at-arms. God damn. His food eco is still just eclipsing B's as well. They have the same amount of workers, but you know, it just shows you how powerful Ark and Chapel is. It's weird as well because like this will change if B gets U1 Dynasty. Ancient Techniques means he'll be ahead. Currently, it's not the case. I'm getting a bad feeling for B in this one. Louie now setting up more proxy bases, this time on the east side. Yeah, this is full CGMT. Double Mango, moving in now. Keeps the hand cannoneers out of the fight. The Palace Guard, they can't quite get him though. The men-at-arms are muddying this up. Finally, he'll at least be able to hit the Bombards. The Mango a little bit harder to reach. You should be able to split that in the end, but the Bombards are actually great at sniping, guys. They're just as valuable as the Mangoes in this situation because you can kite a Mango shot, you cannot kite a cannonball. So we've still got 2 Bombards remaining. Counter Bombards are coming in now from B. Hand Cannoneers are mostly untouched at this stage. Villagers are making it awkward, even for the Clock Tower Bombards to win that fight. In the meantime, Villagers kind of running in the wrong neighborhood here. These 4 defenses from Louie are kind of just poking at the reinforcements that B has. He finally realizes that Bombard's now shifting over. Meantime, more men-at-arms now being built up on the east flank. I don't know, man. Like, this was very cheeky by Louie, but I'm starting to wonder how this ends well. Like, how do you get the win in this situation? Because these raids on the flanks were cool, but ultimately didn't really do enough damage. And now you're still spamming just men-at-arms up against hand cannoneers. That has to win, right? That has to win. That's not winning. B, he didn't micro away. Oh my god, the hand cannoneers are front lining right now. Palace Guard finally arrived, but too little too late. A heavy hit to the hand cannoneer count. Second wave of men-at-arms are now on the way. Keep does at least go down. But big mistakes made, and even bigger ones here. B now frontlining with the Bombards chasing. Has to back them away from this, but a slip-up like that can prove expensive, folks. B doesn't have great gold access. He doesn't seem to realize that there's this 4K sitting here that he's been neglecting. That could come to bite him in the butt. And arms are going to back up. Seems B took quite the bruising from that fight. Louie happy with the results. In fact, where is B getting gold? He's moving out onto this vein again, but it's only 400 gold here. And we have got Stonewalls coming up, so you can see B's real intent. This is how he's going to survive this long term. He's thinking of trade. That's expensive, though, and that has a lofty down payment. Luckily for him, he did save that 4K vein in his base, and it's now being targeted. So, if this goes unseen, unpressured, B can keep affording hand cannoneers deep into this game. The problem right now is Louie can also just afford men-at-arms deep into this game. Not only that, We now have more and more mangoes getting added in. This is gradually turning to more of a siege slog from Louie. Asgard at least going to try to ride in and do something about that. But I think B needs Springles here. Bombards is not going to work out too well. Not with Culverins now in play. You know, the best part is, I was like, oh, that's awesome. There's a Vietnamese show match. That'll bridge the gap between this series and the Anatan Marine Lord series. This is game 1, guys, and we're almost 40 minutes in. We might not need to bridge the gap. And that's not the bracket. I'll update it after this game. Oh my good God. Men at arms are just everywhere at this stage. Rams breaking through the walls as well. What? Huh? What was that? Oh, he hit this wall, and this is thing, guys. When the walls are too close together, they hit a second wave. So, like, if you had double palisade really close together, breaking this one would break these ones. That's what happened there. That's the weirdest way I've ever seen that work, though. Yeah, that's pretty funky, actually. Just perfectly cut off the side. Which means he can just walk in now. Da-da-da-da-da. I mean, a few men-at-arms start trickling in here is going to be a problem. B has at least noticed quickly. Will only be one getting through. In the meantime, the center. It's like B is trying to surround from both sides, but doesn't have enough of leverage on that west side to get a hit here. And Louie, the cheeky git that he is now resorting to mass outpost spam into cannon emplacements. I mean, it makes sense, right? Like, if you don't have enough population, just outright win the game. Use outposts. They don't cost any population. They're a damn good deal. Almost as good as the deals we've got on the Ryzen 9000 series right now. Click that link. Give it a check in. Sacred Sites are locked in, guys. We're down to 6 minutes. I think B's stuck. He's truly stuck in the mud now. Hand Cannoneers are trying to dive in, but the men-at-arms able to protect those mangonels. Wallops are coming in, and the damage truly being done here. This game looks over. I don't think there's any way back, and I think B now knows it. The gold that he massed, look at it. He had almost 4,000 gold a minute income. He exhausted this vein in a minute. And now it's all gone. 1,000 gold in reserve, and that is it. Not much of a front line. The hand cannoneer mass just isn't impressing anymore. Louie Mt with the mass men-at-arms into siege. This is ironically the type of build you'd expect from the Chinese. Used against the Chinese. Desperation mode as well, as B is just trying to find anything to gather, but he discovers the hard way just how entrenched Louie is on this flank. And with the armies it stands, B doesn't have the resources necessary to go and address that flank while pushing back the center. This is over. Great keep crawl, great approach from Louie to kind of turn this into a trench warfare approach, despite the fact he's the one jumping up and charging across no man's land time and time again. But not the end of the road yet, folks. Best of 5s here. It is an elimination series, so whoever loses this series overall will be out. But B is far from out yet. He has some powerful picks still in his arsenal. Some great fallback plans. I think Delhi in particular could now be a huge boon for him here. Especially now that the HRE has been removed from the equation. The question is, does Louie have an answer for that too? We're going to have to find out. Looks like Landmark's now just being targeted down. If B won't leave the game already, Louie is going to force him to do so. GG comes in. Game 1 going the way of the HRE. And Crackety has already drafted his latest Reddit thread and YouTube video on the matter. Oof. GG. Well played to Mr. Louie to get that first game win. Yeah, Chinese versus Chinese would be whatever, like, it wouldn't be a 100% win rate. Actually, no, yeah, it would, right? No. It's weird. Because you're winning and losing, so that balances it out. So shouldn't it be 50-50? It's always 50-50. Chinese win rate is always 50-50. There you go, guys. China mirrors are perfectly balanced. Yeah, it has to be 50-50. Do you guys know about like those old, you know how people like exploit leaderboards? I don't know if you heard about this, but apparently people have been exploiting leaderboards on StarCraft, memeing the leaderboard for 5 years. It reminded me, there used to be this thing in Call of Duty 4. So in Call of Duty 4, it's really dumb actually. You could get perfect accuracy by stabbing people, by never shooting them. And what that meant is, like, on the leaderboard, you had, like, minus 100% accuracy. And it listed you as number 1. Oh, so goofy. Okay, so next matchup is actually going to be Marlian versus Abbasid. So let me update this. I feel like that's decent for... Is that decent for Marlians? Right? I mean, what does Abba do there? I guess you have to fast castle. You don't be a Chinese player with Chinese. I mean, you say that. But I've been beaten by English. Don't think that logic holds up, guys. Like, Lucifron and Vortex. Vortex beats Lucifron. Spanish beats Spanish. Even though the guy was Spanish. So checkmate. We've already found 2 flaws in your logic. All right, looks like we are about 20 seconds out from getting into game number 2, though. I'm really wondering how this one plays out, actually. Like, the Marlians play different now, right? I actually think Marlians can play 2 TC to mirror, which is pretty sick. Because, like, a long feudal shouldn't be scary. Because if it's just mass javelin versus mass archers, the Abbasid players only out is to reach Castle Age. Let me flip that around. It's definitely not B with the lead. All right, let's get predictions ready as well. It's Town Center bidding time, folks. Welcome back to the King of Dry Arabia lower bracket series between Louie Mt on the Marlians and B on the Abbasids. And why is this going to be a TC bidding race, you say? Simple. Marlians have a new build on the market, guys, and it's pretty impressive. There was a almost subtle but almost absurd change to the Marlians recently on their town centers. You're seeing that correctly. Wood and gold. Not stone, wood and gold on a sieve that milks gold off of the map infinitely. I have seen a few players experimenting with the 2TC build, and I think this is one of the matchups where it makes a lot of sense. And here's why. If Abbasids play a long feudal 2TC against you, and you mirror it, Javelins counter pretty much every move the Abbasids are going to make. Donzos as well will guarantee the Horseman can't break you, and you just kind of gradually hunker down and tech up anyway. In the event that instead B decides this is going to be a fast castle game off the back of 2TC, Louie can mirror that 2TC and still rush his own castle himself, just booming up the cattle. I genuinely think like this matchup used to be fairly good for the Abbasids because that 2TC into fast castle detail. But now with the changes to Marlian's build orders and the opportunity to now play multi-town center, I think the one weak point for them has kind of been closed. To see if that's the way Louie wants to go, though. We have already got the pit mine set up, all houses around it, as does make sense. And B, I'm curious, is it going to be the military wing choice? Because this is the interesting thing, actually. Like, military wing does set you up quite nicely. If it does become a long feudal, I know I said I like that for Marlians, but there is one out for the Abbasids. And the logic is that if you scale mass archers and your opponent doesn't attack you, when you go into Castle Age, javelins tend to fall off normally against most forces. They guaranteed fall off against mass archers from the Abbasids due to the composite bows. And whoa, okay, that's a lofty bet. Someone is backing B pretty hard there. So about, what, 70% or 65% going to B compared to Louie? A lot of believers here. I'll have to see if it works out. Manticore, wait, what? That is one of the most aggressively positioned Mansa quarries I've seen. I guess Louie's using it to scout? Yeah, I think he's using it to scout. That's kind of wild. Because if you look at his vision, the TC edge is here. By building the Mansa, he's going to see out to here. Right? So it's extra vision. No one's going to take out a Mansa quarry at 10 minutes, right? It's a 5k HP structure. And it's hilarious because you can't tell what a Mansa quarry is on, stone or gold. Not that it matters, actually. I wonder why they even let you have stone anymore in this thing, considering with the TC change, you pretty much only ever want gold. That's kind of cool, though. What a smart little detail. It just makes sense, right? It's not going to be going down. It's a blocker. It lets you know when the raids come in early. Whereas without it, you know, there's maybe a risk that archers could trickle by, or they get close enough that they can hit your wood line before you see them. But you'll see when it goes up. It's a sheep count in the end. About even here. Important for both players, right? Like, they want to be able to focus on investing that gold, or investing their resource gains elsewhere, right? With the 2TC being likely. There you go, look at that. It's a nice extension, right? So now he gets a heads up if something comes in. B. Military units already now on the move. He'll be heading over to this pit mine. He just wants to try and block this out. In the meantime, Louie, you could stop any annoyance whatsoever with just an outpost, but I don't think he's going to do that. In fact, Louie most definitely looks like he's going for the 2TC play here. 13 on wood. I mean, he's probably going to build an archery range first, build 3 archers. But then after that, I imagine the play here is 2TC. I don't know, maybe I'm just huffing the hopium and I'm believing in something that's not going to happen. But I have noticed a few players experimenting with it, and I feel like this would be a good matchup for it. The only detail that matters is you need to confirm your opponent's doing the same. Currently, B has not moved onto the stone whatsoever. So if this is a 1TC all-in dent from B, then you don't go 2TC. And that's the nice thing about going wood first as well, right? You know, rushing on the wood gives you the flexibility to invest it in either aggro play or in the TC. Villager in the meantime, a little bit of a mistake there. Louie, gluttonous on the gathering, will get punished. Double arch range is now coming. And there is the move out to stone. And that's something that it looks like Louie is about to confirm. So easy as well when your opponent has forward spawning gold and stone here. Very obvious where B's going to drop this. You're probably looking at a TC drop here. Not because he wants multi-TC, but because it is going to protect the gold. Double gold, in fact. Ram now being built, of course, courtesy of 100% discount on the tech costs for the Abbasses. Remember, they start with siege engineering. And that's awkward because Louie did start scaling archers, but now he doesn't have a solid immediate answer to the Ram if it goes up. Love that he's targeting down the spears first. In fact, B adding in more spears is very surprising here. They're going to be brought pretty low. Extra archer is on the way for Louie. And it's clown carring. We are in clown carring territory. B is going to keep the spearmen safe inside, along with the archers. And he's just going to fixate on this pit mine. You cheeky son of a gun. I should have known, man. Clown carring really is busted. It's going to have to get changed eventually. Villages are now being pulled. Archers do break away here, but now this trade out should end up favoring Louie. It looks like Shiv's going to be out. Those horsemen do arrive. B may have baited him. Louie with the double archer range doesn't have any answer to horsemen. Oh my god. And the crazy thing is B done this all intentionally. Think about it, guys. He added 2 more spearmen. He was begging for an archery range counter. Now that it's come, the horsemen can reign supreme here. Villagers just trying to repair the pit mine in the meantime. Louie, once again, pulling out the torches to address this threat. And all the while behind this, Louie knows what B's really up to. It's going to be that 2TC. Oh, this is rough, though. Look at Louie's economy. This is a mess. 600 surplus gold now. Now, he can rush wood and transition this, by the way. Remember, you need a lot of gold to get a town center anyway, 450. So you can quickly rebalance his economy that way. And I'm wondering if that's now the intent. You know it's 2TC. There's no way you're going to rush castle. There's no way you're going to all in feudal here, right? I think you have to go for your own feudal greed. Admittedly, it's going to be a bit ugly, though. One of the big problems of going TC Mirror here, I guess, and maybe it's why Louie wasn't 100% convinced originally, is you will be less efficient, right? Like, Abbasids, they have the Golden Age effect, which is glorious, but on top of that, fresh foodstuffs makes the TCs more affordable because they're not spending as much once they're online, right? So their return on investment point is much quicker than any other Civ in the game. Extra pit mines now being set up as well. I think we're just going to be looking at ranches. Yeah, he's just going for castle. I think against other Civs, maybe the TC makes sense, but like I was very hyped for it. I was hopeful for it, but now that I thought about it more, I can kind of see where he's coming from. Even if this hadn't been this weird kind of aggro play that put Louie off foot, I think like going 2 TC is weird here because of the Abbasids TC. If you were against another Civ that's paying 50 food, makes sense. But against this particular one, not so much. It's kind of undeniable B has a really good position in this game right now, right? Like, Horsemen are just going to ride in. Donzos should be able to push this away, right? In fact, B is just ignoring the Donzos to target down the archers. We'll eventually have to pull away, but Louie trying to min-max here. He knows what's coming. He knows that B's looking for a gradual out after building eco into castle. So he needs to make sure he's prepped to pull the trigger himself. And the way you do that is by focusing on getting those ranches online. And it is second TC. Okay, so after I basically talk myself out of it, like, yeah, it just doesn't make sense anymore. Louie does it anyway. I guess the thought process now is, at this point, the second TC is up and operational for B. You can't fast castle quick enough that B won't be in an advantageous position, right? So he needs to pad himself further. It's kind of wild, but I think the thing that makes it good is this. Check this, Louie. He can shove the deer in. Okay, now we're cooking. Because if this had been cattle ranch plus eating cow, I think this would have been a really bad play for Louie. But by going for the deer, kind of comparative to when English decide to go deer instead of farms, you can achieve a much more aggressive castle age timing. Definitely not the most optimal way to push the deer in, though. Yeah, he's suffering a little bit here because the aggro range for villagers is bigger than Donzos, which means your Donzos take longer to trigger a retreat from deer. The villagers will accidentally do it instead, and that's why he ends up getting pushed out like this. Meantime, B now raiding on the west side. B's putting a lot behind this, by the way. I thought by now he'd be trying to skirt for an age up. No signs of it yet. Just more and more aggro coming. Meanwhile, B happy and content on the map. Remember, this is quite a funny and rare situation for the Abbasids. Because they are the aggressor here, they get to move out and take all these nice little resources. They don't have to wait at home. Yeah, you don't often see that, right? Like, usually Abbasids, I say they're in that third of Civs that tends to kind of hunker down and have to slowly move out and outpost up and wall up. But Malians are playing that classic camp and make them come to me style. It's a good read by B to exploit that. See, good fight here as well. Donzo's just outmatched, outgunned. Archer's still trading out with them. Spearmen are really kind of making this awkward. You know, the funny part is if B just kind of sends spears, I think he can brute force all of this. A lot of horsemen were expended there, actually. I misread that for a second. A lot of the horsemen were going to break to the javelin. Instead, I think they got aggroed onto the Donzos. And as a result, Louie able to push him away. Yeah, weird fight. I mean, B has been doing a really good job of diving in with these horsemen, even with his Donzos, but it looks like that time he neglected to target the javelins and got locked in on the wrong unit. It's a big mistake made. It's going to be a reset, and now Louie able to get that wall up. Gradually, more and more cows now getting added in. The good news for B, his economy is not getting raided. The bad news is his eco lead is not building anymore. I mean, you say Javelins and Donzos look very similar as if a lot of units don't look very similar. I think in general, Age of Empires 4, I've talked about this before, it does have a big readability issue. People, and this is kind of weird, like I can be critical of a game I love because I want it to improve. Readability sucks in a lot of situations in AoE 4. From a readability perspective of, oh, this unit does that thing, great. Like compared to a sci-fi game, you see this, you're like, oh, that guy's got a pokey stick. Yeah, I know what that is. Oh, this is a ram. I know what that is, right? But like from a looking at the blob and identifying what each unit is, yeah, there's some work to be done there still. Do I need to bring up Chinese with the Chugenu and crossbows again? Clown Karin coming in from B. I don't know, dog. This doesn't feel it. Louis is on the way up. B hasn't even triggered the tech up yet, and his army isn't really big enough to dive the full base. Yeah, I buy that. Like, it's not just the Donzos throwing the javelins, by the way. It's the fact that they throw the javelins from basically the same range. Actually, more range. So when you watch it, there's no easy way of discerning. Like, if the Donzos had to come closer at least, you'd be like, oh yeah, that's a Donzo. The weird part is actually Donzo's outranged javelins. Look at it. Javelin attack, 6.5 tower range. Javelin attack, 6 tower range. Makes sense of that. This is wild, though. B... He's behind, but not as much as you'd think, because this is not a full Arnie. This is a third Arnie, right? It's only 2 ranches deep instead of the 6. Meantime, B's at least going to try to deny some of the extra passive resources on the pit mine. But I imagine B's just going to back up and tech up now, right? I mean, he's farm transitioning, right? It's gradual, but it's still taking resources away from a potential push. I say that, but B is adding in a lot more spears. Resources are trending upwards, so he's just looking to inflate his army without fully committing to the age. Smart choice as well, right? You know what the natural transition for a lot of these Marlin players is going to be. A lot of the time, they're going to be looking at the sofas. Veteran Sofa already on the way in. Scout has snooped this out, so he knows about the gathering over in this area. One Sofa could cause a lot of pain over here. Especially when you consider the poor pull. Wait, what? Oops. I wondered what that scout was up to. B learns the hard way. Ends up losing, I think it was 1, possibly 2 villages there. But now with the Sofa arriving as well, spears are at least on the way. But without textiles, this is going to hurt. Would have hurt. All right, Sofa's going to be addressed. Turns out he decided he really, really hates mills. I guess he has like a gluten issue, so he doesn't like bread. But we have now got an archer switch up coming in. Now, this is actually not a bad position for B, guys. Mass archer versus mass archer. Remember what we said about the conditions where you feel good as Abbasids. If this turns into a mass archer game on both sides, I'll back Abbasid archers until the sun sets. It's way too powerful. The increased DPS from composite bows eclipses what you get from poisoned arrows. Now, that being said, one issue here for B is going to be that he doesn't have that tech yet. If Louis finds a timing here, he can be favored. Right now, though, he's not really making any sort of move that would suggest that is coming. He also doesn't have the map control to go for relics either, so that's another edge B could have here. At this stage, I'd say the only thing that worries me is that Louis' late game is better than B's. Louis thrives in the late game. Like, Louis is at the point where he can beat Beastie in the late game pretty consistently, I'd say. Louis is a nightmare for even players that are proficient at late game. And B looks like he's heading there. There could be a timing, though. I think where B really thrives, and we can actually see that when we look at his games recently, is these Castle Age attacks. I think that's really where B hits his apex, the crescendo. Or crescendo. We even have Camel Archers being added in, which is kind of cool here. Basically, countered the Veteran Sofa. The thing I don't like about this, though, is why would you build Camel Archers over Riders? Your opponent has some jabs, right? Camel Archers don't have better health than Riders. And they're such a short range, they're going to get attacked either way, right? So I guess you could argue it's good against Musafati and Donzos, but overall I feel like, you know, Camel Riders would have probably felt a little bit more sustained here. Also just a better direct counter to Sofa. Clash coming in though. Louie may have made a mistake. He overextends and is going to get punished for it. So B gets the first fight he's looking for here. Louie, not really sure what the thought process was behind this. Seemed confident to move out for a direct engagement, even though B already showed he had a much larger army previously. As they start to push back towards the Malian base, B realizes, okay, this is where the fights can turn on me a bit, but I just got some critical info. I know my opponent doesn't have Musafati. I know he's got mass archers. Ghoulims are getting added in by B. I think that's the bigger problem here, is like Louie, nothing's changed about his comp after he gets that info, which is intriguing because, you know, there's a lot of spears already, there's a lot of archers. If this is spear archer versus Sofa archers, I think you just lose. Louie, we do not have a full ranch set up. It's 4 ranchers, so 2/3 of the way. So he's going to creep up with power. Remember, because it's 2 TC, he's not going to fall behind on castle economy. Where it gets scary is if B reaches Imperial Age, because that's when the Abbasid economy will eclipse the Malians. For now, I'd actually give eco favorability to Louie, even more so when you consider he's the only one now going for relics. B is trying to catch up. Louie already has an edge moving for them. Top of that, these army counts are deceptive. Remember, B has been keeping troops on the flanks to block those relics. Spears continue to charge in. Sofas are going to have to commit now into Spears, which gets a little bit ugly, especially with the Phalanx tech being there. Copper's Bow Archers should in theory win this, but if they're attacking the Sofas, that's not going to be the case. Big mistake made. B looks like he may have misread this fight slightly. I mean, Ghoulims are lasting a reasonable amount of time here. Second wave of Spears is going to come in, so Sofas will be forced back in the end, but that felt a little bit dicey for B. Military lead is going to be maintained. The archers are still a big problem on the backside of this, but the Sofas now look to address that with a 7 ranged armor. They're only taking 1 damage per strike here. And Ghoulims aren't a great answer either, guys. Like, remember, they've got 5 melee armor. They don't die quick to this. So he's going to force a reset. B now starting to pick up relics, but Louie has already got some as well. On top of that, the ranchers should be bolstered up now. We're up to 5. It's going to be 6. And yeah, I was thinking Camel Riders too. It's what I wanted originally. Camel Riders, the only awkward thing is they made Camel Riders weird. But at this point in the game, they made them weird in a good way. I just don't think players have really had enough time to sit down and think about it. So Camel Riders got reworked in terms of the costs. They used to be majority food, but they've been rebalanced to be a lot more on the wood and gold now. That change right there is a nerf to the late game, but it is a buff to the mid game, because in the mid game, food is more dear than wood and gold. You have plenty of wood and gold to find, but until you set up your farms, food is not in surplus, right? So this is the time in the game where Camel Rider spam is actually very efficient. Later on, it hurts. B. This is kind of cool, actually. Louie can't fight him directly, so he's trying to cut reinforcements. However, the dive is coming in, and I'm starting to wonder why B is the one going mangoes first when Louie's the one that desperately needed it. Yeah, that's kind of wild as well. I think that Malians have a very secret advantage in Siege War against Abbasids, and the advantage is this. You can go mangoes, your opponent will go springalds, but if you have a handful of javelins, you actually counter springalds still. They never changed that. So for raid, he's going to get a little bit of chip damage, but ultimately not enough. I don't know, man. I think we're heading to a 1-1 score. B's got it. Like, the timing is really good here. He's got the Rams coming in to start denting the reproduction. He's got mangoes to hold back the mass archers. There is a risk that Louie gets more archers here, but B, remember, his archers are just so much better. The composite bows is an MVP play. How does Louie answer this now? He's actually reacting with springalds. Rams now moving in. Ranch is about to get denied. That will give B the eco lead. Army's at least trying to react to this. Sofa's going to lead the way, but there's just so many spearmen in here. 14. Going to be able to hold them back a little bit. A little bit of overzealous for the commitment, but the second wave has now arrived. So that's going to be 20 plus spears. Not that many Sofa, folks. Only 11 right now. It's going to be a fight over the ranch now. Behind this, we do see a leak through. Arch is now moving north side. Aram's over there, but the villagers up here might be in trouble. Louie quickly pulls them out to the other side of the wall, but there's already units scouting them here, so the spearmen know about this. If he sends a small handful of archers, he can wipe them out. In the meantime, Louie now dropping a keep at the front of his base. I don't think this works, though. Nope, he has to back away. Louie cancels the keep. The villagers and a handful of spears are good enough. And B continues to push forward. Fortifications now coming in, snatching away these berries, just trying to delay that full farm transition that's been gradual instead. He's up to 42. He's pretty much there at this stage. Louie, what is happening here? Did B spread a bit too wide? It's starting to feel like it, right? He chased over to the west side. He chased a bit over to the east side. He reacted with the keep. And that meant that the dive force from B did get cut down a bit. And Louie also bought some vital time here. Sofa's now charging out. Crossbow count is at 9. If he micros this right and kind of sacrifices more archers than crossbows, he can clear up the Sofa. But right now, Louie's biting back in a big way. Eco is still pretty tight here, but military lead has completely evaporated for B. They're on equal footing, but not for long. Keep drop now coming in to stabilize. Archers continue to trade out here. The tail end of this fight should be a little bit better for B, considering composite bows. But the Sofas just keep arriving too fast. Guys, that's the big difference here, right? Is that B is now scaling Gulams. He was scaling spears before. Either way, his melee component arrives later than that of Louie's. Damn, that's wild. Tail end of this, good news for B at least, is his food eco is a lot better, and he is starting to trek towards Imperial Age here. Should that happen, the game is over. So Louie has to make a move soon. Great hold to stay in this game, but what he now needs is a strikeout. Even the fourth siege now from B. So this is interesting. B is not going to try to rush an age up. He's playing the long con here. Committed to the age 3. Because this should be trebuchets coming out. Keep in mind, it's much harder to treb into the Malians than other civs, because they can switch on the stone to passively generate stone, but also banker repairs. Banker repairs allows them to be optimal, because if you guys remember a while back, they changed repairing costs so that when you use more than 3 villages, you spend extra resources now. Banker repairs allows you to just spend less surplus stone repairing compared to other civs. Tech up is on the way. Trade wing now coming in, and that is very surprising here, actually. I mean, it is a good game for a trade wing placement with the trade post, but food makes the world go round here on both sides, guys. He just gave up the opportunity to get agriculture tech for an extra 15%, as well as the processing for an extra 8. Yeah, I think he's just trying to play a super long game here, if necessary, with the safest trade post imaginable, right? So this will give him the permanent gold he needs in case there's a strikeout. All shenanigans here on both sides. Yeah, B is fully setting up for it. The curious part to me is are there alarm bells going off in Louie's brain right now? Because this would look dead suspicious to me. If I saw stone walls like that, I'm playing against Abbasids. I know my opponent has a very good trade post positioning. It kind of just seems like a dead ringer, right? Now the question is, what was the answer for Louie in the late game? I mean, his trade option is slightly worse. In theory, you can actually match up against the Abbasids quite well with your Mustafadi Gunners, especially with the buffs they recently got, where there is now a change to the local knowledge tech. Local knowledge now heals you for 5 seconds after revealing. Gives you a lot of sustained power in the late game, I think. But it's very difficult to bank against the Abbasid production rate. Remember, they basically get like 2 military academies. Because when they get to the age 3 on the Golden Age, they get a 20% production speed increase. I can't believe this. B is actually winning the fight while teching. I'm struggling more and more to see Louie's way out anymore. It was bad enough before he was an age behind, but now that he is, I think we're moments away from a GG. Well played, B, man. This was a really kind of wild game, actually. The way this played out, especially in the early game. Pretty much convinced that we weren't going to see the 2TC Romalians, but Louie's more or less looked more like a recovery than an advantageous play here. Although he had his moments, you really can't fault B's approach in this game. Hand cannon is now getting queued up. Elite Louie tech is coming in. Louie doesn't really have the food economy to reach up anymore. He's locked in, right? Because he has to keep replacing army time and time again. I don't see this man ever getting out of Castle Age. Goodness gracious. What's the farm count at as well? Trade has begun. We're up to 51 farms. 5 traders currently, but that can improve over time. He does have the marketplace now going up. So, yeah, if I was B, I would just all chat type, I have trade, please leave. Right, because you're in such a confident position, there's no way Louie's going to be able to flank raid you here. He needs to put everything he's got just to stay alive. Trev's about to take out the keep. Louie's hopes of staying in this game feel like they've really come to the end. I mean, his farm transition was kind of getting there. He was 24 deep, but it's not deep enough. Okay, I for real think all chat typing is underrated. Get in your head, man. Play the player, not just the game. Slight overextension from Culverins here, but it feels like a drop in a pond at this stage, right? Tiny ripple, but not big enough to really concern anyone. It's not like a tsunami's coming to shore here. In fact, he doesn't even get a Culverin kill. That was what? 6 sofas? Think about it this way. That's a quarter of his income per minute that just died so simply and done nothing. We even have camel support now on the way, and that should be the GG trigger, right? The +2 armor here is going to be ludicrous. Louie grasping at straws, now looking for the tech up. Fort of the Huntress is on the way, but remember, folks, that comes at a cost. That's 3,600 resources less going into a defense force when you need it most. Mango Warp to the back, might at least reset us a little bit, but the Ghoulims just don't care. They're in. The Archers are standing their ground, because if Louie backs up here, it's going to expose the Archers and expose the tech. Man, crazy serious. And we are going to get some distance in it as game number 2 will be secured by B's Abassets. Yeah, a little bit of a drag out towards the end there, but yeah, I respect Louie for trying to find a way out. I mean, he wasn't convinced that B had killed him yet. Needed to see proof of it. There's always the risk that he's just scaling mass trade and not building armies, so you maybe get one flank raid opportunity, but no bueno in that particular one. What do we call that one? I'm wondering, was game 1 uploadable? Yeah, I guess so. Like, that was a hilarious strat in game 1, right? So, we move forward. What's game number 3 going to be? Japanese versus Byzantines. That's a matchup you don't actually see very often. Because Byzantines and Japanese kind of swim in different circles, right? Byzantines stay away from water maps. Japanese gravitate towards them in competitive play. Very curious matchup. I feel like Byzantines is pretty favored here, though, right? Maybe not. I think it comes down to the gold spawn. If Japanese get a really safe gold spawn and a decent amount of sheep, I think they just rush castle and spam out Varangian. But I feel like you should just get Lombos and Limitane. You just don't care, right? Yeah, I think the Byzantine pressure and feudal age breaks Japanese here. Okay, so 1 sec. I'm just trying to remember. That's the thing about... Whoa. Bit loud. HRE really only has one production building. There we go. And then that one, Marlin TC Boom. I don't know, something to do with that probably. That was a wild game. Marlin players with TCs is like Frodo with the One Ring. Kind of feels like that, right? Ooh, we need to pay out from that last game, don't we? So well played to those that backed B. Hey, sup, Winston, buddy? How's it going? You here to learn about how Marley and TC Boom suck and how Japanese still need to be buffed in Feudal. Shinobi's the answer? What was the question? How do I lose? Oh, that's cool. Dude, I didn't realize. Look at the little UI thing. It actually tells you who lost points. So you guys can't hide the shame of your failed gambling. Will I stream FFA games as well? I'll stream FFA games when there's tournament FFA games. I'm not particularly interested in pub FFA games without any stakes. People are incentivized to be very boring and just camp. All right, let's get ready to go, though. Japanese versus Byzantines is not a matchup you get to see often because Japanese swim in different waters. Those include waters. And Byzantines absolutely hate anything water-related because they have to build the worst ship in the game. Well, good news for Byzantines then, because we are on a Dry Arabia spawn. That's right, welcome back to King of Dry Arabia. Lower bracket series here between 3D Clans B and Team Elephants Louie Mt. We are into game number 3 with the series drawn up. So essentially a best of 3 left to play here. And I'm curious to see what Louie has in mind with the newly buffed. You can't see what I'm doing with my fingers right now, but you can imagine it. Buffed Japanese. They took a hit on the Floating Gate build. Nerfed on its production rate. In return, the Daimyo Palaces are cheaper. But I don't think this is necessarily about the Daimyo. I'm wondering, is this the delayed 2TC play? It feels like it. Yeah, so he's optimizing here, right? Like with 1 on gold, 2 on stone, he should get enough gold to hit his tech timing correctly in Feudal, and then you still have all the stone you've been gathering. So then you can transition very nicely into a 2TC play here, which I imagine is... Maybe you can risk putting it between the berries and the gold here. I'm probably going to just play it safe and drop it on the gold. Other side of this B... Things are pretty dead simple here for Byzantines. I think Byzantines are pretty heavily favored here. The reason being is their feudal pressure tends to amount to too much for the Japanese to deal with. Lombo plus Limitane is pretty much the bread and butter to success, because with Lombos, you can usually block out the gold veins of their forward spawning, or at least force your opponent to build double outposts, which is already a delay to actually adding in any real military units for the Japanese. Then you add in the fact that when they begin bringing in those samurai, you have Limitane to answer with Lombos. The reason that's important is Lombos will get the first strike to remove the deflective armor, and then Limitane can just impale them. So yeah, pretty powerful overall. Did we not get predictions up? Let's do that. You know what? I will put predictions up if people click that AMD Ryzen 9000 series link right now. Do it right now, and I will sort the predictions. Deal? Deal. I'll even give you 2 minutes so you have plenty of time to do both. Boom. That's true. Louie didn't go for the true thing that got buffed in Feudal, Shinobi. I think the Shinobi-only builds are actually going to be really strong now, by the way. They're a bit of a weird one. I don't think they're necessarily going to work on land maps, but definitely on water maps. So Kurosawa is coming in. Wood is already being gathered. He's on the straggler tree. Stone is being gathered up, and oh! Ooh! It's not going to be 2TC. He just wants the Daimyo. He's going to be playing Feudal, though. He doesn't have outposts coming up, right? They might on a delay, but I feel like he's probably going to be opening stables here. The reason you open stables is that it allows you to get an Uma Bannerman, which is basically a Feudal Knight. So you can keep your opponent in his base, essentially. B has yet to make the Limitane choice. That should be coming in a second, though. It just makes a lot of sense here. We'll have to see. Yep, Rack's coming in. It's going to be standard Limitane play. What Louie could do that would be kind of sick here is maybe like add in a Fiona Bagisha, but the problem is it doesn't work because your opponent will go Lombos. There's simply no reason to do anything but Lombos in this matchup. Like, Javelins makes no sense because the unit that the Japanese build the least of is ranged, and even if they did, Yumi would get overkilled by Javelin way too often to make it worthwhile. Then going Keshiks just doesn't make much sense either. Like, you can't scale Keshiks fast enough to compete with Mounted Samurai. And even if you run into Horsemen due to the Uma Bannerman buff on that, I think it's 11 base damage, you escalate the damage enough that they trade reasonably well. So yeah, Limitane plus Lombos is pretty much your guaranteed bread and butter. Uma Bannerman already out. I love this from Louie, man. This is interesting enough. When the Japanese came out, this was kind of like a build that you would see out of one of B's former teammates, actually. Anan was really innovative at the time. With the Uma Bannerman build, the logic is that you master your real intent, and you would just then fast castle and switch racks after forcing your opponent to commit to Limitane. I don't think that particular build is very effective against Byzantines because of the aforementioned Lombo detail, which I think we're going to see him committing into soon. I'm sorry, did you really just say jabs are good against the Japanese? All right, Fablarp just actually, I'm going to call him out on this. Fablarp just revealed how much of a scaredy cat he is. He fears Yumi that much. Uma Bannerman will react quick enough, but not before he takes some damage. At least it wasn't as bad as it should have been there. The deflective armor guarantees that. This is where Uma Bannerman can feel broken, by the way, because if you think about it, getting deflective armor at pre-6 minutes is nuts. Because if your opponent only has 1 or 2 Limitane, a knight should be able to kind of duke it out with 2 Limitane, right? Or 2 Spearmen. Definitely if there's a deflective armor involved, and definitely if they're split even slightly. It's kind of wild. Like, imagine if you're playing French and your first knight had a get out of jail free card first hit, right? Where the deflective armor was on a French knight. You'd lose your mind. It's insane how good it can be. The only downside, of course, is unlike a French knight, you won't be able to 2-hit a villager. It has to be free. A lot of walls coming in from B. This is wild. Very ambitious as well. He just wants to lock it all in. He got a pretty good spawn if he gets these walls up, right? Double berry back. He's already gathering the ones near the Grand Winery. Horsemen are going to raid in with the Uma. Quick reaction there is going to force him away. And sorry, it wasn't 11 damage, 9 damage, right? I'm used to saying 11 because when you play as the Japanese, you can make it 11 damage. You have 2 melee techs in Feudal Age. And oh my god, he's actually switching Yumi. This is wild. So guys, I think I was on record several months ago pointing out that Mass Yumi can counter English Lombo spam. This is basically a type of English Lombo spam. Yumi is a solid answer. And the cool thing about this build is if this ever eventually treks into Castle Age, Yumi are incredibly underrated in Castle Age. Even more so in this particular matchup. Because not only can they address the Lombos, similar to how H3 Archers can, the other thing that's super sick here is in the event that your opponent switches Varangian, yes, Yumi have low base damage, but Varangian have low base health. So compared to other Civ switching men-at-arms, Yumi are substantially more effective against Varangian than, say, men-at-arms of Vanilla Civ A, Vanilla Civ B, right? It's a cool idea. I think also if Louis scales is high enough, you can maybe even consider going for the Buddhists. I don't know why you would, but you know, if you already have this many Yumi by the time you reach Castle, Temple of Equality is an option. People right now like KP's losing his mind. Did he really just say Temple of Equality? Yes, I did. Because I've watched Louis. Louis is like the only player I've seen make Temple of Equality work. Consistently. He's been having another blitzer in the Japanese recently from what I saw in his records recently. I don't know if he was practicing Temple of Equality there, but last time he was doing a lot of it, not just against Order of the Dragon. He was doing it against civs like the French, for example. And he was finding a lot of success. B on the move. The problem is B's kind of been baited here, guys. It's mass Limitane. Yuumi are coming. I mean, realistically, you weren't going to build anything else, but this is a hell of a commitment from B. On the upside right now is Louie, of course, doesn't have that bannerman. He needs to throw away the Uma. He needs the switch. Instead, he's being greedy. He's trying to find maximum value out of this one unit. Scout? He saw the archery range, right? But he hasn't seen how high the count is. In fact, his scout going north is bad news. He doesn't know it's triple archer range. He only sees the one. Bannerman, in the meantime, is going to be able to raid in. Unfortunately, that wall is going to lose him some value there, and that means he doesn't have the bannerman ready at home for the Yuumi switch. Scout is going to see it, though. Louie tries to hide it and realizes he can't. He's going to go for the snipe. Nice move there. Remember, you have more movement speed on these guys, so all of a sudden, B playing very aggressive without vision. Meantime, Bannerman does force the Akratoy, will go down. But this is perfect, guys. This is what you want as Louie, because now you can queue up the Yuumi Bannerman and attack the main army. This is cool, man. Feudal Age Yuumi mass. I didn't think I'd get to see it. I don't think Yuumi really ever got buffed in Feudal. Like, this is the closest with the Daimyo cost. The previous patch before that gave 5 extra health to Yuumi in Feudal, but I remember saying at the time, like, because you have to scale some of Yuumi, and your opponent's going to scale in kind, plus 5 health wasn't really making a difference to the kill thresholds as much as you'd think. It only really made more sense when you were down under, like, 5 or 10. So I don't think that change matters as much as the Daimyo one does. And now we're going to see just how damn good the Daimyo could be. Remember, this is the Byzantines, a civ that tends to out-boom everyone else's count and military in the Feudal. It's getting out-boomed right now. Yuumi Zerg moving in. Walls are going to be a problem here. There's only a handful of horsemen. B will have to shift away. That's a lot of idle time, but he has got backup resources. Is he going to back up his army count here, or is he going to look for a backup in the third age? That's the question now from B. He was idled slightly in the goal, but that is now once again an option. He sees that Louie is shifting east side. So this gives him time if he wants to rush the age up, but doing so I think would cost him the game. If you tech up, when 40 Yuumi are diving your base, you will die. What people sleep on about this unit is that it is a raider. 1.38 movement speed means you can hunt, hunt, hunt. Villagers aren't able to run away. And yes, for those wondering how that works out, it turns out a wooden wall becomes less structurally sound when you add so much wood to it, it falls over. And that's what you do by shooting arrows into a wall. Guys, Louis, this is so cheeky. He's in position. He's about to trigger tech up. He will be able to immediately upgrade all these archers. This is dicey for B. He's going to be allowed to tech up as well. But right now, like, everything he's doing gets countered by Mass Yuumi. So he needs that Varangian switch ASAP. It's got, what, 1 Rax for it right now? That's not going to cut it. So also just trying to set up these groves in the meantime. Golden Horn Tower is now going to be on the way. B, a heavy commitment here. 19 villages to get this online. And it's going to be a switch from Louie. He's going to upgrade the Yuumi, sure. Like, you have to at 42. It's worth it. But he's switching back into the Knights. Makes sense, right? Mass Mounted Samurai here. Let the Yuumi clear out the Limitane, let them distract them. And then let Mounted Samurai go in for the kills. This is sick. I think this is very reminiscent of what the Spanish bros were doing on the water maps for a little bit, especially maps like Four Lakes. They were a really big fan of like adding in Yuumi, sometimes in the Feudal Age, quite often in the Castle Age. Louis just taken that build and reversed it. And here are the upgrades. Yuumi getting everything they need. Full tools in the arsenal. In the meantime, Louis has now dropped off that Yorishiro, the first one in the stables, that will allow him to pump out the Mounted Samurai every 14 seconds. Ludicrously powerful. Hasn't yet queued up any, though. A little bit of a delay there. I think his gold was lacking. First one is soon to be on the way, though. In the meantime, remember, he has full map control. And, you know, you have to think about these games as relic races sometimes. Like, this is a matchup where both players have a vested interest in relics and a way of easily getting them. You get the free monks for free, or 4 monks for free, from the Japanese landmark. Meanwhile, for the Byzantines, you have the Grand Winery. It's already a monastery to build these monks. So both of them want that. That is a win condition for both players in this game. Yet, here's the thing. You'd think that Yuumi is a manganellable army, but you would be genuinely surprised. They're not as manganellable as you would think. Because they're too manga-schnellable. They move too fast. Look at this movement speed. This Gakla as well. The shield wall is not really helping B. It's killing him even faster in a weird way. Lombos can't break away. They're way too slow. So he's going to lose the front line. And he might lose the back line as well. Louie, please click anything but a building. He's doing it now. B at least has the veterancy in, but Louie doesn't give a duck. He still has the Yuumi Bannerman aura. It's still a reasonable trade. And the Matane backstab here feels like a mistake. B has lost all the spearmen when mounted samurai are on the way. Not looking good right now. Yuumi even allowed to keep trading out as the Lombos hung in range there from B. And I don't think he expected this. He sees the first mounted samurai. This is where you need to go back for Limitane. Varangian will not save your bacon from getting cooked here. And guess what, guys? That wall never got repaired. So there is a free entry right now into B's backline, where he has quite a lot of exposed economy. Horseman's least getting shuttered there by the few Limitane left alive. But Louie now hunting in here. These Yuumi will make quick work of the villagers. Only 50 health on each. Louie doesn't know, though. He heads into the main, so B dodges death there. He's not out of the woods yet, though. Mount Samurai are going to peel off. They're going to go hunting. If Louie just checks this east side, it's the easiest win he's had all tournament. Because B wouldn't be able to sustain without that. He's blocked on the berries here. His olive grove transition is not that deep. And there's a lot of what he needs here. Food and gold. The gold on the fourth side is at least usable, but not for long. He's down to 600 remaining. Yuumi are going to go for the dive in again. Mount Samurai are going to shift around towards the Grand Winery location. And it looks like villagers are exposed. B! Before he can build this up for free. And look at that damage. Even with the +2 ranged armor, it's not good enough. The Rangian die fast. Mount Samurai now with the dive in. Onto the backline of the Lombos. Limitani are going to try to react to it. But this is a lot of damage being done. Louie idling up the eco, trading out the armies. Behind this, relics are on the way home. And remember, if you're trading 1 for 1 here, it's not a great trade. These Yuumi are expendable. B will eventually mop this up, but it's come at a cost. Now down by 11 villages. Relic situation looks truly grim. The rewall has at least been successful for B, but it did come at a price. And it's something that Louie needed. Remember, although the Yurishiras buff you up, they're not the be-all, end-all. When you're up against these buffs from the system, it's a big edge for B. He's got 18% more economy, essentially. Then you add in the 20%. And that's why you're now seeing Louie slow things down. We have a transition coming into a second TC. Daimyo level 2 should be feasible very soon for Louie. That's when the food pump is going to escalate here. And a peculiar choice being made by B. We have Cataphracts being queued up. I don't rate that highly against Mount Samurai. The reason is this. Cataphracts seem like they've got really good damage until you realize Mount Samurai will have a good initial wallop. On top of that, these guys can get buffed by the Uma Bannerman. Substantially, by the way. It's an extra, what was that? I think it ends up being, at this point you should have +2. Yeah, it's an extra 4 damage. So now, with 30 damage, you hit harder than the Cataphracts. But these cost more. Yeah, this doesn't feel like the win condition for B. I think Cataphracts genuinely just helps Louie, if anything. It's a front line, I guess. It's better than building Varangian against this, but not by much. If he can raid with it, great. The walls are now coming up, and Cataphracts quick to move away there. That would have been a complete dent and a loss. Looks like both players are trying to hunt for economy. Makes sense. B is behind on eco. He knows it either way. Even if he didn't know about the second TC, he's still lost villagers and hasn't found anything in return. So he looks to strike in. Double outpost is going to go up, though. We have got spring on placements on the way. We've seen this type of defensive strategy from Louie before. He highly rates these Japanese outposts with spring-ons. stables getting added in as well. And it looks like we have got a backstab coming through. Army may have overextended. Funnily enough, Louie can win this fight, but he's waiting for good reason here. He doesn't want to give a semi-decent fight to B. He wants an overwhelming victory. Samurai are going to go in now. Cataphracts. Charge free comes in. That's going to be the body blocker for a retreat. A nice peel back there. Louie just taking away the injured Mountain Samurai before they get wiped out. New wave is starting to arrive, but I do think Louie mistimed this slightly. He saw his opponent was backing up. I don't think that was the time to strike. It was either when he was this deep or not at all. So instead, B now has momentum on his side. Is pushing in. Louie will have to garrison, so the boar's going to get idled up. But both outposts are now fortified. There's a decent number of torches here, but not enough. The double spoon placement is costing B. Has to back away. I mean, the plus side is Cataphracts don't die easily to that. The negative is you don't really have a way of healing them. To add to the negatives, relic splits are going to end up favoring Louie, so in the end, it's going to be 2 versus 3. Louie, did he go for the Yoroshiro drop? No, that's a bit surprising here. So the Yoroshiro drop on a TC did get buffed from 25% to 30%, while the Yoroshiro drops in standard production buildings got nerfed by 50%. So I thought Louie might actually just drop off on the second TC to boom quicker. I guess he just values the Yoroshiros too highly. Yeah, and you can see where it's going as well, into the wood. So just trying to enable that farm transition a little bit cleaner. This is pretty rare. It's not often you see 1, let alone 2 Yoroshiros dropped in lumber camps. And for those wondering what it does, it's 75 wood. You get 75 wood from dropping it here. Correct me if I'm wrong, but they did nerf the forge drop, right? I think you get less passive... Is it that you get less passive gold now, I think? Yeah, 60 gold. Was it... Wait, was it cross the board? Or did they... Wait, Winston's in chat still, right? We can judge him on this. Did they drop the ball and only nerf it in forges? Or has it been nerfed in marketplaces as well? I think they just nerfed gold, right? So nerfed everything. Damn. B's diving in now. His army's a lot bigger. Louie. Oh, this raid, though. Mad Samurai going to move in. The only problem here is B doesn't have a Shogunate castle to defend his main. Knights are going to dive through, though. There's not enough to defend here. B is going to lose a lot of economy. Meanwhile, his army hasn't found its way into the main yet. Shifting across now. Stone has not been rushed up. There is no Shogunate castle on the way. Louie Mt. This man loves Mountain Samurai more than any other player on the planet right now. He refuses to switch to anything else. Damage done, though, B. A lot of economy being lost here. Trying to find his way back home ASAP. And the dive does come in. Villagers having to retreat away from this. Not enough room in the TC, though. Louie, idled villagers just getting massacred right now. And the Mountain Samurai is slow to react. This is getting a bit rough. Louie, a lot of the eco lead he built is now starting to shrivel up. B, the rest of his economy is looking safe for the moment. The Mountain Samurai are going to break out, though, and look to hunt further. Can he do enough here? B, the longer he stays, the more painful this dive is going to get. Cataphract count is still looking good, right? Yeah, he's got 6 of them on the front line. Lombos behind this are sniping what they can. But the Mountain Samurai will eventually win this out. Louie should be able to hold. Meanwhile, at home, there's still a lot of these raiders moving around the base. A lot of economy being idled out. B being pressured on both sides of the wall. No safety for his villagers, even with the textiles. In fact, they're buried. Oh, no! He just opened it up. He's going to rush the wall now. More villagers are going to get sniped. And despite the aggressive intentions on both sides, the outcome is pretty much how it started. Both sides losing a lot of villagers. And Louie maintaining a 20-plus villager lead. This is wild! Both sides with a hard commitment into each other's bases. Love to see it. It makes sense, right? Like, if you've already got your army in position and you run home to defend, you're just going to lose out. You're never going to come out ahead. So I think they both made the right call there. However, B has now seen that it's 2TC. So if this game has to slow down, he needs a second town center. You can't play 1 versus 2 here. It's a losing play, especially when you know that the Japanese economy is just going to get better and better. We're close to Shogunate. That's huge here. An extra 25% gathering speed. The only negative for Louie is, of course, he hid the archery ranges near the primary TC. So you might want to consider deleting these to inflate his food count further. It also sucks a bit that these lumber camps he's dropped in block the storehouse. Eventually, you're going to want to delete those. But the plus side is you will get your hands on Urushiras again on a delay. Damn, and gotta love the fact that he's kept his Shinto priest alive all this time, right? Like, there's not many knights left. He gets to pat the heads better. That's a big difference maker when both sides have been so heavily depleted. This is one of those kind of wild games where you've both lost so much army and so much economy. The reboom slows down a lot. It's a weird feeling in Age of Empires 4 games because usually a lot of the games end up being army trade army and someone eventually win. But these type of games, it's almost like the pacing gets disrupted and you feel like you're watching the 13, 14 minute mark again. Looks like we have got the second TC now coming in for B. So he is getting 75, 75, and then he gets, I'm trying to remember how much it is. Isn't it like, it's 80 from the Kuro stat or 75? So yeah, he's getting 225 wood passively per minute right now. Kind of wild. Shogunate is now on the way as well. So that food income is about to spike past 2k. Meanwhile, don't look at bees. You'll cry. And yes, Louie is on the ball in the north. He's also securing the golds in the center. B has to react with Limitane. This is looking a bit dicey. Is Louie really just going to try to win this game with only Mounted Samurai? He's so obnoxious with this type of build. He could have realistically built Samurai here. Samurai do fantastically well against pretty much everything the Byzantines are going to do outside of cataphracts. But Louie doesn't like that idea because this comp gives him momentum. It allows him to keep pressuring. If you go Samurai, it slows the game down a bit. Your attacks don't come as quickly. It's interesting, right? Like, he's just taking a raider approach against B. The whole intent really is to get him to the late game. Like, this is what Louie does this for. By keeping your opponent in your base, you get to boom for free. Sacred Sight's also now being locked in is going to mean B can't stay at home for long. He's going to have to start coming out to that mid-map again. B, I'm a bit worried, yeah, that we don't have enough farms yet. 5 more get queued up. He's only at 12 right now. Meanwhile, on the other side, Louie is now up to 42. I hate these farms, but I love that he's escalating this count. Yeah, I've noticed this with Louie. Louie's a bit of a weird fellow when it comes to optimizing farms. He will frequently build around farmhouses, but not around the TC. And of course, with the Shogunate effects, with the extra gathering rate, you are incentivized to build in this aura. Oh, Samurai now diving in. Good fight. Cast the Crow now on the way for Louie. This guy is actually one of the most scary Japanese players right now, I swear. He's the only person I've seen really make elite mounted samurai work to this extent. And by this extent, I mean what we're going to see in 3 minutes from now. And you're wondering, why is he going to cast the Crow? Because he only wants to build knights. There is zero value in going for the Tanegashima Gunsmith if you're not going to build infantry. You could argue, you know, a free bombard is nice here or there. But Castle the Crow just gives you, what is it? It's 2,000 resources, or actually like 2,100 resources every 5 minutes. Right? So it's like 420 extra resources a minute that you can put into more knights. If you think about the ticket generation there, like, what is it? 30 seconds, you need 5 for a bombard. So every 2.5 minutes, you can afford 1,000 resources. Right? You see how it balances out? And Castle the Crow, on top of that, gives you a very powerful defensive landmark. One that I believe, yep, being used to secure the other 8k gold. Nice, gonna keep riding away. Sprint on place, dude, this is so annoying. The mass sprint on placements are so frustrating to deal with here. Looks like he targeted the right outpost, the one that was being upgraded with fortifications here. Village is shifting out as well. He needs this gold. B understands that if he doesn't get this gold, the game is already over. Louie is going to bide a little bit of time here. Elite upgrades are on the way in. 20 seconds out. We also do have the Shinto rituals coming in, which is pretty interesting. Gives him a very juiced up heal speed. And there's the Domaru armor. Domaru armor is pretty damn good for the initial engagement, but it sucks once you've been poked. Because remember, you get extra movement speed when you have deflective armor. The moment it's gone, you lose that. So if you're in a formation and one of these guys gets hit, all of them get slowed. It's a very weird tech. I mean, you say the Shinto upgrade isn't misclick, but I'm pretty sure he done this in his last series as well. I don't know. Louie seems to know something we don't. No Sacred Sites still captured. Timer hasn't been paused either. I'm a little bit surprised considering he has to have access up here, but he got baited off of it. The Mounted Samurai forced a reaction with a dive. Now out of time when B needs to be gathering. Remember, he is an age behind. He cannot afford this right now. And considering the speed on these guys, he can't gap close them either. It's weird because with drop shields and teardrop shields, Limitane are easily capable of chasing down heavy cav normally. But these guys are closer to horseman speeds right now. Makes it difficult. That's wild. He's finally going to turn around for that fight. It's not a bad one, though, right? When you consider these elite mounted samurai. I think he wants to wait until biology tech is in. Biology plus the Yakiire will make it a reasonable fight, even against mass spears. Second wave now arriving north side. But guess what? B, he didn't get a keep. Oh, no. And he doesn't even have outpost upgrade. So even if he dove in there to try and stay safe, he wouldn't last long. B gets found out on the gold. Gold that he needs desperately here. Yes, he's got some in reserve. But he needs this for the longevity, for Imperial to be feasible. He will not have it in this game. This is looking bad right now. B just running around like a headless chicken. And now Louie will be switching into hand cannoneers. A pretty interesting choice here. Like, Lombo's in theory could be good, but B has no way of reaching him. Even more villages being chipped down. It's a lot of land snack for B, but the problem is land snack aren't that great against Mounted Samurai. You just get charged in and pretty much die straight away. And a third TC now. B is desperate. Everything's safe at home as well, right? You got Shogunate plus the castle. There's no counter raid potential here, even with the cataphracts. Samurai just wasting so much of the army's time. Still a group raiding around the backside as well. The next wave is now arriving. Hand cannoneers have been revealed. Louie, this game is pretty much on autopilot mode now. You know, in theory, Limitane are really good against hand cannoneers because they mitigate a lot of the effective damage, but I think that's just a moot detail here. This army is just too big. The quality too high. Louie Mt, an absolute god when it comes to the Japanese. I actually think Louie might be the single most scary player in Japan right now. I'm trying to think of someone who has more diverse and spooky builds than him. And I'm coming up dry. Neptune was the one. But Neptune hasn't been as active recently. He was the guy that was making feudal Japan work, but well, this man, he makes feudal, castle, and imperial Japanese all something that you should fear. What a sick game out of Louie there. Let's put another point on the board for him. So he's on the verge of taking this one and knocking B out of King of Dry Arabia, the $1,500 tournament. That one feels like such an uploadable game. Hey, there's my boy, Mister. One sec. I just remembered. Let me update that link now because that is not the correct one. Mister, you taking notes, mate? Are you a big fan of these Imperial Knight only builds? It's very reminiscent of a certain someone who used to do it with the French. Yes, I know you too well. The scariest player on the Japanese. Yeah, I think that fits. There we go. All right, so potentially 2 more games. Made knights and won games when everyone thought knights were a waste of resources. Right. Got to come back and prove that again. Wow. You know, after you qualify for Red Bull Wallow, with your ranked #1 seeding, I might add. Cheeky. Yeah, if you guys didn't know, he's got top seeding. So, basically, Magic and Mister are the guys to beat. All right, looks like we've got an English. Ooh, dude. Okay, this is the strike back. This is really good. So this is the one that B could win. However, if Louie plays 1 TC Mass Horseman, I actually think you can beat Delhi. Because of the heal. Ghazi got nerfed by 5 HP, and you now have the heal. You can, funnily enough, play a Mr. Classic here, and play Mass Horseman with Abbey of Kings to win. I wonder if Louie knows. And yes, there are predictions, you little addicts. Summer's almost over. Worst summer ever. Yeah, I mean, well, all the summers are terrible. I hate the heat. I say that as I have to go to Spain when it's still going to be bloody hot. But I will have tapas to make me feel better. Got to see if Mister will be able to join me for some tapas. See if we can get the band back together. I don't know, maybe we'll have to see about hosting some teensy tiny show matches for it. For AOM when it releases. Force Mister to reveal some of his secret strats ahead of the qualifier. Rig him. Alright, let's flip those scores around. Ooh. B finally got it. The matchup he needs when he needs it most. Facing elimination, he gets the Delhi up against Louie's English. A counter-civ. One that has proven very effective at bringing down many an English player, and he needs to here in the King of Dry Arabia tournament. If he wants to keep his hopes alive of taking the lion's share of that $1,500 prize pool. But folks, here's the thing. You know me. Deep in the basement. Chalkboard behind me, numbers going through my brain, strategies developing. English can actually answer the Delhi. A lot of players haven't been taking the right approach. They've been trying to do maybe Old Council Hall, or been trying to do 2TC. That's not the way, I don't think. I've got a feeling Louie might try it just because I know he likes playing late game. But there's actually a really scary build for the Delhi here. For the Delhi to encounter. And that's Mass Horseman Abbey of Kings. Even more so now than ever with the nerf to Ghazi. Ghazi lost 5 HP. That's actually a pretty big kick to the bollocks in these early trades, because that means you only have 1-3-5 versus the 1-2-5 of Standard Horseman. And the difference maker is that the English, after fighting you Mass Cav on Mass Cav, can then go and heal. That then forces the next step, which leads to an English victory, which is if the Delhi have to react with spears, English get a default win there by just building into lombos. So if it eventually trends into a big blobbed fight, English can have an edge still. But the whole idea is opening Horseman allows you to block the win condition, which is sacred sites for this civ. Step 1 has been ticked by Louie. Step 2 will not, though. I mean, when you know the players, right? Louie's a really big fan of playing late in the game. And this is exactly what he's aiming for. English 2TC definitely feels a lot safer. Do the Lombos beat the Tower Victory Archers? It's tight, because the thing about 20% increased attack speed is it equals +1 damage, essentially, which means you are like a longbow. So it comes down to quantity. But the logic with this English Mass Horseman build is meant to be your opponent tries to mirror Ghazi, starts to lose, and then has to switch Spearmen. Because you can't lose against Horsemen and switch into Archers. That's like the most dented and quick way to lose a game possible, right? But I don't think Louie's a believer in that build. I don't know if he's been experimenting with it. This is why we need Mister back in pro play. Mister's probably sitting there in his tractor right now, nodding along to everything I'm saying. He's like, yeah, KP, I like this idea. For a bird, you have some good ideas. Wow. Hey, bird brain work good sometimes. So TOV on the way. B's probably just going to be opening Ghazi now. The whole idea is the Ghazi can try to poke a little bit at the backside. Maybe punish your opponent if he goes too loose. I'm not expecting Louie to do that. Louie's likely to drop the TC on the gold here. And then just get a very safe white towel on a delay between the two. No, Lombos may have network, Jiff, but the thing is you shouldn't be allowed to fight around that network. Delhi want the sacred sites. By getting sacred sites, they force you to come out of your base. That's meant to be the edge. It's like against the different Civ, one that can only capture sacred sites and castle, sure. English defense strat OP. And yeah, these are weird houses. What? I get why Louis done it, but like, I mean, you could have just bridged here, right? Built houses as you're going across because your TC could be dropped here. This is premium farming territory. This is where you want to drop the farms because it's safest between the two TCs. And then the white tower could be dropped like here or here. So yeah, a lot of effective space kind of being wasted by Louis. On the side, confirmation in it is going to be the Ghazi opening from B. How did you guys vote? Did I steer you one way or the other? Let's have a look. 66% to Louis. That's interesting. Now, I will say usually like this is the gotcha pick on Gorge because in competitive play, like Delhi tend to lean more Gorge than Dry Arabia. The reason is the sacred sites are more predictable, more tight, and it allows more pressure on the English. So I will say English is a little bit better on Dry Arabia than Lipany, but than Gorge rather. But what? This is getting weirder. He's playing Mass Horseman, right? Like, that's the only logical play here. This only makes sense if you're going Mass Horseman. Because now you're next to the tree line for, like, building the structures and building more farms, and you have the berry gathering, which feels ugly to have to do, but yet the deer shove's coming. Oh my god, dude, this has to be. Surely this is Mass Horseman. But immediately, the one Ghazi griefs the entire plan. Scout is going to try to snipe out. I can't believe this. Ghazi goes down. He can snipe out the Scout. He can push him away. He needs to quickly. Dude, the timing on this. B gets the perfect blocker. Louis, no. Dog, this ain't it. I think, actually, Louis, this would have been fine if he built the TC here, because you still would have been in range to be protected, and the Ghazi would have had to come through a choke point that you could camp the king on. I think this is a bit unnecessarily defensive, and now, instead, he has to go racks just to build spears to access these deer. Yeah, this is getting a bit unhinged. I think Louis has been overly defensive. This pace is so unrefined. If Mr. has OCD issues, if he was in this game, he wouldn't be able to stomach this. He'd be deleting structures right now. He would delete this TC. He's like, no, there's not enough room for a farm cluster. Well, Spearman will be able to defend this. Ghazi a little bit overly ambitious. B just needs to go Sacred Sites right now. This is your win condition. Louis has not got high value out of the second TC, so you can now stave him. You can starve him, rather, by taking 3 Sacred Sites quickly. This game is wild. An unexpected play from Louis now. I mean, who would have predicted he'd play it this way? Archery range is now getting added in. Yeah, this is, dude, this is the delayed feudal aggro play. I think he's going all in on the feudal. Which makes sense, right? With you going 2TC, you can't afford the Sacred Site timer ticking down. You have to address it. So everything's going to be into aggro. Also, by going into Lombo Spears and playing out, it does mean B shouldn't be able to raid this, so you will eventually be able to come and pick up your scraps. Meanwhile, B has got the double blacksmiths, which makes a lot of sense against the English. You need to be clear and clean on your timings. Louis is likely to drop blacksmiths, say, in about a minute here, because you know, like, your opponent with this many guards, you can't have Undermesh coming in the next few seconds, so you have a little bit of time to work with. So you probably see him scale up to like 8 Lombos, and then blacksmith upgrades will begin. Meanwhile, walls. Oh, B. Timing was kind of awkward there, right? Wasn't able to get around to the north side in time. Can't go there now. So nice wall in from Louis. The first farms have arrived. Wait, hear me out. No. You place a mill here. You're optimal on your berry gathering, and then that sets up the farm area. Boom. We figured it out. Louis secretly a SimCity genius. And this is for houses. I want to say it could be worse. Like, he could be building farms around the TC, right? Watching GG players do that and it being optimal hurts me. You guys know the ones I'm talking about. Sacred Sight's now locked in, though. So Louie's going to have to wait to pull out and fight this, right? His army should scale a lot quicker, but, you know, at this point, your opponent's getting a decent amount of economy. 375 resources, so this is about 9 villages of gathering. Closer to 10, really. And Louie doesn't have that lead yet. He's only 6 villages ahead. So at this point, economically, B is better off. Then you add in the fact he's gathering on berries. That gives him the 35% inflated gathering rate. And you have a grand total of 2 farms. Right now, Louie is not ahead on economy. And remember, to get to a stage where he's going to be ahead, he has to spend more money. This is the equivalent of someone losing you all of your investment capital on a stock exchange and then phoning you up and going, we can fix this if you have $5,000 extra. You know what doesn't cost $5,000 though? Those AMD Ryzen 9000 series CPUs. You will see the type of performance increase that will make you think you bought someone for $5,000. But actually, you can get it for under $500. So check them out today. Click that link. Let me know what you guys think because it's a banger of a deal. I'm looking to upgrade to that series right now. The 9000 series is definitely where it's at. And there was literally just a patch that saw an average of 10 to 20% increase in performance. A patch. That's rare in hardware. It shows you how good AMD is. Question is, how good is B? This Archer mass is big. This Ghazi ball is huge. Stilled Arrow is there though, right? Yeah, now coming in. The problem with 9800 X3D is, while it'll undoubtedly be better, you're looking at probably half a year's wait still. Which for some people, if you're like me on the 3000 series, it's a bloody long time. It's awkward for B, right? I feel for him in the situation, because the longer you wait, the better it gets for Louie to a certain degree. The problem, though, is we see this all the time with Delhi. Like, Delhi is a very good map controller. They're not great at diving against the English. I've seen so many games lost against the English because the Delhi player tried to send it into the base. So, like, for example, if he's to build 3 Rams right now, that's a huge difference in where your economy is being invested, right? It will allow Louie to gap close the military count to the point where he can fight. You think I can wait half a year? Do you know how intensive most RTSs are on hardware right now? Dude, it is a miracle, but also a praise of the Ryzen systems. My 3700X is able to run Age of Empires 4, stream at high quality, and record at high quality all at the same time. Ghazi. Gonna go for it. It's going to be a bit tough. Lombo staying a little bit too long. Spearman had to pull away. I mean, these choke points, it's interesting, actually, because B can use his own SimC against him. Louie. I'm not sure he's got enough here. The Ghazi count is so high. 20 still alive. Louie's going to lose economy from this. And remember, if he just wipes the entire army, takes out 10 of the economy at least, he still has the Sacred Site timer ticking behind this. I think Louie's dead. There's no hope. Look at the count right now. It's 10 military versus 40. Sure, the TC fire is OP in the right situations, but this ain't it. King goes down. And by English customs, that means we have to surrender. Right? I think that's how that worked. I don't know. I think this is done, though. Ghazi hitting into the tree line as well. A few archers are making their way around there also. I mean, Louie, he's only lost 1 worker, which is damn impressive here. But it did mean that he had to lose the entire military. Meanwhile, B still has 36 left alive, and now he has the siege engineering to consider Rams. I think we've got a quick game 4 here, folks. Second wave's now coming in. That's way too much idle. There's no way to gather alternatively as well, and that Sacred Site timer... I honestly don't think this matters anymore. There's just too much economical damage being done, right? Like, Louie he may not be losing many villagers, but he's losing lots of income. That's the bigger issue here. And rams are now being built. He's going to target the farms on the back. Sacred sites are trying to be decapped, but at least 2 of them are going to be maintained here. In fact, no! What? B! He blocks the decap at the last second on both. Yeah, Louie has no hope now. That was the one chance, the small chance, mind you, for him to potentially get back into this. It would have been a hell of a slog. But now it feels undeniable. Well, we did warn about this in the series, right? Like, I wondered when B was going to pull out the deli. Great patience shown here, right? Because I think when you looked at the draft, there was some things that could ruin his time, but there was also some great counters he had on offer here. And this counter pick will get him to a full 5-game set. B keeps himself alive here. Man, so greedy as well out of Louie. And I have to wonder if it was a necessary level of greed coming through here. We mentioned this whole idea of playing Mass Horseman. I still think that's actually a golden solution, and I'm curious to see if more players are going to lean in towards that. But Louie, we did mention that, you know, sometimes his kryptonite is his desire to find that late game. He is infamous for seeking out that late game, even in situations where other players would take an earlier finish. And I think that focus, that thought, hurt him dearly. And there you go. KJ's agreeing with me. Agreed. I really thought he was going to go for it. The moment I saw the second TC, his chance of winning went down. His chances might go up now, though. Wait, no. Guys, this is sick. I just realized something here. So, let me just mark English and Delhi. The deciding game is going to be doink, Ottomans versus UG. I actually think Ottomans slapped this out of the park. Unless you rush Castle. I think you have to rush Castle as UG. So here's the thing. If you play a long feudal and you mass the Chiganu, Ottomans laugh because they have +1 extra ranged armor from the meta. Which is broken, by the way. Because if you have 5 damage, you'll be 4, right? Because your opponent will get undermesh. So you do 12 damage. But by toggling into the ranged armor, the meta then mitigates another 3 damage from your burst attack. So you're down to 9 burst. Which is not great for Mass Chiganu. Then if it's Sipahi, right, that's another +2 ranged armor already. Dude, you're doing minimum damage. You're basically, at that stage, you feel like you truly are an archer up against Cav. PG got buffed. I don't think PG beats Sipahi, though. Right? I feel like this matchup is just dominated by Sipahi. So I think Louie's probably going to try to play Castle. Castle Rush is cool. Because then you can actually like defend against the initial Sipahi. You can spam Lances out. And Shaolin Monks are also really good at defending themselves against that. Huh. Alright, let's give predictions. So yeah, B won that game. Let's get ready with another one. This might align perfectly, by the way. The show match between Kyo and Miyamaiko starts in about 30 minutes. And then reminder, guys, after we've... Ooh, actually, no. We might not be able to do the full show match then. We'll probably catch some of the games, but we know that the Anan vs. Marine Lord series is scheduled for, I believe it's 4 p.m. my time. So in about an hour and a half. And we do want to catch that one. In fact, let me just double check with them. Love the casting. Thank you, thank you. Ooh, let's just quickly check on the YouTubers. You all right over there? 3DB comeback still so good. Oof, I don't know, though. We'll have to see. I think... I have a feeling Ottomans have very good ways of dealing with this. We'll have to find out. Louie, you came to the right place to make that type of joke. Any other stream in this directory would ban you for that. I'm close to VIPing you for that one. Are Ottomans secretly the OP blocker pick to Zhuji? That's what we're here to find out. One and all, welcome back to the Tournament Age of Empires 4 action. We've got games live from the King of Dry Arabia tournament, the Dry Arabia only tournament here. And we are going to be finishing this elimination series with Team Elephant's Louie Mt on the Zhuji legacy, while B of 3D Clan takes to the Ottomans. And I think Ottomans have some swings here that are scary, guys. If this turns into feudal aggro on feudal aggro, I actually don't think the Zhuji's Chuganu spam is potentially scary here. I actually think it's underwhelming, courtesy of the meta the Ottomans have. That extra +1 ranged armor really could make a mile difference here. So that makes me curious. Knowing this, suspecting this, does Louis try for a fast castle build? Does a fast castle build beat Ottoman's fast castle? Let's find out. I've got a feeling that's where we're going to be going. First things first, that's pretty damn good. That's really good. I think Louis, he can either get mass wood, but I don't think that's worth as much. If you go for the double berry meditation garden, you get all of them, which doesn't seem like a lot. It's only 2 resource pockets, but remember, that ends up coming to 72 food. And food is the most important thing early on, even more important if you're doing a fast castle build, because those Shaolin monks are so expensive when it comes to the food. We'll get a chance to see if he's going to do it in a second. Meanwhile, B does go for the Sultani trade work. This has pretty much become the bread and butter, right? I think most players have been going towards this. And I think most players are going to now lean even further towards this, because correct me if I'm wrong, but I think they did adapt the Vizier point recently. In fact, because we're in a live game, we can check this. Look at that. It used to give 8 sheep. They buffed it to give 10, so it keeps the old amount of food it gave. Because remember, they recently nerfed sheep from 250 food to 200. Which was an indirect nerf to the Anatolian Hills. But they offset that recently by adding an extra 2 sheep in there. What? Wow. Louis, there's something about this guy, man. We saw it in game number 4, where I would have expected him to take a more aggressive line, but he thought about late game. He's thinking about late game again. Double stone. About 30 wood and gold. Like, overall, mathematically, this is the much higher one, right? This is going to be about 105 resources, maybe 110. Actually, it might be like 115. But the type of resource really leans itself into a more defensive formatting. You don't use this to rush a TC necessarily, but gradually you'll get one. What this is going to be really handy for in the meantime is outpost hand cannon slit defense against an aggro Ottoman player. So if B scouts this and takes a more chill approach and just rushes castle, I actually think he's quite favored here. I think we'll find out what B wants to do soon. He's gathering a lot of wood, so we should see a stables drop coming in pretty quickly here. No gathering on the stone, which makes a lot of sense. I don't really believe in military school in Feudal Age anymore. Dark Age makes a little bit of sense if you have some sort of blocker play, like you're playing against Malians and you want to go for a deer shove. But in Feudal... Oh, okay, maybe he is going to do it in Feudal. So the reason I'm not a big fan of military school in Feudal is the passive production rate. It takes a long time to get a return on your investment, right? Whereas at the beginning of Feudal Age, each unit is worth its weight in gold, right? I always use the knight example with French. School of Cavalry gets built. The first knight is worth 3 times more than the second knight and the third knight. Because timings matter, right? When you get units that early, your opponent doesn't have a counter unit. Also, blobbing your initial 10 units is very important. But by going for military school, you're not blobbing quickly. It's a very slow-paced affair. So, yeah, a little bit surprised by this. Then again, B could be going for a 2TC build. Some matchups that's really popular for the Ottomans. I wouldn't have expected it here, and I think it might be a bad idea if Louis is doing what I think he's doing. He's rushing castle. Hand cannon slit's being prepped just in case, but he doesn't even need it. This is the fast castle build. Remember, with the Tang Dynasty, you do save quite a pretty penny as the Zhuji. Check that cost there. That is a beautiful 270 resources saved on a Castle Age tech, which is enough for basically 1.5 Shaolin monks. And it's actually double military school. Yeah, this isn't quick enough. Oi, oi, oi. Stables coming in will at least pad him a little bit, but B... I don't know if this is going to be fast enough. Like, if you had stables first and had supply on the way, it's kind of different, right? But let's say you bring out 2 Sipahi to meet 1 Shalamont. You'd be surprised actually how well Shalamonts hold their own. Especially with that 15 damage, which actually equals to about 20 DPS a second. And you don't want to use the Fortitude against them because, well, once again, they'll just wipe you out. You have 155 HP on a Sipahi. Meanwhile, you have 190 on a Shalamont. And then there's the 2 melee armor to worry about as well. There it is, Monastery now on the way. What was the predictions in the end? 65% to Louie. I mean, with the way these builds have taken place in the Feudal Age, I banked that as well. I believe it. We've got a lot of supply being added in, but I think Louie could potentially just add Spearman once he sees this. Like, he's scouting it right now. Yeah, he sees the lay. So he knows it's military schools. He knows it's stables. He kind of has every piece of info he needs, and he sees the mill already set up on the deer, which tells him that B is looking to spam Cav. Weirdly enough, he's going to mirror it. Stable's being dropped. That's interesting. I thought he'd go for Spearman simply because Spearman can at least, you know, escort these Shalamonks, move out with them. But I think what he's targeting instead is this idea that Lancers can be pretty effective here, obviously, but then Lancers are better at raiding the other way. B is at least replacing that lost scout. So we'll give some vision back over to him soon. And he kind of needs it. When you play Sipahi without vision, it's dangerous. Think about any game where you played Horseman and you couldn't see. Then double the pain of that. Like, Sipahi is so expensive and takes such a long time to scale. Losing them feels as bad as losing a knight. So make sure first knights are out. Shalamonks are also on the move, and I love the fact he's escorting them. This is really greedy right now from Louie, though. I thought he'd take it safe first with the relics, but he doesn't seem to respect the counter Sipahi. And here we go. Look at the effect. Look how easily he's defending himself here. With the Lancer aiding, B has to run away. 4 Sipahi walk into a room. 1 Shalamont walks out. Scout might be able to get him low enough here for the final strike. He will go back in, but the damage done here. The health bars on these Sipahi are not pretty. He lost about 2 health bars worth of Sipahi there to kill 1 monk. But check how he makes it work. Okay, this might be the single best use of the Imam point I've seen since Canal. That's wild. Lancers are going to start to hit the economy a little bit. So this is cool, right? He has a blocker to the issue of the Shalamonks. The Lancers are currently unanswered, though. Damn, what a wild build out of both players in this Game 5. A deciding game, by the way, that decides which one of them continues on in this $1,500 tournament. Lancers are going to have to run away. Now, keep in mind, the Sipahi move quicker. So they will get some nice strike-ins on the retreat. And because Louie has Shaolin Monks, he actually doesn't have healing himself. This is a huge difference. Remember, Shaolin Monks are selfish. They only heal themselves. I also love the way the list is like, can heal themselves. Oh, wow, that's great. Cannot heal others. Oh. This is starting to look a bit shaky. I mean, B, he took a little bit of worker damage, right? But the Sipahi count is getting spooky. How does Louie look on food? He's moved down to the berries. He's already exhausted the sheep. He does have a backspawn deer. So overall, not a bad position. And we do now also have Jiangnan Tower on the way. Plus Palace Guard. Makes sense, right? Like Palace Guard, upgrade them into their veteran form. And you have a decent solution to Sipahi. Yeah, and Lancers can handle it well as well. But it just gives you bulk. Molo coming in. It's too tanky. You saw the immediate nope there, right? You do 12 damage. This guy has 2 melee armor and 170 HP. Sorry, I think I said 190 before. I guess I'm thinking Warrior Monks there. He just doesn't care. He just walks it off. Palace Guard now arriving, and I think B, he needs a tech up now, man. This was a cool idea, but I don't think it has much substance left behind it. Not now that Palace Guard are coming. Before, when it's Lancers, it's kind of smart, right? You can outscale, but now Palace Guard, they cost less. So this is a point where Louie can start to kind of mirror or eclipse you. And remember, he has his own eco benefits, right? He has got the Mr. Taxman helping out. He has now got relics being gathered. And he has still got plenty of food behind his base. Meanwhile, there's still this Lancer threat. And keep in mind, B is playing with his heart on his sleeve here, right? He's gathering from the front of his base, which does offer up openings. In the meantime, we have got the Monk sneaking around the back for the most aggressively placed relic here. Lancers? Wait, what? This is a curious fight. The micro from B, though. Look at this. He's min-maxing, trying to get the injured ones away. But the chase is on. Oh my god. B just completely outplayed Louie there. I can't believe that. So many injured Sipahi, but all of them will get their boo-boos kissed better. Even the Lancer goes down there. I was about ready to write B off, but with his micro being so on point, Louie's now in trouble. And you're starting to feel that sense of regret, right? Why not just go Spears first? He thought he'd have the pass guard advantage. He was dead wrong. Shaolin Monks are also not going to get any more freebies. It's going to be a blocker. The fourth relic is at least on the way home. But each one of these Monks lost is insanely expensive, remember. They're 200 food each. In a game where you're running out of food quick. Has at least got the berries back here, so in theory, he's got some runway. He has got the song to make a transition feasible. But this isn't the song of the Chinese. You're not getting more villages. And the Ottomans are getting stronger the longer this happens, because although they're stuck in feudal, you start to get this feudal plus experience, courtesy of the Vizier points, where you can get an extra military school. You get these imams, for example, that gives you a little bit extra punch. You know, it's interesting because I think a lot of players have agreed Sipahi feel OP. The issue is getting there, right? It's like saying hand cannons are OP. It's like, yeah, how do you get them? Sipahi's always had that issue, especially in the early game. Just such a delicate unit. I compared it to Knights before and losing Knights. It really feels that way. It's not easy to do what B has done here, scaling 30 plus Sipahi. But if you can get past that uncomfortable phase, and also if you can get confident with the idea of risking them, this is what the reward looks like. B now moving in to block out the meditation gun as well. Louis starting to scale spears, so B will need an out. And that out seems to be on the way. Food and gold is now being saved up. We're not far away from Ottomans going to castle. Fourth relic is going to be coming home in the meantime, and fifth is being grabbed though. You know, it's crazy, like as good as B's build now looks, with Spimmin now here and transition inevitable, the fact your opponent is going to have 5 relics, I feel like B has to find more. Especially now that it's 2 TC. Yeah, that creeps up on you, by the way, guys. That's what Passive Stone does, given enough time. We talked about this idea, is what usually do. They fast castle, and then the Passive Stone eventually gets them 2 TC. B needs to burn this now. Problem is, with Vet Spears here, I don't think it's an option. Just that, Lance is still kind of sneaking around the backside, causing issues there. B, what? He's reinvesting. If B doesn't go up in, I'd say, about the next 2 minutes, I think he's dead. Of course we care that you guys tune into the stream. Lets us know that you understand the best place to come to on the internet for your RTS entertainment. I don't know how B wins this now. He's not attacking. He's locked. Spearman. Dodged a bullet. The problem now is, yes, you have archers coming, but Louis can play defensive, right? This is just China now. Build spears, build nest of bees. Sure, the nest of bees aren't as tanky, but like your opponent is building mass cav and archers in feudal. We're 15 minutes in the game. You're deep into Castle Age. You've got second TC. You've got 5 relics soon because the 5th one is now coming in. I feel like Louis is in a very chill state right now. And this is perfect, right? Your opponent forcing you to wrap with spears is cost efficient. In a game where you haven't completed your farm transition, this is the dream. Spending only 60 food per unit to defend yourself. And there's that siege workshop. We did call for it. Nesta Bees are on the way, and I think the moment that arrives, Bees just going to have to forfeit the fact that Feudal doesn't work here. It was a good idea. There was a timing. It looked like maybe there was a way. But now it's too late. The walls will slow him down too much. The other problem is, like, these walls, they ball you up. They group you. So if you try to burn through them, you're going to be saturating the Nesta Bees damage, right? You're going to give max DPS to this siege. Speaking of which, first one comes out in 15 seconds. Lance is still trying to be a little bit annoying on the flanks here. Love how he just doesn't care about the supply. He's like, yeah, village kills. Great! Medigarden's down, but Nesta Bees is about to come out, and this is what was worrying me. First one arrives. Louie needs to attack with it, though. A little bit slow. Flurry is going to come out. Spearman will be able to hold him at this choke point as well. If he has to stand there and trade archers for spears, he'll lose too many to the knobs. It's fine when it's Sipahi, right? Like, realistically, the Nesta Beast count at 1 doesn't do enough against Sipahi. It will against archers, though. Second knob now on the way. B realizes he's on the clock here. He has to go. Flurry comes out. Has got the Imam heal. That offsets some of the damage. Spearman feels so tanky. 110 health here. And look at that shot. The knobs able to clear it up. Archer's already down to half HP. Soon to be dead. I think this game's soon to be done. B. There's just no breaking in. He's trying to pivot around to the south side, but the walls here make this an easily holdable choke point. A few spears break off. Second Nesta Bees is there, and that should be enough to break him. B has no way of accessing this siege. No way of killing him quick enough. At this point, you are just headbutting a wall. Cool idea from B, and there are some matchups where this is the way, but there was a branching option here. There was an option to get off the highway. Instead, B continues to run down it like a madman until he gets hit by a 4x4. The outcome is undeniable at this stage. B just falling further behind. I mean, at this point, Louie is getting very close to doubling up his economy when you consider the relics of everything else in between. 3 Nesta Bees should be enough to convince him, though. It was a mistake. B, he needed the out, not the in. That does mean that Louie able to thread the needle here to stay alive for a showdown with either Anatan or Marine Lord, the results of which we will find out not too long after this. But for now, we confirm that B is out of the King of Dry Arabia, and the Chinese prodigy kid keeps his hopes alive. Damn. Really cool game. That was sick. I think we're gonna, like, you know what we call that one? Pros have been underrating. Well, Ottoman's feudal age is underrated. Ottoman feudal good. There we go. All right. Any more matchups? Yes, there is indeed. So, in about an hour and 10, we've actually got a series between Marine Lord and Anatan. We'll be looking to catch that one live. In the interim, we have a nice little padder here. It's going to be a series between Kyo and Mia Micah. And I just want to double check. Yes, I've got Kyo added. I think Mia Micah went for a different name. That series is going to start in about 10 minutes. So what I'll do quickly, guys, is I'm going to catch a snack. I'll run ads as well for 3 minutes so you guys don't have to worry. Perfect time for you to grab a snack. Perfect time as well for you guys to do me a solid favor and click this link. Does me a tremendous favor because it lets the sponsors know that this is the type of integrations they should be investing further into in the future. So you do that, both YouTubers and Twitch alike. And then we'll have a few minutes to chatter before the show match, the $80 show match between Mia Micah and Kyo kicks off. We'll probably catch 2 games of that, and then we'll hop across into Marine Lord versus Anatan, which kicks off at 5 p.m. CEST. So in an hour and 10 minutes. So quickly go grab a snack, and and I'll be right back. Hang around, because we've got plenty of fun to come. Oh. Just eating a Twix quickly. So, the reason why B hung in Feudal as Ottomans is you kind of have to a certain degree. You might have the edge in Imperial, but you do not have the edge in Castle. I'd favor usually there. Because their fast Castle build's just too fast. And then they can supervise to get their initial knights out quicker. So they should win the Relic race if you just both fast Castle. They'll build the landmark quicker, they'll build it cheaper. Like, there's just not... You can't compete with Jushi's tech timing as Ottomans. So, you have to play some Feudal. The problem is, B never found an out of Feudal. I think he doubled down when he needed to play out, but he, in a weird way, already lost. Because, although he initially blocked the relics, Louis still got them in the end. That's a problem. That's a huge problem. It's kind of like that build that you're seeing Louis play is comparative to Iabid's fast castle builds. Usually tax money is horrible. It's still extra resources. You still have the 20% supervise, and you still have the supervised production buildings. You still have meditation garden padding you. You still have a ridiculous build speed. Like, you just can't. I'm trying to think. Usually it's like easily top 3 for fast castle timing. They might even be... Are they number 1? They might be number 1 due to the build speed. So I think the draft for me and Mike and Kyo is going to start in a sec. So for those that are like, oh my god, that's not King of Dry Arabia, chill. We've got an hour and we have more pro games. So Clear Man has organized an $80 show match between me and Micah and Kyo. We're going to cast the first game or two. And then if you guys want to watch the rest of that series, I'll probably cover it later this week. Or you can go watch on Clear Man's channel. And what we'll do is we'll then shift across to the Anan versus Marine Lord series, which starts in about an hour. Okay? Oh, man. I hope we keep getting treated, spoiled like this, actually. I love that we get to do midweek tournament action. I much prefer it. I think you guys do as well. I talked about this before, that the whole idea of just being stuck on pub games, like, it gets old. It's cool maybe in the first week or two, but you can usually see that in tournament plays if you have enough tournaments anyway. It's much funner to tune into this because there's stakes. I love that. That's cool. My hopes is as we keep going. As we keep going, as we keep growing it, I'm hoping to attract a few sponsors and we can do like some sponsor streams. And then from there, we can get payouts that will allow us to then fund show matches and midweek tournaments. That's another thing. If you guys start seeing me doing things like I'm currently exploring like a few integrations with different games. Might be your classic kind of like get the raid money type things. But if we do them and you guys want to help out there, I know a lot of those ones have things like downloads as a deliverable goal that if you for every download, you'll get paid X dollars as well. And yes, Sakshim, I can see your message on the YouTube side. So I believe they're now getting ready. Have they drafted already? Did they just not draft using AoE to CM? It doesn't look like they did. Which is a bit weird. The Vietnamese people use a different site? No, that wouldn't make sense. They're browsing customs now. We're looking for the code right now. We don't see it. That's a bit weird.
Yes.
Oh.
Good luck. Have fun.
Ah, me and Micah just asking if we're casting as well. I was like, yes, good luck. Have fun. By the way, if you're new here, consider subscribing. Considering we're like, wait, let me check. Actually, I was like, I'm gonna dial back the streaming a bit. How many hours have I been live? So, I was like, I'm gonna dial back the streaming hours. I said that last month, and we went down to about 60 hours, but that was because we were away at the LAN, right? So far, the last 30 days, I'm almost at 100 hours. I've got a problem. Please help. Said I was going to dial back. Did not. Oh my goodness. Alright, how are we looking? Maybe they just... I don't know. They haven't started the game yet, so we're still fine. It's a little bit weird they haven't got a drafting lobby up yet. Wait, what are we discussing on the auto now? I mean, you're scared to go late game because like this whole logic, like, you have to keep in mind what is late game, what is true late game, right? Just reaching Imperial isn't a win for Ottomans. They need to be deeper into it. Zhu Ji could arguably be better than you at initial Imperial because they can just raid you a Palace Guard. Palace Guard that will have 1.58 movement speed, right? So like these are the things you have to keep in mind. It's like when are you getting to your Imperial power spike compared to the other side? What is your Castle Age power spike compared to the other side? You know, these are important things. And if you can bait a GG player to play Feudal Age, I actually think Ottomans are favored there. Because if they play Mass Chiganu, we mentioned in the pregame, you just switch your meta over to ranged armor, and the Chiganu, they do nothing. You've got 155 HP Horseman that takes 1 damage 3 times. But does 30 damage. Basically, can free hit a Chiganu. It's insane. So yeah. I think there was a logic behind what he was doing. Hey, look, you guys clicked this link yet? Mate, I kind of want to get one of these. Maybe next DX. These guys are really reliable as well. I've heard really good things about PC specialists. I mean, they're bragging the 74,000 customer reviews for a reason, right? They do ship all across Europe, is my understanding. When you're saying Jushi's not on par with Otto in the late game, yeah, in the ultra late game. But it's all about timings. So I literally said in the pregame, I was like, if this turns into a baited feudal, you're going to lose a Jushi. Even if you then delay go castle. But I said at the start, if you rush castle as Jushi, you have a sick timing. Because you ignore the problem. When the supply count is low, your initial Lancer and your Monk can win out. And like an Ottoman player can't fast castle mirror. You're significantly slower. Check out the VODs. I'm not even trying to like backpedal like I was like, oh god, I knew it all. I literally said it at the start. Proof that I watched way too much Age of Empires 4. I 100% said it at the start. Okay, so I guess they're a little bit slow on setting up their stuff, aren't they? I think Kyo just got online, that's why. Is spamming the 200 monks a legit strat? No, not against Great Bombards. If you're at 200 monks, I should be at like 5 Great Bombards, right? If you can reach, it's great, but the problem is like, how do you reach? Because like the thing that people forget with Great Bombards is the siege damage, right? It's a little fun thing for you guys here. Juji. Right here. These guys, they have the iron skin, right? Which gives them 50% range damage reduction, right? But that doesn't work against siege because siege damage is different than range damage. So a Great Bombard slaps you in the face, you're just going to die. I think it's like, is it 2 hits in the late game? I think it might be 2 hits. Hey, there's that link. Click it. Click it right now. What are you guys waiting for? We're like prepping for the draft. So you've got a little bit of time right now. Click that link. Check out the AMD products. Did I mention you guys can get like $200 in games back? $100 back if you buy a CPU. If it happens to be a GPU, $200 in games back. And some of them are damn worth having. I think one of the games on the list you could get was Lies of P, which I've heard nothing but great things about. Okay, these two are bloody slow on setting this up. Are they... What's happening? Not necessarily, because you can have 6 taxmen, so Palace Guard is really affordable. And Palace Guard are more advantageous for raiding. The whole point is like you kill your opponent's late game economy with Palace Guard. You don't kill their economy with Shallow Monks. Shallow Monks aren't quick enough. Shallow Monks is about winning the fight. Shallow Monks are pop efficient for fighting. Palace Guard are pop efficient and cost efficient for raiding. So it's a different dynamic. Since we've got a little bit of time, if you guys have other questions, let me know. I have officially on my account got about 2,300 hours, but then when I think about all the hours I've spent on EGC Live and all that kind of crap, I'm easily like closer to 4,000 hours, I think. I watch too much. If they don't hurry up, we won't even get a chance to catch some of their games. Wondering what the hold-up is actually with these lads. I like the spider dance. Any Undertale fans? You know what the funny part is? I listened to all the soundtracks and I still haven't played Undertale the game. It's pretty bad, right? Tatsuko is overrated? I'm sorry, what? No. No, it's not. With Mount Lu Academy getting +2 taxmen, it's not. Add it, and you can even get another 2 if like you don't have any other like value play and library in your eyes, right? It's a lot. It's a lot. Also in the late game, you can just put it to Yuan Raiders instead. And Yuan Raiders are busted. Yon Raiders in late game for Juji are busted. I think they're like their best unit, to be honest. All right, looks like Kyo and me and Mike are getting in game. So we don't have a draft. Weird, but no problem. We can still just hop in for a game or two. That's fine. If I a plat player wanted to ladder as Juji, what build should I pick? Fast Castle's pretty good. I think at your level, Fast Castle, because a lot of players are either playing overly aggressive or too slow. And because the timing is so quick to tech up, you can just tech up, build Lancers or Palace Guard, and counter them. So yeah, I'd say learning the Fast Castle Juji build is a solid way of inflating. But like, you really want to learn to... Okay, I think they had a remake. You really want to learn to kind of inflate your strategy pool. Because the thing I always point out to people is you shouldn't be asking the question of how do I, how do I get a quick, easy win? You should be asking, how do I improve with Civ? Those are two drastically different questions with drastically different answers. I could give you a cheesy strategy in mind and talk to you about a build order that would get you an 80% win rate in Platinum easily. But what it won't allow you to do is become a better player. It will cheaply inflate your elo, and then you'll keep losing because better players will know how to address it, right? So like the way you improve at games, and it's not just true of Age of Empires, it's true in general, is you need to think about, game theory optimal. You need to start understanding the matchups and understanding the mechanics and how to leverage those mechanics. It's the difference in, for anyone who plays MOBAs, right? Do any of you like play a MOBA and follow a build order, right? It's the difference between like following that build order and building your own, right? Or like maybe you have a build order, but like this is what I've done to eventually just instinctively know what I want is like I started off having these build orders and like, in Dota 2 and I'm doing it already in Deadlock where it's nice to have initial items because those stores can be really overwhelming. But then I'm like, I actually need, I need BKB this game. Or, I need like, bullet skin in Deadlock. But that's not in this build. I'm going to go get that. And then that's what that is similar in like when you're following a build order and you're like, okay, this doesn't really make sense because like this build order, I'm building mass spearmen, but this guy has longbows. I should be building spearmen. So then you're off the beaten path. And that's how you evolve as a player, is like understanding the counter system. Which I think in Age of Empires, the counter system is really not, I don't mean this in a rude way, quite basic. It's actually a good thing that's basic. Because it's very easy to follow and understand. Because you have units that have bonus damage. Okay, what the... French versus Delhi? Huh? That wasn't on the bingo card. All right, guys. So for those wondering what this is an $80 show match between Mio Micah and Kyo, two of the Vietnamese players. Big shout out to Clear Man for actually organizing this. What we're going to be doing is following this series until the start of the next hour, which is when Anan versus Marine Lord begins. And we're going to be casting Anan versus Marine Lord. This is a best of 7. The Anno versus Marine Lord series will be a best of 5. So we'll be able to catch 1 or 2 of these games. I'll probably look to catch the rest of these games on Thursday when we're next live. But I know we've started the King of Dry Arabia stuff and people will want to see the Marine Lord Anan live. So we'll come back to this one because like we're the only official English coverage. The only other person covering it is going to be Clear Man in Vietnamese. Yeah, no, dude, you don't do Chamber of Commerce. Dry Arabia Chamber of Commerce is death. Delhi are going to build Ghazi, you just die. Sup, Shivaki? Not covering AOM? Is that out today? It is, right? I don't know, we might do like a stream. Maybe we'll do a stream on Thursday for that. We'll see. Or is it live already? I thought it doesn't release until like 2 a.m. UK time or something stupid. Is that correct? Tomorrow, yeah. It's like 2 a.m. or something like that. I don't think we'll have time for it today because we're probably going to be at like 6 hours plus today. But we can check it in on the other days. Get released in 9 hours. Yeah, for some reason, like it's being released at 1 or 2 a.m. Europe time, which is weird. Considering like Age of Empires games, majority is like thingy viewership, is European viewership. Like I can tell you based on my stat breakdown, in fact, practically everyone's stat breakdown in the Age of Empires 4 scene is like 50% European. Some might lean maybe 40% European if they're more NA hours based, but the majority is, yeah, Europe. Yeah, believe it or not, the UK is still in Europe. We didn't just like disconnect the Ethernet cable and push ourselves out into the Atlantic. So technically we're still European. But these two are not. We've got a Vietnamese show match on our hands here. One and all, welcome back to competitive Age of Empires for action. That's right, we are your go-to place for midweek esports action if you're an Age of Empires fan. Age of fan in general, full stop. We've got Kyo going up against Mio Micah, a player that's made his name in the StarCraft realm versus one that's made it in the Age of realm. And this could be a fun one. Game number 1 of this series. And wildly enough, we've got the French Delhi matchup, a rarity to see these days, considering Delhi is more of a mid-pack civ specifically designed for certain maps in drafts, and the French is a civ. Yeah, I think I made it clear enough how trash French feels right now. They have received some slight buffs, but I don't think anything too drastic here. I'm kind of curious with this matchup, because when we used to see it, I think French had some momentum in the first few minutes, but Delhi would usually take over. The logic with the dynamics here is if you're quick enough for French, you can kind of take over the map a bit, because what happens is when you open with a knight, Delhi's reaction has to be opening with spears, right? So that's already them off the build order, because you ask any self-respecting Delhi player, they're going to tell you they open stables. Anytime you have a choice as Delhi, you open stables. It's just a guarantee, because Ghazi is so damn good. So by having your opponent have to go spears, which especially now with the Ghazi nerf as well, an extra 5 health off, you have to go spears here. It delays your timing moving out onto the map. And this is an interesting adaptation. Mia Mike is rushing castle, I think. Because by going Dome of Faith, you're losing out on a 20% attack speed buff on your counter to Mass Knights, right? I think this is a castle rush. That's kind of wild. I really wasn't expecting that in this game. We've seen a few people experimenting with Dome of the Faith, and it's had mixed results here, but if you think about it, if you can reach Castle Age, and you're against Mass Knights, it's a bloody good counter, because I checked the stats, and it's ludicrous. The War Elephant does AoE 50 damage with Tusks. Then, on top of that, the dude standing on top of it does 64 damage every 2 seconds. That's insanely powerful. Kyo, I don't think you're going to like 2 TC here either, right? So you're going to be playing for the pressure. Why would you rush up with 6 if it's a castle rush? So you can start going for the sacred sites. By castle rush, I should indicate he is going to probably try to play a few spearmen out and lock in sacred sites. But this is all about gradual tech. When you play Dome of Faith like this, it's about accelerated timing on the sacred sites. And then in this matchup, it should be about getting into castle quickly afterwards. We'll see Mia Micah has already got that efficient production on the way. Has to be a Rax beginner here. Kyo, in the meantime, hold on a second. He's immediately going archers, right? That's very crafty by Kyo. Okay, maybe not. I felt like he was just immediately going to switch archers there. A bit of a delay, actually, before making his choice. Looks like the economy wasn't optimal. He did prep Will Barry. He's holding to a lot of gold right now. Yes, I mean semi-fast castle. Or do I mean quarter-fast castle? Let's go with quarter-fast castle. He's going to have to play a little bit of pressure on the map. He's going to have to control part of this. Oh, let's do a prediction. You're right. You're little addicts, aren't you? I'll give you a minute because we're already in game. Kyo or Mio? So Mia Micah, Rax coming in. This also really helps with your tech timing on the hardened stats because you're just going to keep pumping more prelates, right? Oh, scholars, rather. And remember, Dome of Faith did get buffed, by the way. It's only 65 gold now. I think it was slightly more before, right? Or was it just... No. It was always 65, right? Because scholars are normally 75. I remember reading some of the patch notes where they made it sound like they changed the price, but they hadn't. And it confused the hell out of me. I think they just changed the wording. Because it used to... I don't know. I think it used to say 65. You say 50% discount instead of 65 gold. I could have sworn it was already 65 or maybe 75. Maybe I'm wrong on that though. Either way, it's definitely a buff overall what we're seeing coming out here, right? And especially when you consider the later game play here. It was 80. Okay, thank you very much. There we go. Yeah, so you got 50 gold off, but it was still quite expensive. This is just very efficient, right? It allows you to be very condensed. And now he has the double production on the racks. It means he can, on a delay, ramp up the defense against this night spam. And so far, it's only night spam from Kyo. You might be wondering, why would you not go archers already? Because if your opponent's going spears, you kind of just keep him contained in his base for now. And oh no, Kyo. He's not giving enough respect to the spears. That's hella expensive, guys. Remember, the resource exchange there was just 240. That's 3 spears. And that's against an opponent who wants out of the base. So when you try to brute force your way in, you're kind of just enabling him. It's weird from Kyo as well, because let's say Miyamika can't get out of his base. Let's say you lock him in there for 15 minutes. That's great. You're playing French. You scale villages quicker. A little bit perplexing. I mean, hell, compared to the previous French build where it took 18 seconds in Dark Age, that small buff there alone gives you 0.6 more villages when you tech up. Knights might be able to get in here, though. It looks like Miyamika, he's sleeping at the wheel. Kyo. Should be seen right now. What? Oh, Kyo, he got distracted. He's going to target down that spearman. Ghazi does need to back away from this, but bit of a mistake made. Kyo had a pristine time to strike there. Mio still isn't going to know it straight away. We'll lose 1 villager for his troubles, and this is, by the way, why you go textiles against French. It doesn't matter how hot you think you are. You can be God's gift to man, but the reality is when you're playing against French night spam, you're probably going to lose 1 or 2 villages at some point. By having textiles, you can offset that risk, because remember, knights are able to 2-hit villages. The lance into the buff damage guarantees a 2-hit kill. If you have textiles, that's impossible. It would take a third, so it gives you more chance to escape unscathed, uninjured. In the meantime, we have got the first Sacred Site now being locked in. Kyo now reacting with spears of his own. Oh, this is kind of cool, right? Because now if you drop a blacksmith, your full army is upgraded. And archers are actually also going to be added in. I've actually seen this out of the French before, by the way. You'd be surprised, even against Tower Victory builds, it is theoretically possible to get the dub here. Because you kind of chip raid with knights, and you scale your spear archer for a main fight. But you lean quite hard to the spear knights, and then gradually come over the top of archers. So it can work. This is a bit of a rough exchange, though. I don't like that. 1 Ghazi for 1 knight, not ideal. I think Kyo's been just hemorrhaging these really poor exchanges so far. In fact, you can see it down here in destroyed value. Looks very one-sided when you view that area. Ghazi are going to be thrown away a little bit by Miyamika. This number is slightly inflated because wood doesn't get calculated on the capture age UI. So, like, Ghazi costs some wood, right? Whereas knights only cost food and gold. But it's still about a double resource exchange for Mio. He's brute forcing it as well. Kind of just feels like Kyo's getting steered right now. 3 Sacred Sites are locked in. I think we've got a very quick game 1. Kyo just doesn't have anything to defend with. I mean, it's wild to me that Miyamika is doing this so quickly without Tower Victory. You'd think it would be a little bit harder, but it feels like Kyo slipped up. Those first few night losses are so insanely expensive at this stage in the game. And the only upside right now is he's still able to play pocket economy because it's all leaning west side here. And you can see that Miyamika is more leaned east because of the Sacred Site locations. And that tech up's coming. There you go. Semi-fast / quarter-fast castle. Talked about it. It's the real win condition here. You could keep pressing against Kyo theoretically, sure, but the time it would take you to win, he'd just start to build up an eco lead that might give him hope. This is how you crush him. It's wild just how big the military lead is still for Mio when he saved up 1,800 resources. More skulls also being pumped. And House of Learning is going to be the choice. So already on his way towards Castle Age. Honestly, I think you could just do War Elephants here. I feel like War Elephants is almost a default win. What does Kyo have? He has a few Spearmen, that's it. He's been scaling too many Knights. Knights that get counted. Archers don't do that well against War Elephants either. 18. It is a true rush now. Decap's going to come in, but it's already paid him off, right? Like, remember, these scholars are so insanely cheap. It's just so much free economy coming in. And that can enable him to get straight into those cheap War Elephants, right? I say cheap. 750 seems like a lot, but compared to Tower Elephants, it feels like a bargain. Tech up complete. Maybe he just goes Lancers here. I think he's considering Lancers because of the position of the economy, which he's now scouted. So it kind of makes sense. Like, if you need the main fight, War Elephants, if you need to hit economy, you go Lancers. And there you go. Yeah, Lancers is going to be the choice then. Me and Micah, in the meantime, actually queues up Hearty Rations first. Oh yeah, so he's just leaning Lancers hard. Elephants is the third tech. So what we might see from me and Micah is about 16, 17 minutes, 1 or 2 Elephants queued up. But for now, he wants to punish Kyo for being out on the map. Makes a lot of sense, actually. Oh, Spearman's still just patrolling the center. Q. How do you get out of this? I mean, the upside is Steel Arrow, right? And Undermesh isn't there because me and Micah didn't feel a need to go for that tech. Even though in most games, Undermesh is the #1 most valuable blacksmith tech. This game, it was heavily delayed because it was mass melee versus mass melee. That is now on the way. It's not going to take as long as it normally would because he has got the additional scholars. But it is delayed on that rapid research speed because at the moment, they should be moving out to pick up relics. In fact, one already shifting over here. I imagine we have a second one going west side. Nice thing about this is me and Micah doesn't have to rush out for all 5. In this type of game, the techs are just as important. And you know that Kyo isn't going to rush Castle Age. It just isn't really on the agenda. There's too much threat factor from your opening units. So you have to keep inflating Knight count to keep that away. Men at Arms as well coming through. Farms is like, this is kind of wild actually. I really didn't think me and Micah would build this many farms considering he has a military advantage. I mostly like Mio's build. I think the weak point is this farm transition. 3 or 4 farms I kind of understood, but 14 at this stage, I feel like you just sacrificed a really good window. We have God Vision, of course, but like, you know, Neo should have a game sense on this that Kyo isn't strong right now. And no, this is an $80 show match between Kyo and me and Micah, organized by Clearman. King of Dry Arabia will resume very briefly. About 35 minutes from now, we do have the Anatan Marine Lord series that will be the official coverage for. Wolves are up. That's at least going to delay things, but there's already a lot of torch power here. Courtesy of those spears. Men at Arms a bit delayed here. I think was there a housing issue? I feel like something went wrong there. Oh no. Yeah, he queued them up. A little bit of a mishap there. Never built a second rack, so was just sitting waiting for the MAA. But when they come out, they are going to be valuable. 2.5 minutes away from Home Blades. Which of this pacing is going to buff basically half of me and Micah's army. Wallalow. Oh, that was sick. Mio just shoves Kyo away here. Keeps him further away from safety. That's allowing reinforcements to arrive. And if Kyo was to turn around now and go after that Scholar, he'd just be dead. Looks like Kyo is going to turn for an attack, but no Wallalow here. More Lancers are arriving, however, and these are Castle Age Knights, remember. Not a fight that Kyo ever wants to take, and this worries me, guys. Losing this many Knights means Royal Institute is off the menu. You can't go for it. So it's going to have to be, what, Guildhall in a game where you're playing against an aggressive Delhi player. That doesn't work. Kyo needs to win a fight soon. He can't access the next stage without winning that fight first. Spearman wall! Oh, this is a beauty. He's creating a funnel point here. Once the line is going to have to retreat away. Looks like Spearmen are getting sniped down by the archers now. The cheeky shenanigans of me and Micah are going to have to come to a pause here. But look at the economy, guys. It's 3 Sacred Sites locked in, which is 375 gold. Then it's 4 relics for another 320. He's ahead. He's ahead by a mile right now. Each villager is worth about 40, 45 resources, roughly on average. Keo with a 7 eco lead can't compare. And he's not going to have that eco lead for long. Check this. Miyamika baited him east and then moves in on the west. Just heading straight for the deer as well. A bit of out of time here, but these villagers are in trouble. 9 out in the open. They're going to run straight towards the Lancers. They're going to take advantage of that. Nice wallop in. And all of a sudden, Keo's eco lead pretty much gone. Sacred Site was at least decapped, so Keo has removed that pressure point. Miyamika has to be feeling quite kushki about this. Home Blades also just ticked in. The crazy thing about Home Blades is it just kind of mirrors what the Knights get from their charge buff. It was a bit of a throwaway there by Mio, but some damage was done. He got critical info about the state of the food. He doesn't see many farms, but I think he made a mistake not checking this. Kyo has been really sneaky with his farm transition. He's up to 20 already. I'm starting to wonder, is this a Vietnamese thing? I don't feel like I see this many farms out of European players this early. This feels almost like maybe an Asian meta. It's very weird to see this at like 15 minutes, but I guess it kind of makes sense to a certain degree with French Delhi, right? Both of these civs are map aggressors, so if you play out into pocketed economies, you have weak points that can be exploited, right? This allows you to just condense your defenses and spend more time playing around that mid-map and less time looking back at your base. You know, he's not going to start moving out on those deers, though. And we even have Mahouts on the way, so I don't think elephants are really going to be necessary here anymore. This game can kind of just be won by men-at-arms and lancers. Look at the stats on these bad boys. 28 damage right now. Meanwhile, a normal strike will be 19 plus 1, 20 damage. That's before we equate the extra 40 HP as well. It's about to get even better. Bloomery 2 just came in, so plus 2 melee attack is there. The only downside, of course, this is not a Tower Victory build, so the men-at-arms aren't as threatening, but with Home Blades alone, they definitely already are making up for it. And it is going to be the Royal Institute, which I said it wasn't going to feel great, and I don't think it does with 12 Knights, but the alternative sucks here. Guildhall will kill you. You need something that returns value now. If Kyo can survive this attack and start scaling Arbitrier, he is favored here. However, this is a Leviathan to overcome. 30 armored units. Spearmen to counter your own armored units. It's a difficult hold ahead of Kyo. He's blitzkrieging through. Miyamika just targeting down all production as he goes. Tech up is going to complete. House is also being targeted here to try and pop block. Arbitrary have now been queued up, but you're going to need about 15 before you feel cozy. There's a hell of a lot of boys running at you. On the upside right now will be what? No marching drills, thank God. This is insane. He's just going building to building. It makes sense, right? He's mass melee. So choke points actually hurts him. And by taking out these buildings, you prevent any production of a counter. 3 Arbitraries so far. Not really good enough. Men-at-arms start to shuffle in. Torchdown continues. He's found the farms. He can idle this out, and Kyo can't afford this right now. This is all of his food income. House is once again targeted. Only a few men-at-arms just dragging the attention of the entire army, and now the cavalry can go in. So many lancers here. This is it. There's no comeback from here. Kyo's dead. Miyamika should be able to wipe the army with this wave alone. And Delhi will get the opening win, and what a way to do it, man. This was cool. What a cool build. I really thought it was going to be elephants, and I did call it. You'd see one before the end. One more elephant just to flex that they were there, but this was all about the men-at-arms and lancer timing. The good old classic House of Learning Home Blades build. And it hits hard for sure. French, flop dead. Definitely a familiar thing to say in competitive play. And Delhi continue to look strong. Whew. Delhi Eightful, I would say, in this one. Cool game. Dilly semi fast castle. Would you say that was semi-fast castle or quarter-fast castle? Alright, so I think, are they already into the next game? Because we can catch one more of these. I reckon we can catch one more of these, and then we'll have to hop across for the draft of Marine Lord versus Anatan. So, Marine Lord versus Anatan in about 30 minutes, guys. They scheduled it for 4 p.m. my time, so 30 minutes from now. Okay. Just checking a few things. What? Wait, what? We want to cast a tournament. What are you on about? We're talking about Willis. What does that mean? We want to cast a tournament as well where Drongo, KP, Litter compete in AoE4 and talk about their strategies at the same time. I mean, I don't really play much of this right now. So I wouldn't really do that well. Litter doesn't play the game at all, so yeah. I don't know if Drongo is even playing that much right now. I think he's more focused on Myth. Yeah. I need to get myself one of those new Horizons so I feel good about playing the game. So I'm just getting messages through, just checking them, confirming. All right, so we've got 30 seconds to go. Mongolian Heights, Mongols versus Atri. Dude, I have not cast Mongolian Heights in what feels like half a year. So I'm actually really excited for this. I feel like Atri, I don't want to say they're a default win, but they're close to. At least they did nerf the Dark Age Spearman movement speed, but I still think it's good enough with the production. Also, keep in mind, Atri Dark Age just got buffed because they can buff one extra villager. No, Lidicor doesn't really play the game. I don't think that's really been a secret, though. Like, you can legit just open his profile and see. Right? Like, you know my profile and see I don't play much, but I cast all the time, so it's, like, obvious. Arrived just in time to watch Magadai? Oh, God, I hope not. Isn't that how you lose? All right, so game one was a win for Mio. You little gambling addicts. Whoa. Well, this is a sight for sore eyes. Something that's been missing from competitive AoE4 for too long. We're in Mongolian Heights. One and all, welcome back to the $80 show match between Kyo and Mio Micah. A Vietnamese showdown here. Mio able to take the early lead. But can his rhyming partner Kyo bite back? We've got HRE going up against Mongols. And I've got to say, although HRE may have had their marching drills in Dark Age slightly nerfed, they actually received a buff in Dark Age as well, and that's due to the Prelates. Prelates used to be capable of buffing, I believe it was 8 villages, and now they're meant to be capable of buffing 9. So that increase in duration has actually helped them contest Mongol Spearman spam. We're not even going to get to that, though, because we might have Mongol Spearman spam coming, but it's not Spearman spam from Kyo. Kyo instead immediately goes to the dock and looks to wall himself in. That's interesting. I imagine Kyo's still going to be thinking Rax afterwards, right? Like, I'm a little bit surprised he didn't do Raxes straight away. Yeah, there's the passive stone to contest with, but, like, the passive stone is worth 70 a minute. You're able to buff 9 villages. 9 villages, so 9 villages are going to gather about 40 resources average each. So you get 360 by default, but then you buff that all by 40%. Right? So you're gaining about... How much extra is that? You're getting about 150 extra resources a minute. So it's 150 versus 80. Or 70, sorry. It's not even close. I'm a little bit surprised. I think Kyo could have just played this in the Dark Age and won. Maneuver speed arrow is a little bit scary, but Mass Spearman's even more spooky. Yeah, a little bit perplexing. And also, even more so when you consider that it's not just that simple. You have to add in the fact that your opponent has to build 150, 150. I guess maybe Kyo's worried about the long-term sustainability because housing costs you, right? But it doesn't cost the Mongols. But that only matters when you're past like 20, 30 spearmen. And I don't think it gets to that stage. I feel like Kyo would have had the pump initially. Instead, he's just playing full hunker. By the way, Miyamika loves the Mongols. If you guys haven't seen this guy before, we've cast him in competitive play. Mongols is a high priority pick for him. So this is him in his comfort zone on a map that's good for them. Oh, it's going to be a burn-through attempt. Looks like Kyo is just focused on one thing. The problem here is the gold isn't necessarily safe, and he's delayed moving across to it. Village is now shifting out. The good news is Mio doesn't have enough spears yet that he can block the gold and deal with the wall. In fact, Mio needs to snipe that villager if he wants to get through this. I mean, Khan's doing decent damage. The weird part is that if the spearman moved in, he could probably stab through the wall here. They've missed an opportunity. Khan will eventually get it, but I don't know, man. I feel like the better play for Mio probably would have been to sit the Khan here, shoot side to side, eventually... What? Oh my god, big mistake, Kyo! What was that? No. He tries to repel with a gate at the worst possible time. Kyo, a slip up like that is going to cost him dearly here. Yes, he's rushing for that tech up, but it won't be quick enough now. Oh my god. This looked like an easy cruise mode for Kyo. I legit felt like he just had this, like Miyamika had made the wrong play, but now, with this dog denial, this changes everything. And there is no preventing that, right? Arkin being rushed by 7, but won't be rushed quick enough. He's going to have to shift out to the west side to try and set up a new dock. In the meantime, Outpost is going to be going up, so... Oh, this is sick! Miyamika, if this outpost goes up, Kyo can't get the fishing boats out. It's just dead economy. My, oh my, and that dock is definitely going down. I mean, at this point, you want to pull some of these guys back to get in the outpost, right? Kyo needs to go north now. He needs to go north right now. And you see this. Miyamika knows. He shifts across. He says, where are you going? I'm waiting. Body blocks. What? This kid is sick. Well, he made good money playing StarCraft 2 for a living, and you can tell. That was so on point. Perfect body blocks from the Spearman, and now no escape for Kyo. Dude, this is like watching art. Now just garrison the outpost. Guarantees you can't get out. It'd be too much arrow fire. Last drop-off comes in as Kyo is going to get no more here. Dude, this game is hype. I'm so glad we hopped onto some of these before hopping back into the King of Dry Arabia series. This is an incredible game. Like, even if this ends up being a short one, it's one of the all-time greats of Mongolian Heights just for these tiny details in the other game, like that. That was sick. I don't know if I've ever cast a guy body block exactly like that. New dock is at least going to set up an archery is on the way, so Galley's going to move upriver, but you know, Miyamaki's now teching up. He's got the outpost in the meantime, so that gives him a reset point on the east side. So you don't really kill his economy the same way. The Spearmen are already shuffling north side as well. Love that we got Deerstone as well. Deerstone's pretty interesting here, actually. With the Yam in the mid-map, it means that you can actually kite the HRE in off the body blocks! This is getting ridiculous from Miyamika. Gets to the fishing boats. Actually, free. Yeah, he killed free until... Oh my god, you look away for a moment and Miyamika does something ludicrous. This kid is wild. Spiz in the meantime are poking at that fishing again. Archer ship is at least on the way, so that should force him off of this. Wait, Mio? Okay. Losing track a little bit, but Spearmen are now shifting on land. Archers are on the way, so this part isn't going to work for Mio. He needs to back up and make a choice on what's next. And I imagine we're probably looking at Keshiks now that he's got fishing coming. I don't think there's any value in like rushing castle. There you go. Stable's now being dropped. Movement speed arrow will be able to get him away. We should have an archer ship coming soon for Mio, surely. Or Springwood ship works too. So the idea of the Keshiks play, by the way, is your opponent's already going archers. You know it's going to happen because you built spears. and he has a lot of exposed economy because all of his attention is going to a reboom on fishing, right? Means he's not walling up, he's not really protecting himself at home. On top of that, Kyo's trying to rush castle. So Keshix is actually a killer here. Gives you a blocker to the relics gathering, and ultimately punishes a player who right now had to reboom his fishing and doesn't have much to defend with on land. In fact, he's now trying to fix that. Kyo is going to be dropping the racks. Mio's saving up a lot of resources right now, but I don't know if you rush castle here per se. That's kind of cool if so. So I guess in theory, you get 2 Keshix out, that blocks your opponent's prelates. And then if you rush castle yourself, you can snatch relics away. It's a very curious strategy, but it looks like the one that Mio is going for. I think, yeah, this kind of works, right? If you only buy Keshix when you have enough stone, then you save a lot of resources, but you get a lot of hit. And you know what an H3 player is going to do here. Of course they're going to rush castle. You haven't seen extra boats being added in. You've only seen a handful of archers. What else are they going to do? This is crazy, man. What a cool build. I'm actually just kind of in Marvel right now. I love this different approach. Like, we watch so many Europeans, but me and Micah has a very different approach to what we used to. Kyo kind of doing what we always expect. Regnit's now on the way. Spearman trading out poorly against the double Keshik as well. Not ideal. I don't like the fact that Kyo is just pumping out Spearman one by one. He's trying to fix that now with the double racks play. But yeah, you just have to wait. Wait for 3 spears and you're good to go. Instead, you're now kind of bogged down in your base. And it means this Regnit's play has less impact because you can't now run a prelate out early. You can't immediately run prelates out. You have to build an army first. Guys, this is legit how you lose. I'm not even exaggerating. Just 1 or 2 spear kills like this is huge. Almost kills him down to 5 HP. You don't want to waste time having a prelate kiss the boobies better. It's going to have to, though. The tricky part about this, like right now, pulling the prelate out like this, I always felt that this was optimal, but Inspired is kind of buggy. So the way that this buff works is it doesn't apply every second. It applies it at intervals. And what that means is if you mistime the interval to pull the prelate out, you could lose the buff 10 seconds in instead of the 35. So it's actually a really big deal in that regard. Looks like he needs to snatch relics quickly. I'm a little bit surprised that Mio Micah lent on the west side here, but I guess it's because he wanted to block the gold. Because the east side has more relics, right? So it would have made more sense to have been there. Step readout now on the way. Everything's looking pretty good for Mio. He's going to wrap around the back. He actually might get the perfect timing to intercept. He doesn't have anything to tip him off. In fact, oh, a little bit of a mishap here. Mio never actually scouted any of the relic locations. It's going to be blocking on that stables, preventing it going up as quickly. And he might see this. Yep, relic's been spotted. Kyo is going to get blocked on that first prelate. Right? Mio, way too late. You might be able to kill him once, but it's close enough to the TC that a second will pick it up. So it's still a delay, but a big mistake there. Mio not quite on the mark, distracted elsewhere. Second group of Keshiks is here now, however. Spearmen have not been upgraded yet, folks. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, Kyo's going fast imp. Which feels too greedy to me. Especially with your opponent going step read out. So he's going to bolster his Keshik count, right? This is ballsy from Kyo. If Mio keeps scaling Keshiks like this, he can take away the fishing is the problem. And I don't think you have much food on land anymore, right? Yeah, all sheep are gone. So if you end up losing that dock, you're pretty much dead on economy. Archer ships trying to push in isn't really going to do much damage here either. Keshiks in the meantime are going to raid in. Nice little chip damage done there. And seeing as we're just watching me and Micah get 3 kills and Kyo run around in his own base like headless chicken, that was the perfect time to click that link that just popped up in chat. Check out the AMD line, guys. being sponsored by them this week. So tell them it's worthwhile by clicking on that link and checking out the latest and greatest CPUs. Oh my god. This is escalating at a pace that I'm not entirely convinced Kyo is ready for. I'm going to chase this away for now, but keep in mind, if Mio steers this right, yeah, what you can do, there we go. Oh, that was sick. And that, I think that was intentional as well. The injured ones get away. Because you had the 1 HP Keshik. So by splitting across like that, the Knights tried to charge, but they charged the wrong target. Instead, Mio is now going to go in again. The Khan is now absorbing the blows, as the villagers have to absorb the blows on the other side. Kyo, with 3 Keshiks, this is perfect. Gets a few wallops, and that's now 8 worker kills in total. Over half of that being villagers. Nice sandwich coming in. Should bring an end to 1, right? He's already taken out a single Keshik. Second one might fall. But second group now arrive, and Kyo, this is starting to snowball. It's 12 Keshiks now. Mio isn't interested in the relics. He has step read out. He doesn't need it. He understands that Kyo needs those relics to survive, to thrive. Although he's got 2 home, it's definitely come at a price. You have to be very careful with these Keshik, by the way. Spearmen move quicker than them. So you have to choose your fights right. This is a good one. Able to clear them up. They are now vet spears. Oh, sorry. No, they're not. They're still not come in. It's a few seconds out. So great time for a fight from Miyamika. Queues up 9 more Keshiks. This is ludicrous. It's like the Mongol rendition of Louie on the Japanese. Villagers can't even stay on the gold right now. And also, his food is becoming a bit exposed, right? Berry's been gathered on the front side. Hasn't started to set up farms yet. Miyamika, how long can he keep doing this? He's going to have to start moving up river soon, as this fish is not going to last much longer. So that might be an opportunity for Kyo to milk. And 5 Keshik should be able to beat this, by the way. Damage difference isn't high enough for 4 Knights to contest. Especially with good micro, Miyamika can just peel back and injure you. The other problem now is because Kyo lost so many spears, lost villagers, and he's now trying to scale Knights. The spearman count isn't really that impressive. Makes it very difficult to easily protect yourself here. Although if Mio runs like this... Oh my god, he just wants worker kills. Goes in again. I don't think that's good enough, though. Like, not a good trade here for Miyamika. Pretty much 3 of these Keshiks going down. Kyo is hard invested now, though. Mio's still holding resources in reserve. I would love to see him up his stables, because I think right now the issue is you just don't have enough production. I don't see the play being Rush Imperial here, but maybe there's a way with Karnat. Sounds weird, but Karnat Palace does have some value prop. Looks like we've got a contest over here. Demo ship is on the way, though. Keeping on the timing here. Miyamika. Miyamika! He gets it! Maximum hit! Maximum pain! This crossing has been the most defining point in this game. Kyo, now a heavily injured army, one that the Keshik count could exploit. He's going to pull away from the spearman for the time being. He wants to hunt more economy. This is wild. The reason he's going for economy is he can attack the economy, the spearman will then stab him, and he'll turn around to kill them. If you charge the spearman right now, you get stunned. Smart read here. Second group of spears will be enough to push him away, though. Miyamika not quite able to wiggle his way in with the main mass. Knight blocker on the Keshik on the flank will be good enough. But what a demo ship play. Yes, Kyo has an overwhelming lead with military, but the effective HP is actually comparative now. This is absurd. I think what Mio really needs is a second group of Keshiks riding now. He should have enough, realistically. He's got 21 Keshiks, but we're only really seeing about a third of that in play. For right round, though. Gets in again! It's adding up quick. Knights are at least going to try to block it from being more damage. Khan does go down, so no maneuver speed arrow to get them out quick. But they can ring a roses here with the cliffside. I'm impressed. The only thing I really just don't like is there's too many Keshiks AFK right now. I think Mio needs to pull his finger out of his ass on this one and just start moving them. It makes sense to keep up a few home, but I think he's too focused on a counter night raid and not focused enough on how he fishes eco kills from two sides of the base, right? It's a lot more micro-intensive, but if you're able to pull left and right, Kyo's spearmen are going to get split. And those splits offer up openings. So we are now on the move. 13 Keshiks this time. Crossbow transition now on the way is curious out of Mio. There's not really a reason for it. You're against spear knights. Sure, it's nice against knights, but it's terrible against spears. And if Kyo now just scales mass spears, he's favored. Ian Micro once again hunting. Ooh, gets another little wallop. Does cost him dearly though. Crossbows were now scouted, so he knows about that transition. Second raid is coming in south side. I feel like Kyo's just playing a zombie apocalypse survival game right now. Wave after wave, right? How long can you last? Mio Micah doing his best roleplay of the Mongols, leading to Kyo looking like he's playing They Are Billions. Only these aren't the normal zombies, these are the specialist zombies every single wave. Keshiks again. More eco chip damage. Marching drills at least allows a quick reaction here. Does feel like Mio is missing production occasionally. It might just be the fishing count. Yeah. It's 13 fishing boats now for Kyo. Meanwhile, all fishing's been taken out. Mio is only on land. Just needs to make it count. I think that's also why you're seeing him now switch crossbows. He just doesn't have the food income to enable Keshik spam anymore. And transitioning pastures would take too long. Wondering, do we maybe see Kyo try to sneak relics now from the enemy side? A lot of it is open, to be honest with you. Mass pastures coming. All right, this game's got a few minutes left in it. I can sense it. Mio Micah. Hi. This is such a weird game with the transitions. It's interesting because I feel like the transitions are very aggressive compared to a lot of players I normally watch. At least with these type of matchups and the dynamics involved, right? Like, it's pretty much stop producing this and mass produce this, like one by one, the stepping stones. Instead of being more of a gradual transition, it's very much an immediate 90-degree turn out of the players. So Mio Micah is going to condense his food economy now. He has a lot of crossbows. Wolves are going up, though, which is bad news for the crossbow mass. Is this going to turn into an hour game? We don't have an hour. I thought this was going to be a quick one, especially after that opener. But this is kind of getting wild. Kyo, I think he survived it, man. They Are Billions, map complete. Palace of Swabi now on the way. He has a bigger army. Mio Micah doesn't have a full transition ready. Like, the pastures are complete now, but great. Kyo also doesn't have that transition, though. Like, that's the weak point for him. He doesn't have farms set up yet. But what he still has is a decent amount of fishing left to lean into. Well, keep in mind, that's only temporary economy. I think it has about 4,000 to 5,000 food left. At which point, about a quarter of his economy doesn't have any value anymore. It's like crossbows. What? Mistakes made. Kyo, he didn't wall that off properly. This is awkward right now because that is exactly what you can't afford when you're just spamming mass spears here. Yes, I said spears do well against crossbows, but they have their limitations. And one of them is the fact that you haven't upgraded them yet. You have to worry about this Khan as well. He's recharging the ability now. 40 seconds until he's got the attack speed arrow. Villagers are going to have to migrate the area. Army is shoving in. Here, Micah looking for that end state. But counter raid coming in. Looks like Kyo's going to try to hit it with the spearman. That's going to draw some fire, some attention here. But the main group is now diving through. Mio Micah looking for that sweet, sweet economy. Might be about to find it as well. Palace of Swabi is where it's at. It's moving in there. Crossbows stand their ground here as the mass melee tries to engage. A little bit of overkill. Mio Micah is definitely not optimizing these crossbow strikes. And a mango comes out. Big! Kyo gets one hit out. No secondary, though. So the crossbows still looking good. just trying to keep Kyo's head in the dirt. The problem is there's another Mango in the way, and when you look at the military situation, yes, Mio now has the lead, but he needs to start assassinating economy. Shifts across. Village is now in trouble. Even with textiles, this isn't good enough, right? This many crossbows will be able to one-hit. But Kyo, buying time. Second Mango is about to come out. Villagers need to get out of here. Gate now being built up. It's going to be a shift to the north side. And Mio Micah all of a sudden stuck in the middle of the base with a Mangonel about to chase him. Oy, oy, oy. This is such a scrappy game. This is wild from both players. Walls are up, right? So you're kind of stuck here. There is a little rotation out, but Mango could theoretically cut you off. Dude, this game is not going to end. I can feel it. Like, boys, it's Mongolian Heights. I was like, yeah, good 20-minute game. Then I remembered, oh, it's Mongolian Heights. How do you guys feel about an hour-long game? I can guarantee we'll be hopping directly into the Anatan Marine Lord series after this. So stay tuned. Mango shot. Not really finding its target right now. Mio Micah. How the hell do you break this one? I mean, in fairness, Kyo's really not that strong. Static defense-wise, yes, but he's only got 62 villagers. So Mio Micah still has over a 10 eco lead. And Kyo is just playing CG Cutie mode. The problem with that is he doesn't have the Spearman to justify it, which means Mio Micah with just Keshik should be able to break him. Okay, what do you guys think? Ones if you think Kyo's got this, twos if you believe in Mio Micah. Because I thought the Imperial Age was just going to make it easy peasy for Kyo, but Mio's timing to reboom and just send it was pristine here. Farm's getting blocked. And why? So far away from the Archon. I guess he's trying to smuggle economy, but I don't think this is the way. It's not going to be able to sneak out again. Mio Micah is going to find a freebie on the Culverins. I'm a little bit surprised Kyo's gone Culverins, by the way. There's not really any reason to. I guess he thought that Mio Micah was going to be able to spring to counter the Mangoes. Instead, he's just continuously pumping cavalry, and he's pumping an age up, guys. You know what would be sick here is actually Karnat Palace. I think Mio Micah needs more units, and Karnat definitely provides that. Trade on this east side. Spearman, not really a good matchup right now against those crossbows. They still haven't been upgraded, by the way. Kyo really needs this. Instead, he's going hand cannoneers. Guys, please, I have another series to cast. Although, it is going to be the Karnat Palace. I think this is the correct call. You need more units ASAP. White Stupa is way too slow. If you go White Stupa against Palace Swabia, your opponent's going to just out-eco you. He needs units now. He has to keep this pressure up before the Palace of Swabia reaches full cap. Immediately, it's going to be good old Elite Magadai on the way. What an intriguing game. Wait, are they actually Elite when they come out? I never checked this before. They are. That's cool. Because normally, like, I think you used to have to upgrade them, right? I don't know when they made that change. Because we don't really see Karnat that often these days. I feel like we didn't ever see it that frequently. Well, fishing's pretty much dead, guys. So, Kyo, although he has an eco lead, he doesn't really. They're actually equal when it comes to villager count. Crossbows. Oh, wait, they're going to hang around and try to snipe economy. Mangoes are pushing here. Kyo. It's an interesting idea. Oh god, why has he got Hui Hui Pao? Why? This doesn't help. He needed probably Knights. Actually, Nesta Bees would have been okay, but there's already Culverins. Probably Knights would have been one of the best shouts you could have had here. Instead, this feels like a scream into the void. The Hui Hui Pao. I mean, I guess you can kill the dock, so good for you, buddy. But I don't think it's really what he wanted. What will be useful, though, are these Mangadai. They're elite up by default. They have 10 damage. They attack in under a second. The question mark is, do they have a free entry point? They might up here, because I think Kyo slipped. He didn't realize. If Miyamika sees this, it's a foundation. It's not complete. He can burn it really quickly. Instead, he's actually heading over the economy. Now, with the Scouting Falcon, he can actually shoot over this easy. Kyo needs to either push or get back right now. Villagers are going to shift away ASAP. How many rotating around here? I know. The funny part is that Miyamika has no interest in picking up his relics. And Kyo still hasn't tried. It's almost like he thinks he's already picked them up. Which is kind of wild. Manel's moving in now. Kyo with the hand cannoneers. I mean, in theory, right? However, it might not be many Magadai. It might be enough. Movement now comes in. Keshik frontlining. They are elited up. Second wave is now rotating. Keshiks are coming in from the north side. He's got a group of spears here to defend, though. Meanwhile, this assault is looking good. Kyo, he's trickling troops right now. His hand cannoneers are basically frontlining for you against a good counter. Yeah, needs to pull away. That means he's going to expose some of his economy. In the meantime, Kyo, he backs off from it. Doesn't feel like he has the punch. Doesn't want to risk it. And it means that it's just damage one way and not the other. Miyamika now hitting the Arcane Chapel. Several villagers going to go down here. Magadai, a little bit idled there. I'm surprised they weren't moving in quicker because they're the ones that can raid through and easily sweep this. It may not look like a lot of damage, but over time, this really is adding up. So many farms dead. Or farmers, rather. On top of that, the fishing is almost done. We're down to about 2k left over. Keshik's in the meantime now right in. Second wave coming, and that should be the Mangonels now in trouble. Tries to pull them away. Gonna be chased through Miyamika. What? He didn't finish it. Big mistakes made there. Miyamika has to back away with his tail between his legs. Kyo able to survive with the siege ball on the front side. In the meantime, the Magadai continue to be a nuisance in the flank. This is wild. Such a scrappy game between the two. Villagers now in trouble as well. Kyo. Look at his economy. Guys, reminder, he's had Pulse of Swabia for several minutes now. You wouldn't believe it. Just wall, right? Just build a few walls. You need to build a lot of walls. Kyo's just trying to ignore the problem. He's like, no, I don't want to be drawn back. I need to go in. Mangoes, wait a second. He's like, you kill my villagers, I kill your sheep? That was more sheep killed than villagers. Oh, Kyo, no. Kyo! He had the biggest opportunity there to pancake Mongol's economy. Instead, he attacks a sheep and 2 villagers. I can't believe what I just witnessed. Kyo just missed out on the jackpot there. Now Miyamika, it's his turn to strike. Army has been reduced. 9 spearmen, 4 hand cannoneers. Mass Keshik pump now able to continue in a game where Kyo is about to be down on economy. His fishing count is about 1,000 food left over. Then you're going to have to delete about 15 of your economy units. On top of that, we now also have Warrior Monk, so potentially we might finally see Miyamika at 31 minutes into this game picking up his relics. Just in the meantime, just going again. Ooh, that one spearman though. Good grab, so able to mop these boys up. More coming behind. We also now have Nest of Bees. And he's got 3 wee bones. This is more wee than you'll hear in a French cafe. I can't believe this. Oh my god. It really creeps up on you. And guys, these things, like, you know, they seem kind of memey. But when you reach the enemy base, it's permanent, easy damage done. I mean, you're getting to a stage where you could just target down the Archon, which would ruin Kyo's economy. Not that it looks unruined right now. Gotta say, Step Readout has really saved his bacon in this one. It's kind of weird as well, right? Like, normally you think Silver Tree due to the trade option, but I think he just needed the gold injection so fast in this game that it was a really smart read by Miyamika. Things have at least slowed down a little bit here. The Marine Lord games should be starting in a minute. I think they're drafting, so we're going to round out this game, and then we'll hop across. So if you guys want Anan versus Marine Lord, this is the #1 spot to catch it. He got him, finally. Spin Raid is coming in, but there's a lot of boys reacting. Nesta Beast flurries also coming through. Yeah, I think he's just going to A-click into this. It doesn't look like the most desirable fights, but the Nesta Beast and the hand cannoneers is good enough. Decent chunk of Kyo's army just got wiped, guys. Kind of a big deal here. And relics are finally being picked up. Not Garrison, though, which is curious. He's not thinking offensively wallowing, is he? You're in a 33-minute game. You've got to let the HRE player know that you didn't pick up the relics, right? Like, for God's sake. I'm not sure how I feel about Master Men at Arms here. Actually, I guess it's good because Miyamika is transitioning archers. He will have the Khan Hunter effect, which is going to give +1 tar range. These are basically javelin range. Which is kind of cool, actually. Against hand cannoneers, it gives you some versatility to attack them. We do have extra Nesta Bees coming, and a Culverin's finally been queued up by Kyo. I do feel like Mio is slowed down, and it's not a good thing here. Originally, he was playing very kind of aggressive, and I think maybe there's a weird confidence saying in that he's like okay now, and I don't agree with that. I don't think you're safe at all. Your gold is also limited, remember. There's no trade set up. You're on the final 8k. Actually, I think, what? Yeah, 1100. So in total, he's got 13,500. Sounds like a lot until you remember he's been pumping Keshiks nonstop. He looks to make his move now. Here we go. Is this the one that breaks the back? Kyo has amassed a pretty good front line here. Nesta Bee's count is only at 2. Kui Pals are on the move, though. This is payday, by the way. He's just deleting all the easy buildings. In the meantime, Nesta Bee's going to look to delete the army. Corvin's moving up, though. Looks like we have got, what, the defense arrow coming through. That's a lot of additional armor to work with. Archer's now trading out against that backside, and Keshik's looking to break the front line here. Kyo can't hold this area. I mean, hand cannoneers, they're trying to do what they can, but you see the Archer focus fire coming in here. Keshiks are about to break through. Kyo is about to lose the hand cannoneers, and he's panic rushing the Mangoes to try and defend, but the breakthrough is going to be there. Culverin goes down. Hand cannoneers in retreat, and Miyamika now surging forward. Kui Pals still able to keep sniping. 2 of them left alive here. Kyo, food income should be good enough to rebolster. Miyamika has issues there. His food income, nowhere near as impressive. Kui Pals overextending as well. I think he needs to take his time about this. Instead kind of rushing, jumping the gun again as Miyamika dives in. The hand cannoneers are starting to reset this somewhat. Well, the Mango's going to be able to enable that as well. So a little bit of a slip up there. I think Miyamika trying to run before he can walk here. Kui Pals go down. Hand cannoneers are at least getting queued up. But he doesn't have a Khan Hunter, right? He's not force producing those. So he doesn't have that range advantage over the enemy hand cannoneers. This is such a scrappy game. What is this game? Boys, I just want to get to my Anan Marine Lord show match, please. When have you ever seen an HRE player building farms on the enemy side of the map? This is not your usual matchup. Mangoes are going to get struck out again as the Keshiks ride in. They've got the biology tech. Kyo is on the edge of getting booted in this one. He doesn't have hand cannoneers anymore. I think this should be it. I mean, he has got farms behind this. The Arcan is in everything, but it is a significant chunk of it. And that keep rush doesn't look primed for success. Keshik's break off. They're going to force the cancel. And the snowball effect begins. Mio Micah like a dog with a bone that won't let go. Villager's going to have to run across the Mio Micah's side of the map. Has served these other lads well. Kind of feels like Kyo is playing the ultra long con here, taking away resources from his opponent's side, but I don't know if you get that deep into this game. I mean, these static defenses don't really do enough, guys. We're talking 7 ranged armor on Keshik's. I think Kyo, if he can't scramble together a defense in the next minute, it's going to be too late. Villager's also still being hunted on the flanks now. We got Hui Powers moving in, so infrastructure is going to start to die. Mio Micah, a little bit of a mishap with the A-clicks here, is making the backfight a little bit more competitive. I feel like Kyo should be dead in this game already, though. It's somewhat impressive that he hasn't flopped yet. That might be about to change. That's a lot of farmers about to be exposed. 30 villages back here, folks. He's going to have to keep running. Mio Micah heads on in. Second wave now coming in to block the reinforcements. What is Kyo waiting for here? I mean, I kind of respect him looking for the way. And it's not just because I want to get to that Anatan Marino game. I legit don't see a way anymore. It's just too much leakage. Maybe he's not convinced that Mio Micah can end this game. But now it's starting to really sting. More villages flopping. It's over a 10 eco lead now for the Mongols, and the pump does not stop. Chemistry now on the way. The other issue is look at where Kyo's producing these archers, or these hand cannoneers rather. The archery ranges are exactly where it's being camped. He needs some sort of sneaky play on the flank if he ever wants to get back in. Keshik's now hitting the farms on the east side. Kyo, don't try to break Kiljadi's record of 6 villages before GG. It kind of feels like it's going that way, though. I mean, in a weird way, Mio Micah doesn't have that final blow to the jugular yet, right? Like, the Hui Powers aren't dealing with the castles. He isn't showing 40 Keshiks together burning landmarks. But he's really not far off that point. I think we are about to see the Camel's back break here. Cannon placements are trying to come in, but there's just too many losses at this stage. It's a 40 villager lead. In fact, I think Kyo is now just kind of stuck grinding through the motions. With 500 food income a minute, I don't really see how you're meant to even get enough spears together to defend against this. Damn, what a sick game. This might be one of my favorite Mongolian Heights games, and a lot of it is about that early play. That was sick with the body blocks to set up a really cool beginning for the Mongols. But the way this has progressed has been absolutely gnarly. And it looks like we have got the 2x speed here. So, folks, we'll accelerate this so that we can get to that Marine Lord Anatan series that I think has just begun. Because this one is clearly over. Like, Kyo is just in a death cycle at this stage. He doesn't want to go 2 down against Mio Micah. It gives a huge drafting advantage. With all the bounty that he's building up with the burn. Mio Micah a little bit ambitious. I'm not really sure. Is he trying to take gold from the enemy side? He was. It doesn't matter. GG comes out. Mio Micah with one of the most crazy and incredible Mongol victories I have seen on Mongolian Heights. All right, guys. With that in mind, we can now immediately prep to jump into the Anatan vs. Marine Lord series. Apologies, we were a few minutes late getting into that, but we're now ready to go. Let me update the title. It works out fine, though, because it means by game number 2, we'll be able to immediately hop in instead of having a 5-minute wait. So it balances out. So let me get that ready to rock and roll. All right, there we go. So Opening game. Malians versus Juji. Alright, let's switch over and get ready to go. Oh, and reset that score. In fact, let me also just pinch the draft so we have that in between games ready to go as well. Alright, perfect. We ready? Hype it up. Alright, let me do the predictions as well, because I know what you guys are like. Actually, I don't know how deep this one is. It's at least a few minutes in. I'll do predictions game 2, okay? It's what we've all been waiting for. The cheeky scrim buddies. They've been training together for a very long time, and now we're going to see who's king amongst these two on Dry Arabia. That's right, it's King of Dry Arabia time. Gentle Mates Marine Lord in the red kicks this series off from the Malians. Meanwhile, My Insanity's Anan takes the Juji, a dominant force in this man's hands. I dare say he is one of the best Juji players I've seen. Definitely on water, and starting to prove it on land. Water is a bit different, though. I think Anan will admit he's not an absolute Giga Chad, maximum power out of all the players when it comes to the Navy fights himself, but he's very crafty in his approach on those particular maps. So curious to see what he's got in mind. A Juji versus Malian matchup is an intriguing one, actually. I think Juji is slightly favored here due to the fast castle build. Like, legit, you can get... I'm trying to think what the timing is. Isn't it like pre-8 minutes castle age? All because the Tang Dynasty is so cheap and... Oh, that's a beaut right there. It's 2 TC with a meditation garden that's giving him about 100 resources here. Damn, that's sick. He clipped the 36 food, barely, but just about. 25 gold, 25 stone. And then we're probably looking at about 30 to 35 wood. That's a pretty solid one. For Dry Arabia nowadays, ever since the nerf after nerf meditation garden, that is a high value medi garden. I wasn't expecting 2TC in a rush, but it kind of makes sense. Like, historically against the Malians, this is one of the more comfortable builds. Because Malian players know you're going to lend pressure in feudal, and they have to react. And by reacting, they're not extending their cattle ranch counts. They can't rush castle. So it works really, really well. And the supervision, this is going to be coming in very quick. Mansa, meanwhile, on the other side. We can hit the speed up. We're going to try to get to as live as possible. Like, the opening minutes is just going to be kind of teching, right? We've got what? Ooh, big haul. Marine Lord, 17 of these sheep is really good, considering that now with Juji going 2TC, they're going to need a lot of food. Also, Juji doesn't like the idea of doing loose TCs, right? So we're probably looking at one close to home. It means there's not a lot of safe food right now for Anan. He's going to have to reach out if he wants to find that. So Medi Garden up. We'll check in on that in just a second. How's Marine Lord spawn looking? Because it is meant to be an M Lord spawn, right? Like when he's playing the game. Back spawn in golds is a pretty good start. I don't think the deer matters as much. He's got a nice format with the wood lines. I wouldn't say it's a Giga Marine Lord spawn, but it's a decent one here. Second TC. Wow. Okay, I respect that. I said he was going to go condensed because most UG players still do, because you don't want to drop off food and whatnot at TC. You want to drop it off at a mill so you can buff it with the Imperial Official. But this is smart. He needs to be efficient about this. He needs to secure food now. And this is a bridge gap anyway. If you lose control of this area, the game's over either way. So this doesn't really feel as risky as it normally would for a Juji. And even survival techniques now on the way. Second pit mine is being set up. And Marine Lord... Wait, why is he setting up a mining camp over here? I guess he doesn't want the walk back. Feels like it's kind of suboptimal. You can kind of see where he's coming from on that. Ranches are being set up in the meantime. I'm wondering, does Marine Lord just rush the age up? You theoretically could. Anatan's showing no signs of aggression, but that is about to change. Stable's now being dropped. Wolves are going up. I think Marine Lord's going to be greedy. And no vote for this game. We hopped in a few minutes late, so it'd be very unfair on people who just glance a different stream or look in the game to see how far along it is. So you can wait until game number 2, you little gambling addict. Yeah, I think Marine Lord's just going for a naked rush. He'll add in the racks to defend, so he'll basically pad himself with a few donzos. You don't need too many to deal with horsemen, though. And because he's got the walls up, it's very difficult now for these horsemen to raid in. I think the only thing missing for Marine Lord is I'd love to see a short wall here that would push the cav into the TC. Fine. We'll just keep speeding up for the moment. Anatan's not really going to do much damage with 2 horsemen. He can be a little bit annoying, but with the first Donzo already on the way, damage is pretty limited. And I think Anatan's happy with that. This is where you're probably going to see him just go castle. Logic being as your opponent has now reacted to the play, aka you have delayed the Malian castle age. Whether you've delayed it enough is a debatable factor, although I would be over the moon if I was Anatan and saw this. Donzo should have been enough. Marino got a bit paranoid. He adds in the archery range. Does the mining upgrades have an effect on the passive gold a minute for the Malians? No. I haven't thoroughly tested that, but considering the stage of the game I've looked at, and it's always been 102 gold, I'm going to pretty adamantly say no. It does affect the Fulani on the food tech, though, which is very intriguing, for the ranches in particular. Tech up on the way. That shocks me a little. Mount Lu Academy wasn't what I expected here. Usually you're looking at playing into the Shaolin Monks just because you want to rush relics. I think what Anatan wants, though, is he wants to supervise and rush relics. Right? By going for the Shaolin Monastery, you can't actually supervise landmarks, so you wouldn't be able to rapidly produce them. But by doing this and going for a temple instead, you can supervise and pump out your monks every, like, 12 seconds. Tech up complete. Marine Lord, in the meantime, is close to pulling the trigger himself, and ranch count is looking pretty healthy. We've got 4 ranches full. He'll be able to probably start the tech up and then add in the rest. Instead, though, Marine Lord's a bit paranoid. He doesn't like this aggressive timing, so instead, he's adding in more troops himself. I'm a little bit surprised by that. I mean, it's good for Anatan, right? Like, he's playing flank resources. I don't expect Marine Lord to rush out to check that. Well, I say that, he's trying. The weird part, though, is, and this is kind of where it feels a little bit dented, is because you're building jabs, you're building Musafadi, you're building Donzo, Anatan building spears actually counters everything. It's the most cost-efficient counter. And that gives them extra economy to work with, which is now going into Lancers. So the reason why Mount Lu Academy is also quite nice is when you're going to TC, you reach a pay point where actually the effects around Imperial officials are more valuable than the quicker timing on the relic gathering. So like overall, that's another thing to think about. It also helps you inflate your military midway through castle because of the food you're getting through taxation as well. Do you guys think that Louie should have to always build Mount Lu Academy? Mount Louie Academy? Just food for thought. There's no check on the flank from Marine Lord either. He's about to start the tech up. Ranch, yeah, fully set up now. A lot of Musafadi are coming, actually. And one risk here, I mean, Anatan is now trying to address that, is he needs to wall up fast. Fulani is on the way. If he doesn't wall this east side ASAP, there's a really big crippling weakness in Anatan's economy. He needs this area later as well for farms. This is perfect flatland territory for the granary transition, but you need to wall it up ASAP. I'd love to see him use the stone. There's just enough stone, I think, to actually do this full wall, and that will guarantee that the Musafadi can't flank. Relics are now being chased for, so Anatan was very delayed in this play. Probably important that he was, considering the Musafadi were coming. I'm a little bit surprised Anatan is backing up so much, but it looks like he didn't have the spin production on full pump. Still only 1 Rax, right, with supervision. Did we get the speed? I don't think we did. He got the extras, right? Yeah, so Anatan's at 6 taxmen. Well, 5 currently, but he can go up to 6. Tech up complete. Musafadi upgrade is on the way, and Anatan's still showing no signs of walling that east side. This is going to cost him dearly because Marine Lord is on the move. If he pivots east and sees this, it's an easy target to reap. So far, Anatan just seems paranoid about that west side. Keep in mind, if Anatan just hunkers down, sets up 1 or 2 outposts with walls, Nestabes will defend him against what Marine Lord is doing. So we are going to get chased. Yang and Tao coming, so we're looking at a pretty rapid pacing towards a granary transition here from Anno. It's making him weak elsewhere, though. 2 relics now on the way home. What? 1 relic on the way home. Yeah, so I can explain why people are making a big thing out of Juggernaut Jason coming to play AoE 4. And it's because he's a StarCraft 2 veteran of about 14 years. Who put his heart and body into Stormgate and has now decided it's drained him. So that's why people are pretty hyped about that. Considering it's 3 years since the release, and we expect StarCraft people back then, but most of them went back. So kind of interesting to see him trying out AoE 4, AoE 2, and Age of Myth. I don't think we have the new Musafati tech, right? No local knowledge is shocking here. Local knowledge is really valuable, guys, because it gives you 15 more health in a fight. You get healing for 5 seconds after leaving stealth, and you can get 3 attacks in that time. I think people are sleeping on it currently. That will change quickly, though. It's not even that expensive. Look at that, 275 resources. It's a damn good deal. So you get +5 healing for 5 seconds, and you attack every 1.38 seconds. So as long as your opponent isn't backing away, you're going to heal for 15 in a fight. If their opponent is backing away, you're going to heal for 10. In fairness, if they're backing away, you don't need it as much, because the reality is they're probably not attacking you. Relic's now being yoinked by Marine Lord. Anatan. Chiganu on the way. It's pretty crafty, actually, because I think he hasn't revealed that yet. Archer Rangers are on the front side, so I imagine Marine Lord is going to scout this soon. Monk. Oh, he's going to get the drop-off just in time there. No blocker. No extra costs on the gold. So 1 more relic up for grabs, but it looks like Marine Lord is going to get the lion's share here. 2nd relic on the way home. He's still got 1 safe at home as well, behind the walls. This is a really cool game. I got a big-ass smile on my face because this is a very ballsy approach from GG. I'm impressed with the way that Anatan keeps posturing because Marine Lord is testing him. He's testing to see if he's always present, and he's always able to push him away. And the worrying thing for Marine Lord is, over time, he's going to fall behind here, right? Like, yes, he's got slightly more relics, he's got Fulani, but it is 2 TC. 2 TC with Mount Lu Academy, which equals extra tax, which equals extra resource through the food generated alongside that taxation of gold. It's trending really well for Anatan right now. Walls are finally going up. Only wood walls. I still think stone walls makes a lot more sense here for the east side. Maybe Anatan is worried about the cost of that in terms of idle time. But it's totally worth it here. And you've been getting the passive stone to enable it. The problem is, like, you can go keeps instead to defend on the farms, but it almost feels more like a reactive play than a blocker play, definitely. And looks like Musafati are going to be able to creep in. Spin will be able to bog them down. Kind of needs more troops here, though. 2nd wave is on the way, and that is going to be Chiganu. So a little bit of idle time here. Anatan can't really afford that right now. He needs to be gather into a farm transition ASAP. The Marine Lord is looking to gun it. So 1.5x military advantage. Sofa transition is now coming in. A good answer to the Chuginu. You have to remember Anatan still has mass spears, and he's already read it. Crossbows now being prepped by the Belarusian. Looks like the Belarusian is getting Belarushed here as Marine Lord looks to push in. Spearman line is going to hold. No Nesta Bees coming from Anatan. He's just relying on the Chuganu to carry him through here. Can he hold this area, though? I'd love to see a Monk here with the wall to reset things. Instead, Marine Lord. Is this enough? I don't think so, no. He might be able to leak over on the west side, but the Chiganu is starting to mop this up. The reinforcements are coming through. There is a secondary group, though, hitting the backside. Marine Lord is looking for eco kills. Just not sure he's going to be able to find enough here. A few more are going to leak further back here onto the village lines on the trees. Chiganu are winning, guys. If he can get the Sofa here quick enough, Marine Lord will be favored because the Spearmen are now gone, and here they are. Sofa move forward. Doesn't have imported armors. However, the attritional warfare is burning through. Anatan has yet to complete the farm transition. Marine Lord seems to have timed this perfectly. I think Anno might just be dead. I mean, it's a 3x military advantage, guys. Marine Lord has all the food he needs, and he keeps the pump going. Meanwhile, Anno can't even really touch the food right now because these eco hits keep coming in. I think what Anatan really needed here was Stonewalls into Nesta Bees. I'm kind of shocked still that he never leaned into it. There was definitely time on that eastern front, but it seems he was worried about the idle time of doing it. Now starting to pay the price here. The conga line of red across the map continues. We haven't got a keep drop on the way anytime soon. We have at least got some emplacements in. Anatan is at least going to swat away that attempt onto the granaries. And more are coming in. A Marine Lord. Hold on. Hold on. The Musafati count has evaporated. Archers can pseudo-kite Shugenu, but in a direct Shugenu versus Archer fight, you would lean Shugenu every day of the week. Repeated crossbows melt. He needs to start getting rid of the infrastructure now. That looks like what Marine Lord is going to do. Musafati, hang around for the torch. Archers go for the trade. Siege Workshop now coming in, and this is what Anatan needs. If he can buy enough time to get Nesta Bees out, he can shove this all away. Remember, he's going to have a front line for that now. Granary transition is almost complete. Anatan just needs to survive another 2 to 3 minutes, and then he's Gucci, Dolce, and Gabbana. But he's about to be gone at this rate. He's down to 15 military. Marine Lord has the sofa now on the way. There's no spearmen left over. And that's going to be it. He realizes that Anatan, he was so close to finding the way through, but Marine Lord knows his timings all too well. He opens this series with a win in game 1. Damn. That was sick, actually. Let me update that, because that should have already updated. I don't know why it didn't. Boom. So, game 1 is going to be going to good old Marine Lord. Anatan, I mean, there were signs there. That one felt close, right? I don't think that was just a dominant one-sided affair, which is always cool to see. But that means, because obviously we hopped in that a few minutes later, we should be almost prepped and perfect to go immediately into game number 2 here. Let's just mark off what they've used. That is going to be Marlians on one side, Juji on the other. And next is French versus Byzantines. What? I guess he's trying to get rid of the strong civs. That's interesting. I think maybe that's what Juji was about to a certain degree as well. That's very curious. Well, let's find out what's going to happen in game 2. Oh, we can do predictions now. All right, 2 minutes. Predictions start now. Game number 2, and Anatan is playing with fire here. This is ludicrous. Marine Lord brings out a powerful pick in the Byzantines, and Anatan almost looks like he's throwing away a civ when he picks the French. And what makes this wild, folks, is this is an elimination series, best of 5. Anatan is already 1 game down. Should he lose here, nothing but perfection, we're getting back in. Anatan tries something ballsy here. French is definitely not a highly desired pick, but he knew Marine Lord was statistically likely to throw away one of those strong civs, Byzantines, English, whatnot. I think Anatan, while definitely not impossible to win this matchup, part of the plot was to make the second phase of the draft more powerful for him, as he reserves the more potent picks like the HRE, the Rus, and the Abbasids. Let's see how this one's going to play out. Marine Lord definitely got to be feeling confident after that easy breezy game 1 win. Byzantines would definitely feel favored here, right? Like Lombo plus Limitane. I'm not really sure what the answer French is going to have for that. 2TC seems a bit too greedy because Byzantines have a very aggressive timing. Fast Castle doesn't feel like a win. I think you have to play very aggressive in the feudal age if you're the French. And yes, we are on 2 times speed. I figured for the first 2 or 3 minutes, we just stick on the 2 times. As mostly you're just looking at what the spawn looks like and who got what on the sheep count. And it looks like Marine Lord is slightly behind in that regard, which you'd expect. Anatan did go double scout opener, so he should get the majority. Looking at his spawn, it's kind of rough if he does lose map control. All of his gold is forward spawning. He has at least got some deer retracted behind, but a lot of open field here. Yeah, Marine Lord spawn just feels better. He's got berries on the forward, but then he's got deer berries as a follow-up, so dropping outposts in this area gives you a great reset point. Neither of them has an easily wallable area per se, but you know, for Anan, should he lose map control, there really is nowhere to hide when the tree lines are this cruel to you. So Knight's coming out, and reaction is going to be Limitane as expected. You're probably looking at Limitane Lombo here. You could actually do Limitane Javelin. Limitane Javelin's pretty intriguing. The reason you can do Limitane Javelin is that you get to poke away at the archer count that you expect French to go, but it also allows you to kind of kite them. And because you're not going to be going into Cav yourself, French have no reason to build spears, which kind of already invalidates Lombos slightly. Keshiks could also be intriguing. Limitane plus Keshiks does give you a really solid front line, but it does make you quite one-dimensional, only being melee-focused with your build. So let's keep going with the 2x speed. Anan is looking for raid targets, but no easy opening here. Marine Lord keeping a very condensed economy. Everything essentially on the west side. Minimal gold gathering happening right now, but he's going to shift out now. And it looks like Marine Lord is waiting to see what Anan is doing. Notice that he hasn't committed to a Merc House whatsoever yet. He's been prioritizing the olive groves. That's a really cool build, by the way. You don't have any use for your Mercs right now because Limitane counter the Knights. So what he's waiting for is A, see what his opponent is up to, but B, this allows him to now go back-to-back Merc House spawns instead of having a delay between the first contract and the second batch. There we go, Mercenary House down the way. Aristix is on the way into the outpost. One Limitane is trying to hold back the world. Ambitious lad, but more are now reinforcing. This feels like a terrible fight for Anan. Yeah, there's no way you get away with that. Archer Fire comes in from the outpost. If it wasn't for the outpost here, I understand the play, but this was expensive. Ooh. Notice Marine Lord is still not making a choice. Here it comes. It's Silk Road. He's looking for that gap closer, that quick end. Cool thing about Silk Road is not only do you have an answer to the French in Feudal, if this now trends Castle with Mass Knights, you have Camel Riders. Great read. I think in the French-Byzantine matchup, this is probably the majority choice. Lombos make sense as a whole. Like, I'd say if you looked at 16 civs on paper, probably about 10 to 12 of them you do Lombos almost every game. But French is one where Javelins really do thrive. Behind this, Anan continues to just keep the one-dimensional build. It's Mass Knights. He's subscribed to the Zertan way of life. No surprise they're both my Insanity members. It looks like... Are we really trading? I mean, Anan needed to do something, right? This is a losing game if you keep trending this way. Yeah, you inflate your village account slightly, but it doesn't really compare to the System effect and the olive oil. You needed something more. And this is crafty because, well, realistically, Marine Lord shouldn't have much vision on the map. In fact, I'd love to see Anan build 2 horsemen to chase this guy down. It's very important that this doesn't get scouted because if your opponent knows you're trading, he can just park Limitane and Javelin in the way. So Knights are now going to chase this away. You've got the deer being gathered on as well, so Anan going to keep inflating that knight count. First traders should be getting queued up now. This is exactly what I come to expect from Anan. Very crafty, very kind of unpredictable. Exactly what he needs if he wants to compete here. How did you guys vote in the end, by the way? I'm kind of curious. 40% believe in Anno still. That's respectable. Like, French versus Byzantines, I was expecting it to be like 85% of the votes. Maybe like 1 or 2 Anan fanboys, but the majority of people just going, yeah, Byzantines have got this. Especially Marine Lord and Byzantines. I feel like he's very clean with his civ. I've seen him throw away some games in questionable ways, but like, you know, it was almost memey when it happens. It's very rare to see him kind of slip up with the Byzantines, and I think Biz is a pretty straightforward civ in this matchup. I guess you could say it's Biz as usual for them, winning all the time. I need to add a side button for when I make really bad puns. And there's that outpost I talked about. It's just so much safe food. Think about it this way. Like, look on the map. This is what makes Marine Lord's spawn really, really good. This is all you need to defend. This is all that matters. If he wants to gather some gold, sure, that stretches him a little bit. But other than that, it's all pretty much on this screen or within about half a screen. Well, the good news for Anatan is at this rate, if this does go to Castle Age, Institute is going to be giga busted. Does have to replace that lost scout. In fact, both of them losing out on the scout. Definitely something that I'd say favors Anno because of the trade. Not if he gets caught like this. Nice little stab in there by Marine Lord. Does snatch one of those knights. Trade count right now only at 3. It's going to be 70 gold each way. This is going to escalate quickly. And remember, the cool thing about scaling this type of trade is as a French, when food starts to dry up, you can toggle it across. And I actually think that's kind of an underrated play for this particular civ, considering how valuable food is between like the 12 to 19 minute mark. That's usually, I'd say, one of the hardest points in the game to make farm transitions happen when you're against aggressive civs. French is a sad civ, really just makes spears. That is kind of the funny thing here, actually. Because like, I don't know if you're memeing with that, but legit, like the perceived counter to this build from the Byzantines is to just build spears. Limitane will trade slightly better against you, but javelins get countered by spears. Oof. Instead, Anatan continues to build knights. Villagers now hunting, and no, that's going to reveal it. He sees the trade. He knows. The goose has been cooked. I don't think Anatan has the scalability now. He has to engage here. Limitane fishing for the fight. Javelin, slight overextension here. Limitane are now going to stand their ground. Would benefit from dropping the shield wall. In fact, wait, did he even drop the shield wall? I feel like he didn't. No, right? I feel like he's shield walling here instead of dropping shield. And it's still good enough. It doesn't matter either way. It's Byzantine economy for you. Brutal game, guys. When are we going to get a significant, real French buff? Because this Chamber of Commerce buff and whatever small crap they've been giving, it just feels pointless. Still probably the most depressing civ to try and main in Age of Empires 4. I mean, I don't think it's as much about, like, yeah, you can argue Byzantines need nerfs, but can we be real here? Like, French is depressingly bad. The only thing worse is Joan. I feel confident in saying that. Maybe, like, Order of the Dragon's a bit iffy as well, but, like, yeah, no, the French civs, really, really bad. Anyone want to disagree with that? Do I have any disagreements? Firm handshakes all around, correct? Yes? All right, so where do we go next for these drafts? Anatan is going to have to use the strong picks, and I get what he's doing, and we are caught up, by the way, so we'll be live with this one. The thing that worries me is when I see a player doing what he's doing, in a best of 7, you have some flexibility to do this. In a best of 5, you don't. So it may have been a throwaway civ, but now Anatan is incredibly predictable. HRE Rus. It has to be HRE Rus. So if you're a Marine Lord, you probably don't pick Iobids here. Byzantines has already been used. Actually, let's mark that. I thought we had marked that, but apparently not. So Byzantines used. Other side, French used. I feel like Marine Lord is probably going to go... Mongols? You don't do Delhi because your opponent could pick HRE. It's too risky. He could just like throw away a civ as well now, right? Like maybe Ottomans? The problem with doing Delhi is like your opponent has China, your opponent has HRE. I think that's like a mistake, right? English is a bit rough because like HRE can just beat English, but I guess you could potentially pick English and just play full condensed 2TC. I feel like HRE can run you down with that though. Let me check. Have they drafted? They've probably drafted. He actually just does it. He goes Iobids. That was quite risky, no? Because if Anatan had picked HRE are reasonably favored there. I'd say like 60% if they just play all-in feudal. Although I haven't seen the recent growth wing builds from the Ibid, so maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe they're able to bite back. But I feel like that matchup heavily favors HRE. So picking Ibids here was ballsy, but it works out because Anatan, I think he saw that as the predictable choice, and he picked Order of the Dragon. This feels like a good matchup for IU. Because if you want to play Horseman, your opponent can kind of mirror Horseman plus Desert Raider, right? Yeah, this one has me really curious. All right, so they're setting up now. They're getting in lobby for this one. I'm pretty sure that this is an Ibid favored matchup, though. We don't really see it much because Order of the Dragon is almost like more of a water hybrid civ, and Ibids is your atypical land civ. But I'm kind of curious. If we check the statistics, IU versus OOTD, they're actually a negative win rate on the latest patch, but only 14 games. Previous patch, Ibids versus OOTD, they're negative there as well, 45%. And score is 2-0, actually. Hence why M-Lord has 2-0 above me. There you go. Golden Kurash should carry? Maybe. Yeah, I might be right, because I'm thinking about this, like, if it was a Bastards, I actually think Order Dragon kind of sucks there, because if they try the minute-arm spam, you just build camels over time. You build outposts and build camels, and you just eventually win. But, like, you don't have, like, Camel Raiders, Desert Raiders don't have the same hit as Camel Archers. They're really weak comparatively. Intriguing. I think this is going to be a fun one, though. By the way, while you guys have got a second, do me a favor. We need to let AMD know, we need to let the agencies know that this is the channel to partner with! AMD. Click that link, go through to PC Specialists, and check out their latest Ryzen offerings. Even if you're not thinking of buying right now, at least do me a favor, go give it a ganders. You might see something there you like, you might see something there you want to try. Always worth at least seeing what's in the market. And I do know right now, Ryzen, the latest gens, if you buy them, you'll get 2 games for free on the CPUs. If you buy a GPU, you get 4 games for free. So, actually a good time to buy. One of those games is going to be Space Marines 2. Can I get ones in chat if you're excited for Space Marines 2? Am I alone in this? I'm a really big Warhammer 40k fan, and that game looks sick. I'm really excited for it. I want to play through it. I think it's going to be a fun one. I've heard some people say it's kind of got Helldivers 2 vibes, which is pretty cool. That's not exactly how number 1 played, but 2 has been a long time, a different type of game. And yes, I think you can use your mum's credit card. You might want to ask her, but, I mean... maybe... I don't want to say you shouldn't ask, but who would be upset with getting one of those sick graphics cards? What's my favorite 40k faction? Ooh, that's a good question. Am I just a normie Space Marine picker? Maybe? Wait, did these donkeys forget to make the game viewable? I'm going to be so tilted if they did. Right, give me a sec, give me a sec. I'll set that. Alright. We're just going to... He deserves this. We're going to piggyback Marine Lord's stream because they are plonkers. And guess what they forgot to do, chat? Guess what they freaking forgot to do? So let me just type this out. I'm just going to point out, these are professional players. They are very capable of checking a button when they bloody start a game. Wait, is he going to respond to it live? Probably not. I'd be surprised if he does. Marine Lord doesn't strike me as a check chat while playing pro play. So apologies, guys. I don't know which one of them hosts the lobby, but someone royally ducked up here. So we're going to... What we'll do, I think both of them are streaming, so we can watch both their perspectives. Yes, I'm stealing their content. It's their own bloody fault. These freaking guys. I'm going to be flat out honest. I think I've said this before. If I start hosting tournaments, if I catch a player not making their game spectatable for a tournament, I will either A, if you were the guy who made the lobby and you're winning, I'm going to make you remake the lobby, or B, I'm going to penalize you on the prize pool. And I don't think that's too harsh. Because guess what? Do you know how you afford tournaments? By having the content to get the viewers, to get the sponsors. I think tournaments have been way too kind. Like, I flat out think tournaments have been way too kind. If you can't remember to, like, hit observe, same with, like, players who hide their data, you don't hide your data mid-tournament. Your data should remain open for the entirety of a tournament. Facts. If you want to hide strategies, go on your Smurf. But you never should your data be private. Never should the games be unseen. Alright, so... let's have a look here. What are we looking at right now? So, Ayu versus Order of the Dragon. What's the opening from... oh, wait, have they got the same delay? Yeah, exactly. Oh, okay. That is perfect. They don't remember to make the lobby observable, but they remember to sync up perfectly on the stream delay. Actually, or are they live? Maybe they're live. So it looks like we have got staples coming in. I'm a little bit surprised Anan leans into that. I guess the logic is that Marina would have to build spears, and Ibids don't really want to build spears. But, like, did he go Desert Raiders? I'm assuming we have Desert Raider play here, right? Or was this growth? 25 villages at this point in the game. Oh, you might win growth, right? Can someone be bothered to do the maths? My brain is farting right now. Growth is pretty cool. I really like it because you just need to get castle as quickly as possible. So you're basically going to be looking to rush castle, probably with advancement wing. You don't want to play feudal age here. Not with mine work on the line. Anan... oh, sorry, he went Arkan, yeah. Even, like, Arkan, though, like, if he's playing Mass Horseman, you don't want to have to spam Desert Raiders. You just want to get Camel Lancers as quickly as possible. So, yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Is the volume okay? Does that make it a bit more ambient, a bit better for you guys? So looking at the spawns as well, actually kind of important here. Anno, it's kind of awkward that he goes Arkan here, right? Like, I feel like you want to be out on the deer. I almost want to say this Arkan should have been between the deer and the gold, away from your base, because wood's not really an important detail here. Right, I feel like you're going to find your wallop in the first few minutes, not later on. Wait, did he go Pro Scouts? Okay, forgiven then, that's fine. That's kind of cool. Anno going Pro Scouts wasn't something expected here. That's very curious. The problem is your tech time is not going to be anywhere near as aggressive, right? I believe that was Advancement Wing that just got triggered. No. Dude, he's so rich. Logistics Wing is coming. That's wild. All right, I'm going to give you guys 30 seconds prediction, so you better hurry up. Because I don't know how long this one's going to be, and we're pretty deep already. Actually, I'll give you 1 minute. I'm generous. That's really wild on both sides. So Logistics Wing is a direct blocker to Order the Dragon, actually. He needs to get Horsemen out onto the field ASAP to block. Otherwise, the Dervishes will run away. I don't think even Gilded Horseman is good enough, though, because remember that Logistics Wing got buffed. I did warn about this, by the way. New Logistics Wing is OP. So New Logistics Wing provides a healing aura permanently around your Dervishes, which affects them as well. And with Camel on Ease reducing that Gilded Horseman hit, you're already doing less damage. The healing mitigates another chunk of it. Dervishes pretty much get to a point where they can just walk away while being attacked. And they walk away carrying that relic. This is kind of wacky. I'm actually really annoyed now that they forgot to make the game public. How's Anan looking? I mean, he's got tech on the way. Long walls coming in, so he knows there's Camel Lancers. I kind of respect this. Like, you can't afford to now build Spearmen to defend. You just need to send it. This game is going to be defined by relics for both sides. It always is, right? Ibids versus H3, Ibids versus Order of the Dragon. It's a matchup all about who gets relics. Whoever gets relics is favored. It's going to be dirty, though. How you guys voting? A lot of people banking on Anno here. I'm surprised. I feel like Marinel's build kind of has it covered right now. Anno's sitting on what? Probably about 3? Is it 3 horsemen total or only 1? It looks like 1, which isn't great. And Rainlord already in his way with the dervishes, but look at this. Anno, he's blocking this central relic. You see my little cursor? But Rainlord isn't going for that one, right? I mean, even if he was, it's free. He's got free logistics wing dervishes on the way. I mean, you could technically snatch it. He's going to play it safe, though. The reason why I don't think he's rushing as much is Anatan kind of has a sucky sieve of rushing Castle Age. Order of the Dragon's nowhere near as good as H3 for this. And the reason is because you can't pump prelates before Age 3. That's a really big deal breaker. It means you can't have prelates already out picking up these relics. It gives Ibids an edge on the scoop. Really getting that edge now with the raids coming in. So Desert Raiders is going to force a reaction. Anatan, meanwhile, Horsemen are intercepting, but there's the heal. Wallow's also coming out. Slow pull away here. We'll react in the end. But it's the heal. Like, you're seeing that, right? It's actually ludicrous to watch. So, yeah, I'm trying to think what the heal rate is. Can you guys remember? Is it like 3 health a second or something? In an AoE at all times. The thing that makes me really impressed by the buffs to the logistics is that buff will apply in a fight as well. So after you've picked up relics, which is much easier to do now, you can then fight with an aura all time. It's like having Imam points for the Ottomans, right? Where you get that AoE heal. Come on, Lancers with the blocker again, though. This is looking grim. Is there any relics that Anatan can grab?
Oh my god.
Yeah. Oh, dude. I knew he was going to like feel this. It's a 4 relic game. It might end up being a 5. If he doesn't get that wall up on the north side, Anatan has nothing. Is this trackable, by the way, or am I going too fast between perspectives? Let me know. It's awkward because they move around really quick and we're moving back and forth, so. First Gilded Knight. The problem is you're all base damage and 20% being lost from that high base damage is a big deal. Okay, that was sick. You actually got the final strike out. That was a big deal. Wolves? Looks like 1 relic. He's a small 1 relic boy. Damn. This is huge. I mean, you're building Gilded Knights. This doesn't feel good because Camel Lancers will contest you directly. And I'm imagining we're probably looking at what? Like crossbow switch? Would make a lot of sense. I think he's waiting to see if Anatan switches over. Having both on screen, I don't know how we cleanly do that in a rush right now. It's part of the issue. It's messy either way. Yeah, it's never pretty because I need a custom scene. Wasn't prepped for them to do this, where you'd be like 1 here and then 1 here with slight overlap. You still end up with a lot of dead space that way anyway. Gilded Knights are reacting. Camel Lancers, I mean, with the Dervish heal, I don't think you can beat them here. He needs to snipe out the healers first. Rainlaw's going to keep pushing. Relic's at least coming home, but you need a switch. Is Anatan trying to rush in Age? No. Why are we watching like this? Because they forgot to make the game observable. So it was either this or just stare at nothing for 20 minutes and then catch it afterwards. I figured people would want this because they want live action. Yeah. Take it up with the players. Not what I wanted. I'm going to actually type it in our group chat. Remind them next time. I think this is... yeah, that's it. It's GG. Dude, it's like, it's such a hard counter what Marino done there. I don't think there's any way you can beat that.
Played good best of 5 versus Marilord. Going to play some
pour la game 2, mais je pense quand même que Byzantin français ça reste juste très.
What does it feel like Anatan made poor decisions this series so far? So this is the thing. I think your draft diversity is kind of weird when you play only Dry Arabia, unless you can get deep enough in the series. And he couldn't get deep enough in the series, right? You have to remember he was 2-0 down. It's like we had game 1, Mali and Juji. That was his best shot. If he wins that, I think it's a different dynamic in this entirely. But game 2 makes you predictable, right? Like, you're either going to throw away one of your strong civs, which, when you look at the matchup they both had, like, you know, you're probably looking at either Byzantines or English. And if it's Byzantines against HRE, Rus, I don't like Rus here. It's like he tried to throw a curveball with French just to kind of get rid of a strong civ. I don't think Anatan expected Ibid's game 3. I think Anatan was maybe expecting like English Byzantines, maybe? Because I feel like this matchup, IU is just heavily favored. Because you want to go Horseman. Horseman's like the best unit when it's a fast-paced game. You can't scale mass army, right, in Feudal. But legitimately, the new logistics wing, hard counters OOTD. It's hard, man. It's a hard matchup. It's sad as well, because had Anatan realized it was going to be Ibids, he could have just went HRE. I don't know if English now beat HRE with this 2TC condensed. They used to lose to HRE because of Marching Drill's Archer Spam, right? Or Fast Castle Rush. So maybe it would have overall been better for Anno to try HRE here, as he would have had a decent number of answers. I guess the worry was that Marine Lord might have went Delhi, and Delhi can... I don't know, I think HRE beats Delhi now, right? Because you spam men at arms. So yeah, kind of a... I don't know. I think Anno maybe got in his own head with the Order of the Dragon pick. And at that point, it was too late in the draft. I think game 1 pretty much like decided everything there. That threw everything off tilter. All right, so that ends up being a fairly quick series. Apologies, guys, we weren't able to catch that final one. Someone forgot to make the game observable. Don't know which one it was, but finger out of arse, boys. Let's remember in future to not screw that up so that we can actually catch the games that generates the revenue to make tournaments happen. So, looking at the draft now, looking rather at the tournament format now, next up is going to be Marine Lord versus either Puppy Paw or Louie. So Puppy Paw and Louie series is probably going to be played either tomorrow or Thursday. I will aim to cast that on Thursday either way because I know they need to have played by Friday because Friday is when the lower bracket final happens. So probably Puppy Paw versus Louie is going to happen tomorrow, and then we will cast it on Thursday. And then on Thursday, I'm expecting Marine Lord versus one of those two to be live. So lots of content for Thursday is the TLDR there. Did I miss anyone on the YouTube side? What's up, everyone? Dude, look at that support. Love you guys. Really turning up on both YouTube and Twitch this week and last week. Really cool to see. Love that we're seeing growth. It's always inspiring, especially when you feel like you're having a rough time as a content creator. So I appreciate the way you guys continue to support me. But what I think we're going to do now, food is probably going to get cooked soon. We're 5 hours deep. We've had a good stream. I think what we'll do now is we'll get ready to raid. When we come back on Thursday, we'll be able to catch the rest of that show match between Kiyomi and Micah. I know that there was a best of 5 played between Voldemort and Kaiser Johann that we could potentially look at. But what we'll do now is we'll find someone to raid. And I will be back Thursday. So remember, guys, Thursday, join my Discord if you want to know the exact time when we're going to be live. Because I always post there when we're going live. I'll try to let you guys have a heads up. On YouTube, I always schedule when the go-ahead time is. I'm expecting a midday start time at the latest because, as I said, I'm expecting that Puppy Paw Louie series to happen probably tomorrow when I'm not live. And we'll come back and cast it on the Thursday. But I will just put the Discord and the YouTube side for people to join as well. Always let people know what I'm up to there, whether it's on this channel or I make an announcement when I'm casting on another channel. So we'll look to cast those games. Grand Finals weekend will be covered on the main channel, Age of RTS, so you'll be able to catch them there. But yeah, final stream of the week for me is going to be Thursday, because Friday, Saturday, Sunday, I'm going to be hosting the Stormgate Nexus tournament, the $2,000 tournament that's happening across the weekend that Behemoth brought together. But what I'll do now, guys, to make it easy for you, is I'll find someone to raid. Just looking at who is live. What we'll do... I just noticed Marika is on. We're going to raid through to Marika. So go give some support. Go hype her up. She's playing some HRE versus Ibid. And it's in Castle Age, weirdly enough. I think that matchup was meant to end in Feudal, with H3 crotch stomping the enemy. But it seems that one's getting dragged a little bit deeper. But we'll raid through there. Much love to the YouTube people. I'm going to stop the stream now. Thank you, YouTubers. Make sure you tune in on Thursday when the next stream is up. Appreciate the continuous support from